Welcome to Sports Central. I'm your host, Julian Jeffries. As you know, over the past few years, we followed several athletes down their road to glory. Well, with the much anticipated release of College Football 25 being only days away, I'm afraid that road has come to an end. But don't worry, I got with the producers here at Sports Central and we decided to put together a full movie recapping all your favorite series from over the years. The first series we'll be recapping quickly became a fan favorite, surpassing well over 1.2 million views. We watched Darius struggle to defeat the odds and make his dreams come true. His drive and perseverance to succeed should be a lesson to us all that no matter where you come from, with hard work, anything is possible. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
Darius, I know we've already told you a million times, but I just want you to know your grandmother and I are extremely proud of you for agreeing to do this.
We sure are. This is a huge opportunity for you to get out there and make something of yourself, baby.
Now we need to be leaving here in the next 30 minutes if we're going to make it on time. I already got everything loaded up in the car, so go on ahead and make sure you're not forgetting anything so we can hit the road.
Man, never in a million years did I think I'd be leaving a block. Especially not to go to no boarding school. Besides the Tar Heels, I honestly don't even know what there is in North Carolina. Anyways, we got like a 12-hour ride ahead of us, so I figured that'll give us more than enough time to get acquainted. Kenny Ray Smith, my dad. Hustler, player, drug dealer, robber. I mean, you could have called him a lot of things, but the one thing you could never call him was broke. See, he grew up a very hard life. Losing both parents at a young age, he was forced to mature a lot faster than most. Now, for some reason, my pops hates to talk about the old days, but from what I heard, man, dude was known for punching on shit and having money. During his heyday, he and his crew had the streets of Champaign, Illinois in a headlock. Amira Lee Washington, my mom, caring, loving, gentle, really just a beautiful soul. See, she was raised in a very strict household where love and affection came secondary to respect and manners. Now, my grandparents held very strong religious beliefs, so as soon as they found out my mom was pregnant with me in high school, they kicked her out the crib. Well, that's when my pop stepped in. He moved me and my mom about 2 hours away to his crib in Champaign. Man, life at my pop's crib was lovely. I swear it seemed like anything I wanted I got. But look, I always knew my pops was getting money, but it wasn't until the feds kicked in our front door that I would find out how. See, apparently he and a few others were responsible for several armed robberies around the area. I still remember going to my dad's court dates, not really being able to understand what was going on, but when the judge handed out that sentence, man, I knew right then and there it would be a very long time until I saw my pops again as a free man. Southside Chicago, the belly of the beast. In the early 2000s, this place was a war zone, and it's still that today. After my pops got locked up, my mom's had no choice but to move us back here so she can get some help from my grandparents. I jumped off the porch in middle school and dove head first into the streets. Mom's was working 2 and 3 jobs, so the majority of the time I was alone. She'd be getting off work and I'd be leaving the house to go to school, or I'd be coming home from school and she'd be leaving to go to work. Well, it wasn't long until I completely stopped going to school and started to follow in my pop's footsteps. I got my hands on my first gun and went to work. Yeah, my first thing was this corner store right outside our neighborhood, but then I quickly upgraded and tried to hit this check cashing spot on the other side of town. Listen, bro, my crime spree didn't last very long. Them hoes locked me in the lobby while I was trying to make my escape. 12 came and yeah, bro, it was all bad, but luckily since I was a minor, I basically walked away with a slap on the wrist. My mom did everything she could to save me from the streets. She knew with me being alone all the time, I was bound to get in more trouble. So she got me a membership at the local YMCA. Now, this was my first time playing organized basketball and bruh, I instantly fell in love with the game. I mean, everything just seemed to come so natural to me. It was almost like it was in my DNA. I spent that whole summer working on my game, so by the time the season came, I was already miles ahead of everybody on the freshman team, so I got moved up to JV after just 2 games. I did my thing there as well, and before I knew it, the varsity coach was pulling me to the side to have that talk.
Hey man, you've been doing your thing out there on the JV squad. The coaches and I, we've been talking. Think it's time for you to suit up varsity. You think you can handle that?
After only playing the game for a few months, I found myself getting solid minutes in my first varsity game as a freshman. I finished with like 13 points and 4 assists. The game came extremely easy to me, and I knew it was only a matter of time until I became a starter. If I'm being honest, I felt some type of way that my mom couldn't get off work to come see me play, but I understood, and honestly, I was kind of used to it since she had only been to a few of my JV games. But look, she was always excited to hear how I did though. Yeah, as soon as I walked through the door, she'd be waiting right there for the play-by-play breakdown of my performance. Well, this time things were a little bit different. Mama, I'm home. What the fuck? Mama! Mama? What the? No! Mama! Mama! What the fuck? Man, my grandpa's got to be the world's slowest driver. And then my grandma got the nerve to be talking the whole trip and playing gospel music. I swear this has been the longest 5 hours of my life, and I'm really tweaking because we got like 7 hours left. But it is what it is, man. Let's get back to the story. At just 34 years old, my mom suffered a stroke. The doctor said the constant stress and lack of sleep were huge factors and ultimately cost her life. So I mean, basically you can say she worked herself to death. Now I'm sure you can imagine how hard it was for me, losing really my only parent, but also finding her dead like that didn't help either. I ended up going to stay with my grandparents who lived just a few houses down from my mom's crib. Now my grandpa is a well-respected pastor at this Lutheran church that's been a pillar in our community for years. Many people refer to him as a peacekeeper as he's been able to help solve several gang feuds in the city. But to me, he's just my grandpa, a smooth, laid-back type of dude with a lot of wisdom and a lot of respect. Now, my granny, that's who I would consider a hard ass. Yeah, she plays no games and she has a very short temper. Her and my grandpa seem to balance each other out very well. But look, when I first got to their crib, man, they tried to sit me down and establish that old school type of parenting. You know, curfews, chores, punishments, that type of stuff. Now, of course, I was grateful they took me in, but if I'm being honest, man, my mom was really the only person that could keep me out the streets. And with her being gone, yeah, it was just a matter of time before I went back to my old ways. While snooping around my grandparents' medicine cabinet, I hit the jackpot. They had a whole bunch of old prescriptions that they hadn't thrown out. See, to them it was trash, but to me it was treasure. I took anything with value that I could find and started making transactions. You can get your hands on some perks really easy in the city, but real prescription lean, man, that's a different story. I re-upped and made a few more plays, and then I put the guys on so we all could eat. It was me, Dre, Lil Rob, Kev, and a few others. Now, we're gonna get into each of their stories on the next episode, but for all you need to know right now is these was my brothers. Yeah, we was having real motion in the city. At this point, I had completely given up sports. Yeah, I had put the ball down and picked the pistol up, but look, naturally, when you have emotion, jealousy starts to come from out of nowhere. Well, that jealousy caused my best friend Dre to lose his life and eventually kicked off a bloody war in my neighborhood. But like I said, man, we're gonna get into all that on the next episode. I found myself in a very serious situation and got locked up for a few weeks. Luckily, the respect the judge had for my grandpa allowed me to get out, but only under the stipulation that I leave the state of Illinois until I turn 18. Well, that's why I'm going here, Chapel Hill Academy. It's a prep school somewhere up in North Carolina. I mean, it was either this or sit in jail for only God knows how long. But my grandpa's real good friends with the priest there, so he was able to pull some strings and get me enrolled. I guess they're known for their academics and supposedly they got a real good squad there. I hear a few players made it to the league, but I don't know, man, we'll see. As of right now, I'm not really focused on hooping, but I mean, who knows what the future holds. Anyways, I know things gonna be hectic when we get there since today is move-in day, so I'm gonna try to get a little bit of rest. I'll tap back in with y'all in a minute. First and foremost, I'd like to thank God for blessing me, and of course a big shout out to my grandparents for helping me get to this point. Also, I'd like to thank the teachers and the staff here at Chapel Hill, as well as all my coaches and teammates for putting up with me over the past 2 years. And oh yeah, I can't forget the people back home in Iraq, man. Y'all already know what it is with me. But yeah, after taking my time and really weighing out all my options, I've officially decided to attend. Man, hold on. It ain't no way we finna skip over the past 2 years of my life like ain't nothing happened. The last time we spoke, I was just getting to campus to start my junior year of high school. Now here I am on stage about to announce what college I'll be playing football at next year. Man, give me a second to rewind time so I can show you everything that happened that led to me being at this point. Pulling up to Chapel Hill, I really didn't know what to expect. This was my first time leaving the state of Illinois, and honestly, I think I started to have a panic attack. And to make things worse, my grandparents didn't even come inside. Nah, they dropped me off at the gates and got on. After roaming around for a little bit, I was finally able to find my dorm room, which honestly wasn't much bigger than the room I had back at home. I dropped my bags off and unpacked a little bit, but then I was told to report to the front office. That's where I was given my uniforms. Man, they gave me sweaters and ties and slacks and handkerchiefs. I mean, really all type of stuff. But later that night, I was looking at the schedule and I noticed we had to go to something called Divine Services. Man, bro, I knew this place was a Lutheran school or whatever, but I had no idea we were required to go to church. They had us in here with our heads bowed, praying, fellowshipping, worshiping. Man, I laid in bed that first night really questioning myself, like, did I make a mistake coming here? Then I quickly remembered my only other alternative was sitting in the Cook County jail until I turned 21, so yeah. The first month or so was miserable. I mean, I didn't know anybody or have any real friends, so all I did was go to class, get on the game, and go to sleep. I had gotten word that if you played sports or were involved in some type of club, you get more privileges around campus. With basketball tryouts coming up, I figured it'd be best if I hit the gym to tighten up on my game. But honestly, man, I wasn't too concerned because like I told y'all before, basketball had always come natural to me, so making a team should have been a piece of cake. Bro, that tryout was anything but a piece of cake. I mean, I started off pretty strong, knocking down a few quick shots. I was feeling good, but I immediately knew I couldn't compete with that level of competition. I had no clue then, but of course I found out afterwards that a few of the players we were playing against were ranked in the nation. I mean, Cade Harding, for example. That's the #1 high school player in all of basketball. I actually heard about Lil Buddy when I was back in Iraq, but actually playing against him, man, that hit different. It was a truly humbling experience because, like I told y'all, I mean, I never really trained for basketball. I was just naturally good, and honestly, we didn't have that type of talent back at home. So when I actually played somebody who had dedicated their whole life to the game, man, I found out quick that I wasn't on their level. Not only did I not make the team, but I left the gym with a bruised ego as well. After not being selected for the team, I had a lot of free time on my hands, so of course I went back to my old hustling ways. I was able to find a connect on Telegram and I bought a pack of stolen iPhones. I worked my magic to get the phones repaired and unlocked, and then I started making plays. I ran up a bag in a very short amount of time, but since I was only a junior, that meant I wasn't able to leave campus. So all I did was buy DoorDash every single day and buy clothes and shoes online. Every Friday is casual Friday, so that meant we could pretty much wear whatever we wanted to class. Man, listen, I'm telling you, I didn't wear the same pair of shoes twice. From Nike to Jordan to Versace to Dior, you name it, I had it. Things were going great. Well, that was until somehow 2 of the stolen phones got tracked back to the campus, and of course I ended up getting snitched on. I found myself back in trouble, but this time it was a little bit different than before.
You know, Darius, your grandfather really put his neck on the line to get you into this program, and if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't be here. So rather than kick you out, I'm willing to give you a second chance, but only under these circumstances.
The dean insisted that if I was going to stay enrolled at Chapel Hill, I had to see a therapist at least 3 times a month. With the loss of my mom and a few of the guys back home, he felt that sitting down and talking to someone could help. But we'll get into all that another time. Also, I had to enroll in an extracurricular activity. He felt like I had too much free time on my hands. Well, that's how I ended up here. The Chapel Hill Hawkeyes football team. The chess club was full. I for damn sure wasn't playing no soccer, and track is, well, track. Anyways, the team sucked when I joined, so I didn't even have to try out. I just had to show up. I started off the first game playing cornerback. I got a big hit that resulted in a fumble, but that was about it. See, I quickly realized why playing this position was so hard. I'd always get lost with all the movement and shuffling going on in the backfield and totally forget about the receiver running wide open up the sideline. That happened a few times in that game. For some reason, I just couldn't stay in front of my matchup. If you ask me, man, cornerback is the hardest position to play in football, but whatever. Anyways, the next game, coach moved me to slot receiver and I also got a new number. He saw how much speed I had, so he put me back to return punts. Man, let's just say that didn't work out too well either. My football career was off to a horrible start, and honestly, joining the track team didn't sound so bad. Well, that's when everything changed. Alright, so listen, coach, I've been thinking, and before you say no, at least hear me out. What if you put me in at running back? I mean, I got the speed and athleticism to make plays, and plus, not to mention, Matthew's gonna be out this week because of his herpes outbreak. I mean, we're 0-5 and we haven't won a single game all season. We really got nothing to lose at this point. The next 4 games of the season, I put on an absolute clinic. I honestly couldn't tell you where my skills came from, but I was virtually unstoppable. I approached playing running back like playing a game of tag. I just tried my best not to get touched. And on top of that, I wasn't afraid of any type of contact. As a matter of fact, man, I actually look forward to trying to run people over. We'd only win 2 games my junior year, but I honestly wasn't even worried about that. Yeah, man, I was just focused on having fun and making plays. But I will say though, my performance was a huge boost to the team. I mean, it seemed like the guys started to play with more confidence and passion, which was great because it gave us something to build off of for the next season. Being on a losing team sucks because obviously you don't win many games, but when you're the star on a losing team, yeah, it's a little bit different. You start to stand out and shine brighter than everybody else. Naturally, people start thinking like, if only they had a few more pieces to build around him, they could probably win a championship. Well, that's how it was for me at least. The stats I put up over those 4 games started to garner me attention from schools all across the country. And before I knew it, I was a 3-star recruit and ranked in the top 400 players in high school football. It seemed like as soon as I got my 3rd star, colleges from all over the country started sending me letters. But I quickly learned there were 2 different types of letters. Yeah, see, one letter is a school just letting you know you made it on their radar. I mean, it's pretty generic and they probably sent the same exact thing to thousands of other athletes. Meanwhile, the other letter is more personalized and it actually seemed like the coach could have wrote it himself. Well, I sat down and responded to all the schools that actually seemed genuinely interested in me, and I scheduled a few college visits. This was my first time on a plane, and I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't scared. I toured a few college campuses and checked out all their facilities. I honestly had never even been to a college, so I was getting blown away by the simplest things. But look, all the coaches kept telling me the same thing. They said I was too small to play on a college level, and I would need to add on more girth and size if I was gonna have any success. After about the 3rd time being called small and skinny, bro, I started to get pissed, but I ain't tripped. I just knew I had a lot more work to do. As soon as I got back to Chapel Hill, I started doing my research on how to put on a lot of weight fast. I spent the next 2.5-3 months dirty bulking. If you're not familiar with what dirty bulking is, it's basically you just eat whatever you want, whenever you want, as much as you want. Now, it's usually greasy junk food, but it helps you get really big really fast. After my bulk was done, I had a little bit of a stomach, from all the bad eating. But instead of doing the traditional cardio like jumping rope or running sprints, I lifted weights like crazy. By the time my senior season came around, I looked like a completely different player. At the start of my senior season, I was looking to pick up right where I left off at the end of my junior year, but there was a bit of a problem. See, I don't think my body was quite used to the new added weight I had put on from doing my dirty bulk. Although I had gotten rid of a lot of fat and added on a lot of muscle, it still took me a while to get adjusted. Now, don't get me wrong, I was still able to pull off a few big runs early on, but my agility and overall speed took a huge hit, which led to me suffering several tackles for loss during the game. Luckily, our season opener opponent wasn't very good, so we were still able to pull off the victory at home to start the season off with a 1-0 record. The start of the next game was much of the same. It seemed like I was just sluggish and couldn't really move how I wanted to. I mean, I saw the holes in the defense clear as day, but the new added weight just wouldn't allow me to make the necessary cuts to get upfield. I knew something had to change, so right after that game, I started doing 30-yard sprints and long distance running. Also, I decided to do a liquid diet, that way I can shred a bunch of weight very fast before the end of the season. But look, we were still able to leave with another victory at home, but I definitely wasn't proud of my performance over those first 2 games. Now the next game, we'd be on the road, and I finally started to feel like myself again. I was able to cut back a draw play to the left-hand side of the field and break off a huge run for a touchdown. This couldn't have come at a better time as there were several scouts in attendance watching the matchup between myself and the free safety on the opposing team. My speed and agility seemed to be making their way back, but my stamina was still missing in action. I knew that was something I'd have to build over time, so honestly I wasn't too concerned. Now, I can't remember exactly how many times I scored that game, but I know for sure I was in the end zone quite often. We were off to a 3-0 start, and even though the competition up until that point wasn't very good, the team's confidence was at an all-time high. After that performance, I had officially been given my 5th star, and I finally cracked the top 100 list of all players in the nation, which is crazy considering this was only my 2nd year playing football. Now, of course, after getting my 5th star and being ranked in the top 100, I finally started to get offers from those massive Power 5 schools, but listen man, I was just getting started. Skipping ahead towards the end of the season, we had lost 2 games, but things were still looking good for the playoffs. The entire school was behind us at this point as we were the underdogs that came from out of nowhere. I mean, just the year before, we were the worst team in the conference that nobody cared about. My main focus at that point though was staying injury free and running up them numbers. I had finally adjusted to my new physique, and honestly, I was quite satisfied with the results I had been getting on the field. Now, the championship game took place at the University of North Carolina. This was my first time playing on a college field and the biggest crowd I had ever played in front of. My nerves was all over the place as the team we were playing against was said to be the best in the conference. Now, I started off pretty slow as their defense seemed to be flying all over the place, but eventually I found my home in the end zone. It was in that game that I realized I could really be a factor on the next level. We went on to take home the victory, giving Chapel Hill their first football championship in over 20 years. I had a pretty solid game myself. I finished with over 150 yards on only 16 touches and a touchdown. First and foremost, I'd like to thank God for blessing me, and of course a big shout out to my grandparents for helping me get to this point. Also, I'd like to thank the teachers and the staff here at Chapel Hill, as well as all my coaches and teammates for putting up with me over the past 2 years. And oh yeah, I can't forget the people back home in Iraq, man, you already know what it is with me. But yeah, after taking my time and really weighing out all my options, I've officially decided to attend the University of Alabama. Roll Tide. Can y'all believe it's been almost 2 years since the last time we spoke? Man, time really does fly. But look, as you can see, I'm back home in Chicago and it feels so good to be back. But man, we got a lot of catching up to do though. I think the last time we spoke, I had just finished my senior season at Chapel Hill and officially committed to go play football at Alabama. Well, as I'm sure you can imagine, a lot has changed since then, so let's go ahead and get into it. So we gonna flash back to my first day on campus here at Alabama University. Now, if you tuned in the last episode, you should know that I committed here after my breakout senior season at Chapel Hill. Well, one of the main selling points that helped me make my decision was the living arrangements they have for athletes. Instead of staying in a small cramped dorm room like most other universities, here at Bama they put you up in a nice house. Now, of course I don't live here alone. It's a 3-bedroom, 3-bath crib that I share with 2 other teammates. We each got our own room and bathroom with a nice sized living room and kitchen as well. But look, I'll be honest, I don't even really remember my first few days on campus. My grandpa gave me his Lexus to drive until my NIL money kicked in, so me and the guys spent every single day partying, drinking, and, well, you should know. But speaking of NIL, as soon as my first check hit, I sent my grandparents some money for bills and utilities. You know, my grandpa is a pastor, so he refused to accept it unless I told him it was for my tithes and offerings. Anyways, the next stop I made was at the dealership, and y'all should already know what I got. I wore that red key around my neck every day like it was a diamond chain, just waiting for somebody to ask about it. Well, nobody ever said anything, but I know for sure they was looking. Bruh, when I first got here, I should have been nominated for Player of the Year, and I'm not talking about on the field. If she was a 7 or above, chances are her number was in my phone. I picked up a reputation around campus as a ladies' man. It seemed like every other night it was a new baddie over at the crib. This went on all the way up until spring camp started. Bruh, I came in totally unprepared and out of shape. All that drinking and partying caught up to me quick. I think I threw up every day for like the first week. By the time the spring game got here, I had finally got my wind back, but I had just spent all the training camp getting in shape, whereas all the other running backs were already in shape and they was just sharpening their skills. Well, this caused me to slip down the depth chart, and before I knew it, I was barely getting any reps at practice. The running back coach called me into his office and we had a very tough conversation.
Well, Smith, I think you knew this conversation was coming. The coaches and I have talked, and we believe it'd be best if you considered redshirting this year. Your play as of right now is nowhere close to where we expected it to be when we brought you in, and that's okay. Sometimes the transition from high school to college can be tough. Just take a year off to learn the game and build your body up. Come back next year fresh and ready to lead this offense from the backfield.
After meeting with Coach, I'll be honest, I was completely devastated. Although I hadn't been playing sports very long, I had never been nobody's backup. So redshirting and not playing at all was crazy. I laid in bed that night with my mind set on hitting the transfer portal, but I quickly found out it was way too late into the year for all that. In my mind, I only had two options, either quit the team or redshirt and try again next year. Well, good thing my grandpa is a lot wiser than I am because he recommended something I never even thought of.
Well, Darius, there are several other positions on the field. Why not humble yourself and go talk with your coach? You have the natural speed and athleticism. I'm sure there's another position you can play.
After hanging up with my grandpa, I immediately went to go talk to my coach. He thought it was a bad idea and insisted that I redshirt, but I wasn't going for it. I refused to leave his office until he agreed to give me a tryout at another position. Once he finally gave in, it was time to get to work. I spent the next few weeks before the first game in the weight room and in the film room. I swear I probably did 1,000 squats just trying to maximize my explosiveness. Well, the first game came and went and I didn't see the field not once. But the second game on the road versus Texas A&M, it was my time to shine. We were down late in the third quarter and that's when coach called my number. I was the only man back to return it and I took that thing up the field for 45 yards. That one play earned my spot as the second kick returner along with my guy Kool-Aid. Every team knew how dangerous he was returning kicks, but they had no idea who I was. So for the first half of the season, all the teams kicked my way and more times than not, I made them pay. I didn't take a single handoff my freshman year, but instead I made a name for myself on special teams. I finished the year being awarded the Johnny the Jet Rodgers Award, and I was selected as a first-team All-American. So as you just seen, my freshman year at Bama was filled with many ups and downs, but that's honestly been a story of my life. But trust me though, things get greater later. Yeah, my sophomore year was completely mind-blowing and I promise you nobody saw it coming. But listen, I need y'all to stay tuned to the very end of this episode because I need your advice. With Coach Saban retiring, there's been a lot of changes within the program and honestly I think it's time for me to weigh out my options. But yeah, let's get back into it. I took a completely different approach to my sophomore year. With my guy Jace McClain leaving for the NFL, I knew the starting job would be up for grabs. I spent the entire summer in the weight room, getting my body right, and in the film room, getting my mind right. I came into training camp the fourth running back on the depth chart, but by the end of camp, I had officially secured the starting job. Kicking off my sophomore year, I finally start my campaign in the backfield for the Crimson Tide. Now, we'd be taking on Virginia Tech in the Chick-fil-A kickoff game to start the season. We came in ranked number 4 in the country, so I knew everybody had their eyes on our program as we lost several key pieces from last year's team to the NFL draft. Now, the first drive down the field was going according to plan. Well, that's until I went down with a very painful injury, which ended up being a bruised rib. I would be out that game midway through the fourth quarter, where I would come back and score my first collegiate touchdown from the running back position. This moment meant so much to me because, as you all know, I worked extremely hard to get to this point, but of course I wasn't done yet. With about 2.5 minutes left in the final quarter, I would cut back a draw play to the left-hand side of the field, completely confusing the defense and score a 67-yard touchdown, untouched by the Virginia Tech defenders. We were off to a very hot start as we picked up our very first W of the season, but our next opponent would be looking to put a stop to our victory train before it even started rolling. Our next game would be on the road versus the Texas A&M Aggies. We had a huge target on our back as we had moved into the number 1 spot in all of college football. Well, this game is where I would make a name for myself and send a message to all the opposing teams that I'm the real deal. Just like in the game versus Virginia Tech, I would score a huge touchdown after cutting back a draw play to the left-hand side of the field, striking first and giving us the 7-0 lead. Now, the Aggies were able to go down and score a field goal, bringing them to within 4, but that wouldn't last very long. Hey man, credit to our O-line and our receivers blocking on that outside. I was able to find a hole in the defense and cut the ball upfield for yet another huge touchdown, increasing our lead yet again. My speed and vision, matched with the O-line's ability to create holes, proved to be a match made in heaven. I swear on most plays, I wouldn't even get touched until I was already 10 to 15 yards up the field. It wasn't just me either. My quarterback Jalen Monroe proved to have elite speed and agility as he was able to carve up the Aggie defense just as well. We went on to cruise to our first victory on the road, and I had a crazy day on the ground. I went for over 250 yards for 2 touchdowns on only 18 attempts. But look, man, my performance in those first 2 games of the season thrust me into the Heisman watch, but I knew it was still early on and we had a lot of games left to play in the season, so I didn't pay it any mind. Taking on Colorado State, we had to make sure that we were 100% locked in and focused on the task at hand. Yeah, this is one of those teams that if you take for granted, they could definitely make you pay. Now, the main area I wanted to improve on to start the season was my pass catching. I wanted to make sure I was a reliable option on passing plays, that way I would never have to lead the field on 3rd down. I was able to break off a huge run after catching a screen pass, but we'd only walk away with 3 points on that drive. But on 3rd down on the next drive, coach put the ball in my hands and I was able to make magic happen. All that film I watched my freshman year paid off as I was able to slip through the tight, wet hole of the defense and score a 55-yard touchdown out of nowhere. But of course, I wasn't finished. Our defense was able to get a goal line turnover and put the ball back in our hands at the 2-yard line. Then I would go on to make what many have considered the run of the year. I would go on to score a 90-yard bomb. I was so tired, bro, I completely collapsed at the goal line. Yet again, I had an amazing day on the field, finishing with 280 yards, 2 touchdowns, 19 attempts, and 102 receiving yards. But look, man, my performance completely wowed the college football world as I went on to win Player of the Week, and I also moved into the #1 spot on the Heisman watch list. Our first game at home definitely didn't start off as planned as we'd find ourselves down 10-0 to 12th ranked Ole Miss. And if I'm being totally honest, bruh, they completely had me shut down the entire first half. But luckily my dog Jalen was able to make several plays through the air. Now, I was able to find the end zone right before halftime after breaking off my curl route for a 3-yard touchdown, cutting the lead down to just 3 points. Starting off the second half, Jalen picked up right where he left off, throwing a dart through the middle of the defense. Then I finally got my head into the game and came up extremely clutch with a 50-yard house call. But look though, all credit has to go to those big guys up front for clearing the way. I think I went completely untouched until like the 5-yard line. But look, that run woke up the dog in me and pretty much completely opened the floodgates for our offense. I refused to be brought down as I broke several tackles on a 19-yard gain. Jalen gave us an 11-point lead off of another 3-yard pass and touchdown, and then our defense went down and got another stop. Now, I was given the privilege to put the nail in the coffin as I took the pitch on an option play to the house, giving us a 27-point lead and a hard-fought victory at home. Now, for some reason, even though we were still undefeated, we had dropped down 1 spot to the #2 ranked team in the country. And can you guess who was #1? Of course, none other than LSU. Man, listen, I think I speak for the entire team when I say we was pissed off about this happening. And unfortunately, Georgia State just had to be the ones we took our anger out on. Now, at the time we matched up with them, they were 4-0 just like us, but listen, didn't none of that matter. Man, we went out there and beat the taste buds off them boys. I put on my usual performance and rushed for over 200 yards in just the first half with, I think I had like 3 touchdowns. I didn't even play the entire second half because honestly, the game was pretty much over. We pitched a shutout at home and beat them boys 49-0, but it was on to the next. We be at home taking on a very tough 7-0 Arkansas team. We reached the midway point of the season, so before the game, coach reminded us of all of our goals and everything we set out to accomplish at the beginning of the year. Me personally, bro, I think that meeting was very much needed because sometimes winning in such a dominant fashion can have you start to feel untouchable. Before you know it, you let your guard down and then you'll be looking defeat right in the face. Not only that, but just about everybody on the team was dealing with some type of injury or soreness, but coach said that's all a part of the journey. After that meeting, I adopted the warrior mindset that Coach Saban was talking about. I was mentally prepared to lay it all on the line to get the victory. And well, I went out on the field and did just that. Arkansas put up a very good fight though, but in the end, it just wasn't enough as we take the 28-7 victory at home. The team was rolling and working like a well-oiled BBC. Tennessee came into town looking to pull off a huge upset, but of course we wasn't going for none of that. Jalen started off the game strong, throwing an absolute dot to the corner of the end zone. Then I followed up by breaking off a huge run up the middle of the defense. Now, the thing that was slept on throughout the season was my vision. All people seemed to care about was my speed and agility, but bruh, I don't care what nobody says, my vision is next level. We take the 14-0 lead in the first quarter, and it was starting to look like another blowout at home, but that's when tragedy struck. Jalen took a big hit on the quarterback keeper right outside the end zone. Well, that hit would result in an abdominal tear and cause him to miss the next 10 weeks of the season. As you can imagine, this news would be a huge blow to not only our offense, but our team as a whole. Now, we still went on to secure the victory over the Volunteers with Jalen's backup now having the keys to our offense, but this injury couldn't have come at a worse time as our next game we'd be facing our rivals and the #2 team in the nation, LSU. Man, the game versus LSU was crazy to say the least. Even though almost every game we had played that season was completely sold out, it was just something special about that game that felt extra loud. But look, this game was like a heavyweight title fight. We'd strike first after I pull off a huge 70-yard house call. Then our defense went out there and got a huge stop, shutting down all the Tigers' momentum. On our very next drive, my guy Tyler would shake free for like a 30-yard gain, but he would also take a massive hit on the sideline from the LSU defense, causing a fumble. Luckily, the Tigers weren't able to capitalize off that fumble and put the ball right back in our hands. I was looking to make a play whichever way I could, and I came super close to making a house call up the sideline. Although this was Tyler's first time starting all season, he showed tremendous composure in the pocket connecting to my boy Isaiah. Then on 3rd and 6, I had to fight extra hard for the first down after catching a screen pass to the right-hand side of the field. 3 plays later, it was 4th and 1, and for some reason, I'd be on the sideline as the LSU offense forced a tackle for loss, taking over possession of the ball. Jumping ahead to the 3rd quarter, we were down by a touchdown, so it was time to tap back into that warrior mentality. I did whatever I could to get us into the end zone, but eventually we came up short and we have to settle for a field goal. With one last chance to take the lead, I take a handoff on a draw play and was able to pick up about 4 yards. Then on the very next play, 2nd and 6, I was able to only pick up 2 yards. But look, man, on 3rd down, the coach thought it would be a good idea to take me out, and I stood on the sideline and watched LSU stop that lousy screen pass the same way they had been doing all game. We went on to lose to our rivals at home and suffer our first defeat of the year. Bruh, seeing them boys celebrate on our logo hurt, but honestly, I couldn't be mad at nobody but myself. I had a chance to give us another shot at winning, but unfortunately I came up short. After suffering that loss at home, we dropped down to the number 5 spot. Honestly, the team's energy and focus was at an all-time low, and we went out and had a horrible game versus Mississippi State. It's really crazy what one single loss can do to a team. I mean, we were still in position to make a run for the playoffs, but I think most people felt like that LSU game was some type of in-season championship or something. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I was Mr. Positive. Nah, don't get me wrong, I was just as pissed off as everybody else, but y'all gotta remember, I was in a race for the Heisman. I couldn't afford to get comfortable. Luckily, we were able to pull off a very sloppy victory at home in a very close game. Honestly, if it wasn't for our defense, I think we probably have another loss on our record. After the close game at Mississippi State, we put on a beating versus a very poor FCS East team. Well, LSU actually ended up losing to Texas A&M, a team we had already beat earlier in the season. Man, that loss shook up the rankings and put us in the number 2 spot in the country, only behind Ohio State. Well, Ohio State went on to suffer their second loss on the season, which moved us back to the number 1 team in the nation. But we had one problem, the Auburn Tigers. We were down big in the second half on the road, but I was able to score the leaping touchdown, moving us to within 4 points. But that's when tragedy would strike again, as I not only got tackled for the huge loss on the play, but I also suffered an injury causing me to leave the game. I would be out of the game until the 53-second mark of the final quarter. Luckily, our offense was able to go down and score a touchdown, but so did the Tigers. I fought through the pain and came up clutch with 2 big plays moving the ball up the field. Then my boy Tyler was able to make an amazing read for the huge game, putting us right outside the red zone, where on the very next play, I was able to take advantage of the zone coverage and find a huge opening in the defense for a touchdown. Our defense was able to put the final nail in the coffin with the clutch interception took back for a touchdown. The energy we had lost versus LSU all came rushing back at one time. Bruh, we had officially punched our ticket to the national championship game. We find ourselves at the Rose Bowl in Southern California to take on the number 2 ranked Texas Longhorns for the college football championship. The stadium was sold out to max capacity, the weather was perfect and the lights were bright. Not only that, but my guy Jalen Milroe was finally back from his injury and in the starting lineup. But look, we'd come down on our first drive and reach the red zone, but unfortunately, we'd have to settle for a field goal. But on our very next possession, I would do what I had been doing all season, making huge plays when we needed them the most. I broke off a 70-yard run on a counter play for a touchdown, putting us up by 9, but like I always say, bro, I wasn't done yet. Our defense got to stop and put the ball right back in our hands, only for me to break off another 40-yard run again. We find ourselves right outside the red zone, but unfortunately, we weren't able to capitalize and eventually went on to miss the field goal. This game was definitely a defensive game. Other than that big house call I made in the first half, we weren't able to move the ball up the field to save our lives. I gotta give credit where it's due, man. The Longhorns defense and their coaches completely shut me out during the second half. But luckily our defense was just as good, as they were able to hold them to only 6 points the entire game. With only 5 seconds left in regulation, we were in victory formation. We finally did it. We won the national championship. If I'm being honest, the feeling was like none other. All the 6 a.m. weight sessions, the 2-a-day practices in the summer, the many ups and downs throughout the season. All of that led up to this one moment. Look, you can say what you want about our squad, but the one thing you have to accept, we champions. I went on to win just about every single award there is to win from the running back position. And of course, I finished the year as a first team All-American. But the most important trophy I took home was the Heisman. After only playing football for just a few years, I had officially won the most prestigious award there is and put my name in the history books forever. See, I told y'all I had an unbelievable sophomore year, but you didn't want to believe me. Man, if I'm being honest, it's kind of hard for me to believe myself. But look, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of changes going on with the program at Alabama since Coach Saban left. And I'm honestly not really sure what the team is going to look like next season with all the transfers. Say, y'all do me a favor and comment down below. Should I just stay put at Alabama or should I jump into that transfer portal? But look, Granny cooked my favorite meal and I'm starving, so I'm going to go ahead and dig in. I'll tap back in with y'all in the next one. NIL versus the NFL. Man, this is a topic I've been seeing a lot lately. Well, now that my junior year is completed, it's finally time for me to figure out what my next move is going to be. And I need your help. There's a lot of key factors we got to take into consideration while making this decision. Of course, for most of you, the first thing that comes to mind is money. And that's okay. I mean, money is important. However, you also got to remember the average span for an NFL running back is only 2.5 years. But listen, we're going to get into all that a little later. First, we got a very important meeting to get ready for. WME Sports, one of the largest talent agencies in the world. Their list of clients is massive. I mean, they represent huge names like Venus and Serena, Joel Embiid, Matt Damon, Marlon Humphreys, Ben Affleck, just to name a few. Well, listen, man, they flew me out to LA and put me up in this nice Airbnb, all so we can meet and discuss what they could potentially do for my career if I decide to turn pro. I made it clear that I still hadn't made my decision, but they insisted that I at least come out and hear their pitch, so we're about to get dressed and head over there.
All right, so now that we've gotten to know one another a little bit, why don't you tell us exactly what you're looking for out of this potential partnership?
Well, honesty and integrity for starters, but I mean, after all that, I really want to focus on building a brand. As we've already talked about, now is probably the worst time in the history of the league to be a running back. So I definitely want to focus on securing deals and endorsements outside of the game of football. I mean, as we both know, injuries are inevitable, so I want to make sure that I'm still in position to take care of my family once my playing days are over.
Hey, man, those are some very understandable concerns. One injury can completely derail an entire career. I mean, we've seen it happen many of times. And unfortunately, some of those guys didn't have a team that'll fight as hard as we will.
So this is what it feels like, huh? Yeah, this must be what it feels like to have all your hard work pay off. Shit, if I'm being real, this is my first time ever really fully dedicating myself to something. And honestly, I don't even feel like I deserve it. I mean, the money, the fame, the accolades, all that don't mean nothing to me. And it's probably because this was never supposed to be my life in the first place. Alright, so look, I know y'all been waiting to hear about all the guys. And if I'm being honest, I kind of been trying to avoid this conversation. Well, today, we're going to talk about my main man, Dre. See, this dude was my brother. When I moved to Chicago from Champaign, he was the first one to embrace me and show me love. My guy was a true comedian. I mean, it was impossible to be mad around this dude because he never took nothing serious. Not only that, he was smart as hell too. Let bro tell you he was a borderline genius. Dre loved football. I mean, that's all he talked about. If he wasn't with us kicking it on the block, then he was doing just that, playing football. Well, that's until he found out he had a baby on the way. Yeah, that's when everything changed. Bro had to put the football down and pick the broom up. He got him a little part-time job at Walmart. Man, I still remember the day we almost got him fired for riding bikes through the store. But that was back when they was open 24 hours. Even though bro had to take a break from sports to stack up some bread, his football dream stayed alive. I remember he would always say that he was going to make it to the league and bring all the guys there with him. Well, me on the other hand, I was fully committed to the streets. I was always looking for the next scheme, always looking for the next come up. Well, my greed and ego ended up costing me in a way I could have never imagined. Me and one of the guys set up this play to buy some lean, but whole time we was really plotting on robbing his goofy for his pipe. As soon as he got there, it wasn't no talking. I held dude at gunpoint while folks beat him. We took everything he had and got on. Me, Dre, Montana, and a few of the other guys were supposed to meet later on that night after Dre got off work. So I went back to the crib and got on the game until it was time to link. Well, reports say around 10:30 p.m., a dark colored sedan let off several shots, striking and killing Dre a few feet away from the bus stop. Out of everybody that I lost, Dre's death affected me the most. Not only was it my fault the bro was dead, but He didn't even know why he died. I tried numbing the pain with prescription pills and a few other things, but nothing seemed to work. I knew if I was going to get any type of closure from this situation, I was going to have to go talk to my boy. Man, bro, I know you probably been wondering what took me so long to come and see you, but I still can't believe you gone. You know I miss you though. Your mom still miss you. I mean, everybody miss you. Some days I wake up in the morning and I call your cell phone like, man, let me call and see what bro on, but it just ring. No voicemail, no nothing. It just ring on me. It's like I still can't accept that you gone. Even on the day of your funeral, man, I woke up that morning like I know my boy gonna call. I know my homie gonna call, but you never did. Look, homie, I'm sorry, man. I messed up bad with this one. I know I messed up bad and it cost you your life. I should have been the one that got hit up that night, not you, Tre. I should have been the one that's gone right now. You was doing everything right. You had dreams, you had goals, you had a son. Look, bro, look, I'm gonna make this right for you, I promise. I don't know how, but I'm gonna make this right, bro. Dre's death kicked off a war in our section of the city, but myself and Montana, we had a vested interest because technically we were the ones responsible for all the bloodshed. At the time, I didn't have the heart or the courage to tell any of the other guys why Dre was really killed. I didn't even tell his family. Everyone thought it was just a gang-related homicide, which only made the retaliation even worse. My grandparents knew exactly what type of time I was going to be on, so before everything kicked off, they set me down to try to talk some sense into me. Out of respect for them, I acted as if I was listening to what was being said, but whole time my mind was on revenge. Now, I can't say too much about what happened on this platform, but just know, me and Montana made sure a couple people knew exactly how much Dre was loved. Shortly thereafter, I got locked up for a probation violation. Then I was sent to Chapel Hill in North Carolina to finish high school. The meeting with WME went great. I love their pitch and I honestly think there's a potential for a future working relationship. But look, the last time we spoke, I was faced with a huge dilemma. Stay at Alabama for my junior year or pack my bags and jump into the transfer portal. Well, I'm sure by now most of you already know what decision I made, but for those of you that don't, let's get into it.
That's a huge bitch.
Once Coach Saban announced his retirement, we literally lost half our team to the transfer portal. I mean, key guys were jumping in the portal left and right, and honestly, I don't blame them. I got word that the new coach coming in would be Coach DeBoer. I was already familiar with him as he recruited me pretty heavy coming out of high school, so I was okay with that. But my main concern would be the new offensive coordinator, Coach Tommy Tough Knuckles. I didn't know much about the new OC, but the one thing I did know was he liked to use multiple running backs in his offense. So that meant my touches would probably be cut in half. This was a huge concern for me, so I pretty much had my mindset on transferring. Well, that's when my backup, Jan Miller, pulled me aside to have a conversation in the cafeteria one day.
Listen, bro, don't transfer, because all the main pieces is still here. Look, I know you're concerned about sharing your touches, but look at it like this. You will be in the NFL soon, so you need to preserve your body. All I'm doing is taking a load off your shoulders.
I mean, if I'm being real, bro was right. Not only am I a national champion, but I also won the Heisman for crying out loud. I was a lock for the NFL, and my junior year was nothing more than a technicality. I still wanted to weigh out all my options though, so I spent some time just searching around seeing if maybe I could find a better fit. Once I finally made up my mind, I reached out to my granny for a little reassurance.
Well, baby, you know I support you no matter what. This seems to be the best option right now, so I mean, I don't think there's anything else to ponder on. I agree with, the action that you're taking. You just gotta stand firm on your beliefs and, stay prayed up, but this is what's best right now.
I'd start my junior year off in a Chick-fil-A kickoff game versus the West Virginia Volunteers, and as you can see, I was still draped in that beautiful crimson from head to toe. Yeah, after weighing out all my options, I decided to stay put at Alabama for another year. Although we lost a lot of important coaches and players on both sides of the ball, the key pieces to our offense were still there and ready to make another run at a championship title. Now, I came into the season 100% healthy and more focused than ever, so I picked up right where I left off the year before, making split-second reads and carving the defense up with my speed and agility. My guy Jalen Milroe was back, and he was on the same type of time as we steamrolled the West Virginia defense and took home the victory in our season opener. Our second game of the season, we'd be at home taking on Florida Atlantic. It definitely felt like the schedule makers were on our side because normally we start off the season with a huge test our first or second game. Well, this year they definitely showed us some love by giving us some weaker opponents early on. Yeah, although we were still that Alabama powerhouse, a lot of changes have been made in our program and we still needed a little bit of time to work out a few kinks. We jumped out to a 14-0 lead and then Jalen followed up his huge bomb with a quarterback keeper for a touchdown. Not to be outdone, on the very next drive, I scored the leaping touchdown over the Florida Atlantic defense, and that would complete my day as we take the easy victory in our first home game of the season. Coming out versus this FBS school, man, we were surprisingly focused and locked in. Y'all know normally when you have an opponent like this, you can tend to overlook them. Well, all week during our meetings and film, the guys seem to be taking this game extremely serious. As a matter of fact, thinking back, I remember feeling confident in our offense and honestly our team as a whole. Now, I'm not saying I felt like we were already championship favorites, but I did truly feel if we kept playing at such a high level, we'd be right back in that conversation. The time had finally come for our first big test of the season. And when I tell y'all this game went all the way down to the wire, bruh, I mean just that. Ole Miss always shows up to play. Yeah, they always looking to pull off the huge upset over Bama. So I made sure that all the players that transferred here when Coach Saban left knew just how important this game was. But look, y'all know I like to lead by example, so my first touchdown of the game came after I completely ran through the Ole Miss cornerback for 6. Now, I don't know what was going on with our defense as they gave up back-to-back touchdowns on back-to-back drives, but just like Coach DeBoer always say, man, just focus on doing your job and everything else will take care of itself. But look, it would be in this game that I realized that maybe the multiple halfback offense that Coach Tommy Tough Knuckles likes to run wouldn't be a good fit. I mean, we were down by 11 right outside the red zone, but I would be on the sideline watching for 3 consecutive failed plays where we end up settling for a field goal. Then on the very next drive, we reached the red zone again, and I picked up a very clutch first down, only to be taken out the game again and watch my backup Jan Miller score a 7-yard touchdown, bringing us to within 3 points to tie in the game. With only a minute left in the game, the score tied at 21, it was time for players to make plays. Jalen Milroe threw a 27-yard dagger, putting us right outside the end zone. Then the ball was put into my hands as I fought to get the game-winning touchdown over Ole Miss, improving our record to 4-0 on the season. Ooh-wee! We finally reached that point of the season where every team is a threat. Our next game, we'd be on a road taking on the number 24th ranked Texas A&M Aggies. Now, they had already lost 2 games this season, but they were still ranked 24th. Ain't that crazy, G? Anyways, I came out and sent a message early, striking first with a 57-yard touchdown, and they countered back with the score of their own. Now, we were Hoover stomping our way up the field until my guy Jalen Milroe threw an interception, resulting in a Texas A&M touchdown. Jumping ahead to the fourth quarter, still down by 7, Jalen reached into his bag and completed 2 massive passes to move us down the field. Then it was finally my turn to get in on some of the action. I would take a counter to the right side of the field and lower my pass to pick up the very tough first down. With 50 seconds left on 1st and goal, my guy Jalen stepped up yet again, throwing an absolute dagger to the back of the end zone for a touchdown. But we left way too much time on the clock, and Texas A&M would go on to win by a field goal, handing us our first loss of the season. 2-3 Kentucky would be next on our schedule, and we'd be back at home. That loss to the Aggies dropped us down to the number 9th ranked team in the country. Man, it's just something about those close losses that hurt the most. I don't know about y'all, but I'd rather get my back blown out than lose a close game like that. Anyways, I was still having a tough time adjusting to the new offense, mainly because I was on the sideline most of the time watching. I noticed it always seemed to be once we reached the red zone. I guess my main concern was I didn't want the narrative to get out there that I couldn't perform in the red zone or that I couldn't make plays without having a lot of space. The team seemed to be pretty sluggish and out of sync. This would normally be the time that Coach Saban pulled everybody together and gave us a good talking to, but that never happened. Now, I try not to make too much out of tough, close games versus weaker opponents, but it was during that game versus Kentucky that I knew we definitely weren't a championship caliber team. And to make matters worse, I would go down with a very painful injury midway through the second quarter and be sidelined for the remainder of the game. Luckily, my guys were able to come together and pull off a very tough victory at home. Now, I wish I could say that this was our worst game of the season, but unfortunately, that wouldn't be true. Now, we were approaching the midway mark of the season, and I decided to check the standings for the Heisman. I was surprised to see that the list was made up of all running backs, and I was ranked number 2. Now, of course, this didn't really matter because we still had a whole nother half of the season left, but seeing that gave me a little bit of added motivation that I would go on to use when things got tough later down the road. Arkansas would be our next opponent on the schedule. Now, regardless of their record, they always come to play and normally put up a pretty good fight. Coming into this season, I was extremely concerned about our offensive line, only because they were impacted the most by the transfer portal. But I have to give them credit. Up until that point of the season, they had been doing a tremendous job creating holes for me to run through and keeping the pocket clean for Jalen. We would drive all the way down the field, but pick up an unnecessary clipping penalty, which would cause us to have to settle for a field goal. Towards the beginning of the second quarter, Jalen would take over the game. He couldn't have stepped up at a better time because we were definitely in need of a spark. Our defense had done their job and held the Razorbacks to only 3 points, so it was time for us to do ours. But just like it's been all season, as soon as we reached that red zone, I'd be on the sideline watching. Luckily this time the guys were able to capitalize and score a touchdown, giving us the lead. Now I have trouble even watching this next play because it hurts so bad. We were all tied up in the fourth quarter when I would commit the only fumble in my 3-year career here at Bama. Not only did I fumble the ball, but the Razorbacks defense took it back for a touchdown. Then to make things even worse, I had 2 chances on the next drive to pick up first downs, but got stopped short each time. Listen, bro, that's when I realized how ruthless fans could be. My DMs were filled with death threats and people talking about I messed up their parlays. We went on to lose our second game of the season and it came at the hands of me. No pun intended. The rivalry game that we look forward to all season was next up, and as you can see, tensions were at an all-time high. Look at the way the Tennessee defender tackles me not once but twice. I didn't even have the ball and the refs didn't call nothing. But hey, just like I did for Dre, I got it back in blood. The next play was one of the best plays of my college career. Just when it looked like my back was against the wall, I found my way out. But look though, I still wasn't done beating in the back of the defense. I didn't care if we was at their house or not. I wasn't tolerating any disrespect. Look, I stood on business all game and had my way with them boys. I finished with over 280 yards on just 20 attempts and 3 touchdowns. My performance in those last 2 games moved me up to the #1 spot in the Heisman race. Even though our team hadn't been playing the best and we probably wouldn't be competing for a championship, I still refused to take my foot off that gas. Down at home early versus Mississippi State, the offense was in need of a spark. We hadn't scored all game and it was already the end of the first quarter. I think up until that point I had only been given a ball 3 times and I only had like 8 yards, so y'all know I needed to make my presence felt. Jalen found Isaiah Bond for a huge 38-yard pass, then I would be given a ball on a draw play to the strong side of the field, break a tackle and score a diving 21-yard touchdown, tying the game. On the next drive, I came out with that same energy. I mean, I really ran the ball like my life depended on it. I was able to pick up a few key first downs, and then of course I would go take my position on the sideline as soon as we got into the red zone. You know what? Until this day, I'm still confused as to why my backup Jam wanted me to stay here at Bama. I mean, if I was to leave, he would have my starting spot. So what was his motive? I mean, did he know with me here we'd have the best chance to win another championship? Or did he know he'd get all the red zone touches? I don't know, man. Y'all comment down below. Let me know what y'all think. Anyways, we went on to pull away and get the victory at home over Mississippi State, but it was in this game that I broke the school's single season rushing record, which is huge considering all the great running backs that's come through this university. Y'all remember a few minutes ago after the Kentucky game when I said this wouldn't be our worst game of the season? Well, I wasn't lying. Our performance versus Ohio left a lot to be desired for. I don't know what it was, but we just couldn't get up for this game. Nah, I'm lying, man. I know exactly what it was. We really didn't have much to play for. Now, of course, we were still eligible for a bowl game, but things are a little bit different here at Alabama. The standard isn't a bowl game. No, the standard is a championship game. That's what we play for. So if that's off the table, then things start to seem pointless. Well, to me at least. Look, the same way I took responsibility for fumbling and costing us the game in Arkansas, Jalen, you my dog, but you for sure almost lost us the game versus Ohio. I don't know what bro was on before the game, but man, he was playing horrible. Luckily, he got back right before things got too far out of hand and we were able to turn things around. The final score was like 17-10. I think it's safe to say at that point we had all mentally checked out. The final game of the season and what could potentially be the final game of my college career came at home in the rain versus our rivals Auburn. This game started off in literally the worst possible way as Jalen threw a pick 6 on his very first pass. And then on the next drive, this dude dropped back in the pocket and took a 13-yard sack. Listen, bro, I thought I had it bad when I fumbled versus Arkansas, but y'all should have seen this dude's DMs after the game. They wanted Buddy's head. But just like old times, when things started to get ugly, I stepped up and pulled off yet another crazy run when we needed it the most, tying the game up at 7. Of course, Auburn wasn't backing down. They took the ball the full length of the field to go back up by 7. Y'all should know I wasn't ducking no smoke. I came right back out on the next possession and almost made another house call. Look, I've played in a lot of crazy games since I've been here, but I honestly think this might have been the craziest one. I mean, the crowd was so loud I could barely even think. But look, just as I started to get warmed up, the unthinkable happened. I took a huge bone-crushing hit by 2 Auburn defenders that caused me to miss the remainder of the game. But even without me in the game, we still had a chance to win. Down 4 points with 12 seconds left, Jalen makes the worst possible pass. Instead of throwing the ball away, he threw it directly into the hands of the defense. Man, we had to stand there and watch this man take an interception back for a touchdown to end the game. So unfortunately, my junior season didn't end up going as expected. We didn't make the national championship game, and I came in second place in the Heisman voting. I took a risk by making the decision to stay at Alabama and play under a new coach in a new system. But hey, it is what it is. Now I have an even bigger decision to make. Should I forego the NFL and try to win another Heisman or national championship? Or should I hire an agent and enter my name into the draft? Man, y'all let me know what my next move should be down below. Man, can somebody please explain the purpose of the NFL draft combine? I mean, honestly, what do they expect to see from me doing a few non-contact drills that they didn't already see watching me play 3 years of college football? But my agent said it would probably help my draft stock if I went, so it is what it is. Anyways, my flight is about to board, so let me catch y'all up with everything that's happened since the last time we talked. After meeting with the sports agents in LA, I returned back to my crib in Alabama. Man, I can't lie, I miss kicking it with the guys. We really just chilled and played the game and reflected on last season. Well, after a while, of course, we started talking about our plans for next season, and that's when I told them I was thinking about going pro. Yeah, if I'm being honest, I've really been thinking about going to the league, but I really don't know.
Man, Goofy, what you don't know?
Nah, bro, it ain't even like that. I'm just saying, what if?
What if? What if what? Bro, like, you got millions of dollars just waiting on you. Yo, stop playing with this money before we get on your head, man.
Yeah, bro, you tripping. If I was in your spot, I would have been gone. I mean, what you staying here for? To go 8-4 again? Man, enter your name in the draft and go to the league and be great.
Nigga, tripping.
They didn't know it at the time, but that was all the confirmation I was looking for. I mean, I had already talked to my coaches and my grandparents and listened to their opinions, but I was needing somebody to keep it 100% real with me. I spent the rest of that night kicking it, and then the first thing the next morning, I called the guys over at WME and let them know I was going pro. Everything moved so fast. I made the announcement that I was entering the league, and then the next thing I knew, I was back in LA training for the combine. I was planning on staying in Alabama and training at the facilities there, but my agent insisted that I come back to LA and train with his guys over at Zeus Gym. I can't lie, bro, that was definitely some of the best work I've ever gotten. Not only that, but all my workouts were private, so that meant the gym was completely empty, just me and the trainers. But look, when I wasn't getting my meat stretched out in the gym, I was on the beach doing sand sprints with a 20-pound weight vest on. Bruh, I swear I felt like I was preparing for war or something. But my overall experience with Zeus Gym was a 10 out of 10, so hey, if you ever on the West Coast and you looking to get in some good work, I definitely recommend hitting them up.
Alright, so look, I'm gonna walk you through how everything is gonna work, okay?
Alright, cool.
So first they'll have you come out and do a bench press. This drill isn't as important for your playing style, so just do the best you can. Then next they'll have you do the 40-yard dash. Now we talked about this before, so you know how important this is. After that, there'll be a few movement drills, which should be a piece of cake, and then they'll have you do a few drills with the ball. Listen, you've got this, man. Just stay calm and do what you always do, okay?
Okay, yeah, right, I got you. Just stay calm. Man, bro, I haven't threw up like that in years. I know my agent told me to stay calm, but I think I just had a nervous breakdown. After I got off my knees in the bathroom, I had to call and talk to my granny. When the stakes are high like this and everything's on the line, she's really the only person that seems to keep me calm. But I think I'm good now. Yeah, it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm just going to go out here and do what I do. Focus on what I can control, and anything other than that is out of my hands. All right, man, the time has finally come. We are on stage getting ready to do this bench press, man. Now, I remember my agent telling me to kind of, preserve my energy, but I'm going for 20 reps, man. Let's go. That's 2. This is easy. Come on, bro. You got to go all the way down, man. Let's go. Lock in, man. Lock it out. Lock it out. Lock it out. Let's go. That's 5. Y'all stamina's looking good. I'm feeling good, man. Let's go. Yeah. That's 8. That's 8. That's 9. Come on, baby. That's 10 reps right there, man. 10 more and we good. 10 more and we good. D, lock it out, man. Okay, that's 12. Our stamina's kind of going crazy, bro. We running out of stamina. That's 14. Give me 15 of them things. Oh, you got to go all the way down, bro. Okay, here we go. That's 16. Come on. Can you get 17? Can you get 18? Can you get 18? Okay. Not too bad, y'all. Not too bad, man. I was able to knock out 18 reps, although it should have been right at like 20 because I didn't go down all the way, I believe, on like 2 reps. But hey, 18 is pretty good. Let's see where we ranked. Okay. We ranked number 13 out of the running backs, man. That's not very good, but hey, I'll take it. Let's move on to this 40-yard dash. All right, man. It's that time, bro. It's that time to go ahead and lock in, bro. Yes, sir. Get your mind right. Get your mind right, man. This is for everything. This is for all the marbles, man. You need to perform. Let's go. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. Okay. Perfect start. Yeah, we moving. Okay. It's looking good. Okay. Oh my God, bro. A 4.29 is crazy, G. A 4.29 is crazy, and I officially took the number 1 spot out of all the running backs. Like, bro, I think that's up there with the record. I'm not sure what the record is, man. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we got to be a few half seconds away from the record of the fastest 40 time ever, bruh. I'm not even gonna hold y'all, bro. The rest of these drills is finna be cake. I'm worry free right now. The only thing I was worried about was that 40-yard dash, and we did our thing. Now we're here in the long jump or whatever it's called, bro. And hey, I'm pretty sure I did my thing on this as well. I think I should have got 12 feet, but they kind of hold me on that one, but it's all cool, bro. So we took first place in a broad jump as well. Let's go ahead and move on. What we got next, man? I think we got the cones. Yeah, we got the cones, man. I'm finna do my thing in these cones too. If y'all can't tell, man, I'm on 10 right now. We came out here and performed. The whole time I was in LA training, all I was worried about was a 40. I was on the beach doing 40-yard dashes with a 20-pound weight vest on, only to come out here and take first place in the 40-yard dash and first place in the broad jump, first place in this 20-yard shuttle. Hey, man, we doing our thing, and it's looking like your boy gonna be a lottery pick. Now, we have finally reached the portion of the NFL Combine where we hit the field and we show off our skills. Now, if you ask me, these drills are completely pointless simply because NFL scouts already have footage of me from the past 3 years performing these same exact moves against live defense. And not only live defense, but some of the best defense in the nation. But we ain't gonna complain, we just gonna make the best of it. So I'm doing my thing here, but the main thing that I am concerned about is the pass catching. See, my goal during this whole combine is to show off that I have speed and I have hands. That way you don't have to worry about me being in the game for the first and second down, but no, the third down as well. So we finished 4 for 4 on the reaction time drills. Now we're here at the pass catching, good over the shoulder catch, man. Let's go. I want to show off my route running a little bit. Now I'm a little shaky on the routes, bro, but as long as we catch the ball, we should be cool. Okay, let me see what we got here. Oh yeah, the route running is definitely not where it needs to be, but that's something we can fix, you know what I'm saying? Now we got our deep ball, bro. All you got to do is catch the ball, man. Good over the shoulder catch in the zone, man. We went 8 for 8 for the on the field drills. We did our thing. So look, we finished 13th in the bench press, first in the 40-yard dash, first in the broad jump, first in the 20-yard shuttle, and who knows what we finished in our drills, man. But we did our thing. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty confident right now. They have me ranked as a mid-first rounder. I don't know how I feel about that, bro, to be honest with you, but hey, man, I'm feeling confident going forward. Let's see what happens. Well, I guess I should start off by saying welcome to the new crib. I finally unpacked the final box a few days ago, and it's starting to feel like home around here. Now, the last time you saw me was at the NFL Draft Combine, so I know you probably wonder how I ended up here, right? Well, hey, let's talk about it. The house was full of people on the night of the draft. Yeah, I decided instead of flying to New York, I was gonna bring the NFL to the trenches. I was on edge most of the night, really just staying ducked off into myself. I was really just hoping I didn't get embarrassed and my name not get called. Well, my phone finally rung and it was the general manager for the Washington Commanders. I was officially an NFL running back. Next thing I knew, I was on a flight headed to the team's facility. When I got there, it was a huge celebration with so many new faces just happy to see me. The only thing I was worried about was signing that contract. I don't know, I was just paranoid thinking like, what if I break my leg walking into the building or something? But look, I officially inked a 4-year, $15.9 million deal with the Washington Commanders. Hey, I'm rich. As soon as I got to the city, the first step was finding a crib. Now, as we all know, this league can be extremely unpredictable at times, so rather than purchasing a huge mansion, I found a nice low-key house ducked off a few minutes away from the practice facility. Man, listen, it's got everything. A 2-car garage, a pool table, open kitchen, pond in the backyard, quiet neighborhood. Bro, I'm telling you, it's perfect. Now, I know y'all was probably expecting me to make some huge purchase, but nah. Honestly, I haven't spent any of my NFL money. Instead, I've just been living off my old NIL checks. Well, I guess the one big purchase I did make was my grandparents a new car. Man, they've had that Lexus forever, so to be able to put them in something new after all they've done for me, man, that felt amazing. Coming into training camp, I was the clear favorite for the starting job, but I knew I still had to compete and win the position. Well, during training camp, I did my thing and showed off why they drafted me here in the first place. But none of that even mattered unless I was performing against real competition. So the 3 preseason games would be my chance to fully secure the starting job, and I went out there and did just that. Coming out of my first preseason game, surprisingly, I wasn't nervous at all. Now, I did know the starting job was on the line, so I had to make an impact right away. But look, since this was just the first preseason game, my time on the field was very limited, just the first quarter. So every time I touched the ball, I tried my best to secure the first down. Another very important part of my preseason was to show off my pocket protection. Yeah, I had to make sure my guy Brissett felt extremely comfortable with me watching his back during those passing plays. See, in college at Alabama, I found myself on the sideline during those very important big third down plays. Well, I wanted to make sure that now I'm in the NFL, there's never a reason for me to be out of the game. But look, I had a pretty solid game, finishing with 50 yards and a touchdown on only 6 rushing attempts. Of course, there was still a lot more work to be done, but considering I only played 1 quarter, that wasn't too bad. The next game, we'd be back at home taking on the Ravens. Man, it felt so crazy because as a kid, I never really cared about sports, but for some reason, I'd always find myself watching Ray Lewis highlights. Y'all remember that intro we had on Madden 13? He had me ready to run through a brick wall. Him, Ed Reed, Terrell Suggs. Listen, man, that defense was goated. Anyways, this would be somewhat of a breakout game for me. I didn't put up huge numbers, but I definitely had a few glimpses of what I could do if I was given a few more touches. Although this was only our second preseason game, our offense was running very smoothly. We were able to move the ball up the field with ease, and my guy Jacoby was playing like Tom Brady. We pushed the defense back all the way to the goal line, and that's when I was able to take the draw play in for 6, giving me my first touchdown and giving us the lead. Just like we were able to dominate the Ravens defense, our defense was able to dominate the Ravens offense, holding them to 0 points all the way through the first quarter. Our next offensive drive picked up right where the last one ended, but there was a little bit of a mishap as I missed the key block coming off the edge, which led to a sack. No big deal though, we bounced right back, and my guy Jacoby threw an absolute beam over the top of the defense for like 75 yards, putting us right outside the end zone. Then of course, they put the ball in your boy's hands on a simple draw play, and I was able to increase our lead to 2 touchdowns. My efforts on the final play of the first half left a lasting impression on all my coaches, fans, and my teammates. Bruh, I made several key blocks that led to a huge touchdown. Honestly, I was the only person upfield blocking, so if it wasn't for me, we probably wouldn't have scored. In what would be our final preseason game, we'd be at home taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, initially I was set to play all the way up into the 4th quarter, if not the whole game, but based on my performance in training camp and my performance in the other preseason games, I had already secured the starting spot. I think knowing that I had already secured the starting job made me more relaxed, which then translated to me playing more freely. I came out during this game versus the Bengals razor focus, and it actually ended up being my best game thus far. The offense was really clicking and working very well together. Before the game, coach instructed us all to just focus on doing our job and our job only, and everything else would take care of itself. It kind of reminded me of my days at Bama because Coach Saban would give us those same exact instructions, and honestly, it worked out just like he said. But look, right at the end of the first quarter, I broke off a huge run up the middle of the defense. I was only 1 broken tackle away from scoring, but at the beginning of the second quarter, I would find my way into the end zone and give us a 7-point lead. Now, I know this was just the preseason and things are still liable to change, but if I'm being honest, man, I was really pleased with the way I was being used in the offense over the course of those 3 games. I had my hand in the running game and the passing game. And plus, I believe I showed the coaches that I'm not a liability when it comes to pass blocking. But look, we went on to pull away in the second half and we left the stadium with the W. I had a hell of a day on the ground, finishing with over 150 yards, 2 touchdowns on only 22 attempts. Now, I did have a small impact in the passing game as well. Look, I know there's still a long season ahead of us with many challenges and obstacles waiting, but I feel pretty comfortable saying that I think we're off to a good start. Man, listen, the way I was living while growing up in Chicago, I knew there was always a good chance I'd end up in jail. But as you all know, I've since changed my life and made something of myself. So for me to be sitting in a maximum security prison after coming this far is crazy. But I'm not here for the reason you may think. So about 2 weeks ago, I was at the crib in the kitchen, cooking some lunch and scrolling on YouTube. I had just finished up my morning workout and honestly, I was feeling pretty good. Well, that's when I got an urgent text message from my grandpa telling me to call him as soon as possible. Yo, what's up, Pops? Is everything okay?
Everything's fine.
I mean, you told me to call you. What's going on?
Alright, look, son, I'm gonna come right out and say it. Your father has been calling the house for the past few weeks looking to speak with you.
Man, hold on, what? Why you just not telling me this?
Your grandmother and I thought it'd be best if we waited until the season was over to tell you. That way you can stay focused on the game. But listen, I went ahead and gave him your number, so you should be hearing from him soon. I'll give you a call a little later. I love you, son.
Upset, confused, anxious, nervous. Man, those were all just a few of the emotions I felt while waiting on his call. I hadn't talked to my dad since a couple weeks after my 15th birthday. So for him to have the audacity to reach out now, after I made it this far, just blows my mind. I spent the rest of that day glued to my phone waiting for his call to come, but it never came. The following days, my nerves were just as high, so I knew I needed to get out the house. I spent the most of my time in the car exploring the city or putting in work in the weight room. Well, I was having lunch in the cafeteria at the team's training facility one day, and that's when the call finally came. Over the course of the next week, my dad and I talked every day for hours, mainly about sports, of course, and a few old memories from my childhood. Well, about 3 years ago, he got moved here to the Florida State Prison to finish off his sentence. I was going to be here in Florida anyways for the Pro Bowl, so I figured I may as well pay him a visit.
Man, look, son, I know me not being there for you after your mother passed, I know that hurt. I would have given anything to change the way things happen, but unfortunately, I can't. And that's something that haunts me every day.
Why did you feel it was okay to stop calling the house and responding to my letters after my mama died?
I was hurt, son. I was hurt. I mean...
You were hurt? You don't think I was hurt? Man, be for real. You not only left me to raise myself as a kid, but you left me again when I needed you the most.
Darius, look, man, I know I'm not perfect. None of us are. All I'm trying to do here is just establish a relationship with my son. Now, I understand that there's a lot we need to talk about, but we ain't got to get into all that in one day. Why don't we just catch up a little, man?
The visit with my dad went well, I guess. I mean, we talked through a few things, but there's still a lot more we need to discuss. He told me he had his sentence reduced and he should be getting out within the next 3 years. I honestly don't know how to feel about the whole thing, but I mean, it is what it is. Anyways, I got like a 2-hour drive back to Orlando, so I guess I might as well fill y'all in on how my first year in the league went. Man, it's a lot that they don't prepare you for in the league. You just really gotta adapt to the system. I thought I'd have a lot more free time than I did in college, but nah, it's the complete opposite. Most days I wake up at about 5:30 a.m. and have my protein shake, and then I do my morning routine. Shortly thereafter, I'm out the door to get in some early morning cardio. Now, I normally try to do about 3 miles at a pretty moderate tempo just to get my blood flowing. Once I'm done with that, it's off to the team facility for weights and my early morning meetings. Now, those usually last about 2.5, maybe 3 hours, and then depending on when our game is scheduled, we have a pretty intense practice. I ain't gonna lie though, you probably think that the practice would be somewhat fun, but honestly, it's really the worst part because all we do is walk through the exact same thing we just finished watching on film, but hey, I guess it is what it is, right? Another thing they don't prepare you for is your family begging. Man, honestly, I can't even really call these people my family because I never seen them before I made it to the league, but now that I'm here, they seem to be popping up everywhere. One of my uncles even matched with me on Tinder, posing as a fine-ass Latina chick. I'm telling y'all, bruh, it's getting crazy. But look, I was back in the city for the opening of my grandparents' new church. I guess you can consider this my first big purchase. Yeah, I was able to get the building for pretty cheap, and then I spent a couple thousand just remodeling the place. But anyways, while I was there visiting, that same uncle pulled me to the side to ask for a crazy request.
Oh, Darius, what's going on, baby? What's going on? Hey, just the man I wanted to see. Now, look, I just want to say, before I say anything, I want to say congratulations for all your accomplishments, whatever that is. But look, man, I got something to talk to you about. Real big money moves. So I think that was about last week. I was eating up at the homeless shelter, and I thought to myself, what if I started doing real estate for luxury cardboard homes? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? It'd be crazy. We start a line of cardboard boxes. We call it cheap living from the soup kitchen. You dig what I'm saying? Now look, all I'm gonna need is about 80 grand. Okay, I'm gonna need about 80 grand. And we can get this thing started. Now look, once everything get back, you know what I'm saying? I get 95. I take 95%, you get 20. Now tell me, do I look like somebody that's not trustworthy? Huh? You can trust me with your money. Go and give me that 80 grand. You can trust me with your money. Go and give me that 80 grand.
So look, I'll be the first to say that I lived a pretty boring life off the field this year. Yeah, I didn't do too much and I just stayed out the way for the most part. But on the field, that was a completely different story. I was a problem for any opposing defense they put in front of me. Not only that, but I became a key weapon on this year's team. As a matter of fact, let me show y'all some of the work I put in. We kicked our season off at home versus the Arizona Cardinals. Now, we had a pretty amazing training camp and preseason, so the team's morale was at an all-time high and the buzz throughout the city was crazy. But look, our offense came out really aggressive, moving the ball up the field with ease. Honestly, I figured with this being our first game, we come out more so conservative, but apparently Coach Riviera had other plans. But look, midway through the first quarter, I would score my first official NFL touchdown. That moment felt so unreal, but I couldn't celebrate for too long because, of course, we still had more work to do. Little did I know the joy I felt after scoring my first touchdown would come back only minutes later as I was able to find the end zone again for my second tutty of the game. We went on to take the victory in the season opener, and I had a hell of a day, putting up over 150 rushing yards on only 22 attempts, plus 3 touchdowns. Yeah, we was off to a very hot start. I've always heard about how hard it is to breathe a mile-high stadium, but honestly, I didn't pay it too much attention heading into week 2 to take on the Denver Broncos. This was my first NFL road game, so I didn't know what to expect. But if I'm being honest, it really wasn't all that bad. Yeah, it was loud, but I think Bama versus LSU games had the Bronco fans beat. Or it could have just been the fact that we had the stadium completely silent for most of the game as I broke off 2 huge back-to-back touchdown runs in just the first half. Now, as much as I'd like to take all the credit for my success during this game, it really belongs to those guys up front. I went completely untouched on both plays, which is crazy. Week 3, the Buffalo Bills came to town looking for the smoke. Yeah, of course, they was trying to put a stop to our undefeated season before it even got started. But, I mean, come on, bro. We wasn't going for none of that. After a huge kick return and only 3 offensive plays, we had already put up 7 points on the board. I mean, it was literally just 3 plays before we scored. Now, y'all know I got to keep it real, though. They completely had me shut down the entire game. I think going into halftime, I only had like 53 rushing yards. I was really struggling to get a first down. And to make matters even worse, my guy JB went down with the injury that was going to cause him to miss the next 6 weeks of the season, bruh. 6 weeks is crazy. But y'all know the old saying, next man up. Sam Howell came in the game throwing absolute darts, moving us up the field to score another touchdown and another victory at home, improving our record to a very impressive 4-0 to start the season. The Philadelphia Eagles. Man, even though I never really watched sports growing up, I always liked this squad, mainly because of how hard their fans rode for their team. I remember as a kid watching an old YouTube video of a couple Eagles fans running into the side of a car of a Cowboys fan that was stranded on the side of the road. Bruh, I don't know why that's so funny to me. But anyways, now the Eagles is the ops, and y'all should already know how I'm stepping every time it's smoke. I sent a message early on cracking over 100 rushing yards on just 5 attempts, but unfortunately, we faced a bit of adversity early on as well, as Sam threw a 70-yard pick 6 right before the halftime, which ultimately changed the whole dynamic of the game. We were down big in the fourth quarter with only a few minutes left, and things weren't looking too good, but we still fought hard. We drove all the way down the field and ended up getting a touchdown, but unfortunately, it was too little too late. We suffer our first loss of the season at the hands of the Philadelphia Eagles. Losing in the pros is a lot different than losing in college. Now, don't get me wrong, I truly believe all the players care the same, but if you really think about it, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to care about losing as a pro when you set to make millions regardless of the outcome. I think that must be what separates the average from the greats then, huh? But anyways, check this out. Our next game, we'd be taking on the home team, the Chicago Bears. I knew all my teammates and classmates and exes and uncles and cousins would be watching, so I was itching to make a big play. Unfortunately, that big play never came, but the team performed very well. Well, that was until my guy Sam, yet again, threw another interception, which eventually led to the Bears getting a touchdown and another loss for us on the season. No matter how good you play, the one thing you'll never be able to beat is turnovers. I remember going into week 6 versus the Falcons thinking that if we could just stop giving the ball back to the defense, we could actually have some success and pull off some tough games in the second half of the season. Well, those thoughts were quickly erased as we turned the ball over yet again on our first possession of the game. Of course, the Falcons took advantage of the good field position and went on to score. I knew we were in need of a boost of energy, so I came in clutch, taking a draw play up the field for like 20 yards, putting us right outside the red zone. The next play, I was able to find a huge hole in the zone coverage and fight for a few extra yards, almost picking up the first down. Finally, I busted my way into the end zone to tie the game up going into halftime. Well, so I thought. Man, the Falcons completely ran through our defense, taking the lead back and going up by 11 points. Yet again, we found ourselves trailing in another close game. At this point, I wasn't having much success on the ground, so that was all the more reason to become a threat through the air. I broke off my blocking assignment and became wide open over the middle, catching the pass and taking it in for a touchdown, but unfortunately we missed the field goal, so we were still down by 5. Luckily, our defense was able to hold up and force a turnover, putting the ball back into our hands with more than enough time to start a comeback. I would come up clutch yet again on a wheel route out the backfield for a touchdown. Y'all remember all that work I was putting in on my pass catching in Alabama, right? Well, as you can see, it all paid off. We then went on to successfully complete the 2-point conversion, giving us a 3-point lead. Somehow the Falcons managed to score not once, but twice. I mean, they really put up 14 points all in a matter of 5 minutes. I honestly still don't know what happened. Like, to this day, I have no idea, bruh, but even though we played a good game, we still went on to suffer defeat. Yet again, those turnovers played a huge role in our demise, but like I always say, it is what it is. Week 7 taking on the New York Giants, we finally had my guy Jacoby Brissett back in the lineup, and I was excited. Well, that excitement only lasted about 3 plays as Buddy came out and threw a damn interception on the opening drive. Honestly, I wasn't even really too much upset. I mean, hell, by that point I was already used to it. Believe it or not, we played even worse with our starting QB back in the lineup than we did with his backup. And can y'all believe the Giants equipment manager tried to shoot the ones with me on the sideline? Now, I started to suck Buddy off, but luckily I was able to contain myself. But look, my guy JB played absolutely horrible. I knew he was coming back from injury, so I didn't expect too much, but come on, bro. We literally only scored 1 touchdown all game, and that came off of a screen pass. Man, I think bro really finished with like 90 passing yards for the whole game, and you guessed it, we lost again. Week 9, back at home versus the Eagles with the chance to tie the season series. But come on now, y'all should know better than that. It was much of the same. I'll give it to my guy JB, he played a little bit better, but I keep telling y'all, those turnovers put us out of games before they even get started. We were finally able to score on the opening drive for the first time in what felt like forever, but unfortunately, that was really the only bright spot of the game. Of course, in the second half, we were trailing, but the game was still close, so it was only right for us to throw an interception and the Eagles go on to score a touchdown. I swear, if it was allowed, I probably would have bet against my own team this season because we played so predictable. I mean, it was the same thing week after week, and honestly, it got to the point that it started to feel pointless. I felt like a lot of the guys were out there just running around, playing with no pride, and honestly, it got flat out embarrassing. We became that team that you were embarrassed to lose to. Week 9, we be on the road in Foxborough taking on the New England Patriots. We finally were matched up against a team that I honestly felt like we were better than. We started off playing pretty well as me and JB were able to make a beautiful connection to the back of the end zone for 6. Then coming out on the next drive, I had the wheel route coming out of the backfield, but it ended up getting intercepted and took all the way back for a touchdown. As I mentioned before though, we were used to playing against adversity, so we didn't panic. We just came back out on the next drive and made more plays. At this point of the season, I had become a huge threat through the air and of course on the ground. I mean, I was literally carrying the offense every single game and I was ranked second on the team in reception yards. Now, I'd be lying to y'all if I told you my body wasn't starting to feel all those hits, but there were still games left to be played. With 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter and a 2-point lead, I went on to put the final nail in the coffin, pulling off the highlight reel type play for a touchdown, giving us a 2-possession lead and securing the win on the road. This game was actually one of my best games of the season as I was able to finish with over 170 rushing yards, 96 receiving yards, and 3 touchdowns. I remember the exact moment like it was yesterday. It was week 10 and we were on the road in Seattle. Right before kickoff, I had looked at the playoff picture and of course we were nowhere to be found. Honestly, we were having a horrible season and not much to play for, so that's when I decided to be selfish. Now, normally with my team being so bad, I would probably just go through the motions, not take stuff serious. But it was at that moment that I promised myself to still put my all into the game until the end of the season. Turnovers had been a huge problem for the team all year, but I was always able to say I was never really responsible for any of them. Well, my first fumble came during this game, and honestly, I ain't have nobody to blame but myself. Of course, we ended up losing yet another game, but like I said, I had shifted my focus. I didn't care about winning anymore. I was only worried about putting up huge numbers, and I did just that. With just 2 minutes left in the game, I made a huge house call off a screen pass, stuffing the stat sheet before the end of regulation. Week 11, we'd be back at home taking on the New York Giants again for the second time this season. To my surprise, the fans still packed the stadium and were screaming just as loud as they were the first game of the season. I really appreciated the fans being there and showing their loyalty. However, I was upset that we didn't give them much to cheer for. Listen, we only scored one single touchdown this game. I mean, like literally one touchdown. No matter how much enthusiasm you may have, bro, that's hard to cheer for. And I know y'all probably sick and tired of hearing me talk about how bad we were, but bruh, I wish I was lying. And it wasn't like we weren't running the plays correctly or the other team was just way bigger and stronger than us. No, they were just simply better. Yes, I said it. Every team we faced was simply better, especially at the skill positions. Minus me, of course. Well, look, man, we dropped another game at home, adding another loss to our miserable record. The final game of my rookie season came week 13 versus the Dallas Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day. Yeah, I know you're probably confused and wondering why my season was cut short. Well, listen, I was equally confused when I got the news and had no idea what was going on. That's when I was introduced to NFL politics. Now, I don't know if I'm even supposed to be telling y'all this, but I'm going to explain everything to you how they explained it to me. With the team officially being out of the playoff picture, there was literally no reason for us to still be playing. So it would be pointless for me to be out there taking those hits for no reason. I spent the next 5 weeks of the season on the sideline with a toe injury, whatever that means. But look, I stood there and watched us lose 4 out of the next 5 games. A few of the big names in the front office assured me things were going to change over the offseason, so just stay patient. Well, bruh, they wasn't lying. On January 8th, they officially fired Coach Rivalry and a few other members of the staff. Even though our season was absolutely horrible, I still managed to achieve a great deal of success, as I was of course named to the NFL All-Pro team, and I'll be playing in my first Pro Bowl. Look, I don't know what the future holds for me here in Washington, but I do know that wherever I'm at, I'm going to shine. Y'all stayed down with me from the grimy streets of Chicago to the bright lights of the NFL. The road to glory is a long journey, and it looks like I still got a ways to go, but I think I'm headed in the right direction. Now that was a crazy story, but we just getting started. This next series also gained well over 1 million views and quite honestly was my favorite. Just like Darius, Anthony was forced to overcome many obstacles on his road to glory. But what made his story unique was he had a kid relying on his success to survive. Next up, we have the Blood Brothers series. Say man, welcome to the first episode of Blood Brothers. Now I know many of you may not know who I am, but my name is Anthony King. I'm the younger brother of Reggie King from the Road to Glory series. Look, I think they did a fantastic job chronicling bro's journey to the NFL, but if I'm being honest, man, they left out quite a few details. So I figured why not pick up a camera and record my own journey. So with that being said, let's get started. Alright man, so listen, first and foremost, me and my brother were raised with both parents. Look, I don't know why my pops wasn't included in that little Sports Central show, but he was very much a part of our lives. As a matter of fact, he and my mom were high school sweethearts and they stayed together the majority of our childhood. Now, when my parents split up, bro and I went to stay at my dad's house, and honestly, I think this is where my love for the game comes from. I mean, all he talked about was football. As a matter of fact, this dude had us doing 2-a-days and studying film when I was in middle school. But look, Reggie and my pops never got along. It was always some sort of tension in their relationship. And quite honestly, as bro got older, things just seemed to get worse. Well, at one point things got so bad that we had to go stay back in my mom's crib. Look, life in my mom's house was rough. If I'm being honest, bro, I felt like a stepchild or something. For some reason, I've always been closer to my pops and my mom knows that. So I think a little bit of the resentment she had for him, she ended up taking out on me. The lack of love and attention caused me to become rebellious and I found myself in a little bit of trouble with the law. I figured me getting locked up would take a little bit of the attention off Reggie and put a little bit on me, but nah, it was the exact opposite. Out of nowhere, bro started going crazy on the field. I mean, this dude went from like a 2-star, 2.5-star athlete to being one of the top recruits out of LA. That's around the same time Sports Central came around, and as you know, bro went on to do big things. But say after bro graduated and went to UCLA, all that attention he had transferred to me. Coaches knew football ran through our blood, so they wanted to see if I could take them to their second state championship. Man, I must have balled out my sophomore year. I mean, I was really laying it on them boys thick. First team All-State, California All-Star, team captain, the whole 9. We ended up losing in sub-state that year, but I was confident we had all the pieces to win it next year. Well, man, that's when this happened. What do you mean we're moving? I can't just up and change schools in the middle of the year. What about football?
Look, Anthony, I'm not going back and forth with you. You heard what I said, and that's final. We will figure everything else out once we get settled, but for right now, I need you to go look and see how many empty boxes we have left in that garage. Thank you.
Bro used his NIL money to rent me and Mom's a house out near the valley. Man, that one move would kill all my state championship dreams with Inglewood, and it would also make me ineligible to play at Campbell Hall since I transferred in the middle of the year. So in total, that meant no football my entire junior year. But listen, man, my time at Campbell Hall was horrible. I just couldn't relate to nobody there. I mean, everything seemed fake and superficial. Plus, we had to wear them dumbass uniforms. On top of that, our football team sucked, like hot garbage. But say, man, I had lost pretty much all the hype I had by not playing my junior year. So when it came time to commit to a college, I didn't have very many options, and the options I did have weren't very good. Well, that's how I ended up here, Eastern Michigan University. Alright, so look, now that y'all know the journey that I took to get to this point, we can actually get into everything that's happened since I've been here at EMU. But say, it's very important y'all stay tuned to the end of the episode because I think I'm going to need your help deciding on what my next move should be. Man, look, I'll be honest, I was totally against coming to this school. I mean, not because it's a bad place or anything like that, but I just have my mind set on catching passes and returning kicks at USC or Oregon. But I gotta give credit where it's due. Man, my pops helped me change my mindset and develop a positive attitude. Big bro looked out in a major way. He rented me a pretty nice apartment about 2 minutes away from campus, and he gave me his credit card to furnish the place and buy food. That way all I had to focus on was football. Reggie knew I wasn't the happiest about being here. That's why he told me to use this time to develop my game and build my body up for the pros. I took bro's advice and set out to do just that. During training camp, the coaches were very impressed with my play at practice, but they said it was a bit inconsistent. I'd make an amazing catch one play, and then on the very next play, I'll probably drop a wide open pass. So my goal while I'm here is to improve my route running and become a deep threat, and also improve my ability to catch the ball through contact. I would start the season off as a third string receiver, but I wasn't really tripping because I knew I wouldn't be there long. Also, depending on the package, I knew I would get a chance to come in as a slot receiver. Plus, I'd be back returning punts and kickoffs. Man, kicking off the first game of the season, I knew if I was going to earn a spot in the offensive rotation, I would first have to make an impact on the kick returns. I told myself every time I touched the ball to try to take that thing to the house. But look, I wouldn't see the field again until midway through the second quarter, where I would make the first catch of my young college career. Now, it's one thing I want you guys to keep in mind. At this point, I was just a freshman third string receiver. So for the first few games of the season, I couldn't run whatever route I wanted to or call for the ball every play. Nah, it don't work like that. But look, it's one thing my big bro and my pops always told me, and that's effort will get you seen on film. So whether my job was to be a decoy in the offense or run block, I was going to give them my all. Man, at the beginning of the fourth quarter, I almost made a huge house call on a kick return, giving us excellent field position to start off the next drive. Now, this is where I would show I was a true student of the game. I was able to break off my route and find a huge hole in the defense to secure a big first down. Then on the very next play, knowing I had to step on my defender, I extended my route just a little bit and made the very tough catch, putting us right outside the end zone, which led to a 2-yard touchdown, tying the game with only 2 minutes left in regulation. Now, luckily, our defense was able to come up with a huge stop and put the ball back in our hands with only 1 minute left in the game. Now, of course, I wanted to be the go-to receiver on this drive, but I knew it wasn't quite my time. Instead, my boy Hassan would come up with a huge 46-yard reception, giving us excellent field position, which led to a very strange fumble recovery in the end zone for the win. Your boy would finish the game with 5 receptions for 79 yards and 2 huge kick returns. Hey, not bad for a third-string receiver. The next game would be verse number 21 ranked Penn State at their house. Say, man, I can't lie, seeing all those fans have my stomach in a knot. I was a little bit nervous, but I knew it was finally my time to take stage. This game, I would get a chance to see the field in the first quarter. I came up clutch on a few fourth downs, but it was strange because after I made those big plays, I would immediately be sent to the sideline. I was there to do my job and help the team out in whichever way I could. Now, they did seem to struggle to move the ball without me on the field. Then right on cue, I line up in that slot position and bail us out of trouble. Well, eventually towards the end of the first quarter, all my contributions would lead to an 11-yard passing touchdown, giving us the lead on the road. My confidence was extremely high at this point, and I really started to feel like I was becoming a reliable weapon for our offense. But that confidence would get me in trouble as calling for the ball would lead to a big interception by the Penn State defense. Now, quite honestly, I felt like the quarterback could have did a little bit better job leading me on the route, but I learned quickly about accepting accountability as the coach would put me on the sideline next to him for the rest of the game. I went on to finish with 7 catches for 69 yards, and we suffered our first loss of the season. We traveled to New Jersey to take on Rutgers our next game. This is what I would consider my coming out party. I mean, even though I considered the 2 guys in front of me my boys, I knew I was a lot better than them, and it was finally time for me to show it. My play at practice and in the first 2 games of the season proved my ability to not only be able to read the zone defense, but to beat it, and I did just that. It would be in this game I would come up with my first collegiate touchdown off of a dig route to the back of the end zone. My play would be the only bright spot in this game as we went on to lose, mainly due to the 3 interceptions thrown by our quarterback Cam. But after this game, I would meet with the offensive coordinator and he would let me know I had officially secured the 2nd receiver spot on the depth chart. Say, man, listen, if last game was my coming out party, then this was me sending a message to everybody in college football that I'm really that guy. I had the confidence not only within myself, but from my coaches and teammates as well. I mean, even though technically I was still the 2nd receiver on the depth chart, it was clear that every time Cam dropped back to make a pass, I was his first option. Now, we hadn't quite built the chemistry of me being able to completely make up my own routes, but I sure as hell was breaking off the original route and carving up the defense. This would lead to several big gains and a couple touchdowns. Not to mention I was able to break the school's single game receiving record as well. I was having a field day and the Ball State defense clearly didn't have an answer for me. But with all that being said, man, we would still go into overtime and take a heartbreaking loss at home on what should have been a wide open touchdown. But as you can see, man, Buddy stepped right out of bounds. Man, look, after a huge game at home and breaking the school receiving record, it was a no-brainer that I moved up the depth chart to the number 1 spot. It was officially my team and I didn't give a damn how anybody felt about it. Look, at this point, it's clear why I came here. It was to get better and increase my stock, so when it was time to jump in the transfer portal, I'll have more options than I did coming out of high school. But it seemed like once I got the keys to the offense, my focus changed. I went from just wanting to be seen and stuff the stat sheet to actually wanting to win, and that energy became contagious. Not only on the field for game day, but in the locker room, on the practice field, in the classroom, everywhere. The Buffalo game would not only be the start of a winning streak, but the start of a cultural shift here at Eastern Michigan. That shift I just mentioned would stay with us for the remainder of the season, and trust me, it would definitely be needed. In the next game versus Army, we would face adversity late in the 4th quarter as a miscommunication between me and Cam led to a pick 6. And then on the following kick return, I would go down with the injury causing me to miss the remainder of the 4th quarter. Say, man, the team would fight back strong and send the game into overtime. Now, y'all know it ain't no way I was just going to sit on the sideline and watch my guys fight for the win. I came through clutch near the red zone for a 19-yard reception. All the pain I was feeling from that stinger I had just suffered earlier in the 4th was setting in, but I ain't give a damn. I immediately called for the no huddle and lined the team right back up to go for the win in overtime. The defender had the curl route shut down, so I broke off into a slant and Cam had the ball right there waiting for me. We would go on to win the game in overtime and send them Army boys back to the base with the L. Say, man, look, the team was in a very good spot and I was finally getting the attention I had always wanted. Now, I'm not going to act like people was just screaming my name all across the world, but hey, I was kind of a big deal here in the Mid-American Conference. I had one player of the week 3 weeks in a row, and we finally started to turn things around. But say in our conference home game versus Ohio, it was almost like the defense was non-existent. I mean, our team chemistry was at an all-time high, and it literally looked like a game of pitch and catch. We would jump out to an early lead and never look back. I think I went for like 3 tuds and 250, 220 yards, something like that. Anyways, I was in my bag, bro, and it was clear that the defense could do nothing to stop it. Of course, we went ahead and took the blowout win at home and moved forward to the next week on the road versus Northern Illinois. Now, I know their stadium may not be the biggest, but hey, it's definitely the nicest in the Mid-American Conference if you ask me. but I would come out looking to set the tone early with a huge 55-yard kick return. Say, I had to let them boys know that, yeah, we may have lost a few games, but we certainly still had that dog in us. We would go down to score on the first drive of the game, giving us the 7-0 lead, and then of course our defense would do what they do, getting a stop. But look, I was on a punt return looking to make magic happen, but instead of magic happening, man, tragedy set in as I would go down with the gruesome season-ending ACL injury. Now, obviously that wasn't the way I wanted to finish the year. Just as we started to pick up momentum, I went down with a season-ending injury. But luckily I'll be able to make a full recovery and be back 100% for next season. But say, this season wasn't a total waste. I was voted to the freshman All-American team for the entire NCAA. I also finished 7th in total overall receiving yards. I think I made several improvements in my route running and my ability to high point the ball. But most importantly, I increased my stock in the transfer portal. Say man, I need y'all help. Should I stay here at EMU and try to build something with the new incoming recruits? Or should I jump in the transfer portal and weigh out my options? Man, I can't lie, I'm loving what Coach Prime is doing down in Boulder. But hey, I'll let y'all decide. Comment down below and let me know what my next move should be. I know y'all probably already heard the news and read all those headlines about me being kicked off the team, right? Man, listen, you can't believe everything you hear. Those news outlets almost never tell you the truth, and those headlines never give you the full story. But luckily I started this series so I could tell y'all exactly what happened. So we gonna get into everything, but listen, I need you to watch to the very end of this episode. That way you get the full story with all the details. Man, let's get started. So at the end of last episode, I found myself at a crossroad. Either stay here at EMU for another season or test out my luck in the transfer portal. I had been praying for a sign telling me what my next move should be, but when I finally got that sign, man, it was way more than I had bargained for. While I was recovering from my ACL injury last season, I ended up meeting Amari at one of my physical therapy sessions. Say, man, she's super cool. I mean, down to earth. And she loved football, so y'all know we bonded off rip. But listen, I spent most of my time with her. We'd either be watching bro do his thing with the Raiders on Sunday, or we'd be studying. Yeah, studying. But listen, man, y'all should already know what happened next. She hit me with that late text. You know that late text, that I think I'm late text? Yeah, bro, it was official. Your boy found out he had a baby on the way. With Mari being pregnant, man, there was no way I was leaving EMU, and I knew football was no longer just a game. Nah, this would be what I used to feed my family. I told myself if bro can make it to the league, then so could I. Man, I took my training to a whole nother level, both in the gym and on the field. When spring practice came around, this would be my first chance to get a look at this year's team. Honestly, it wasn't too many new faces. For the most part, it was the same exact squad we had last year. Now, that would be both good and bad. It would be good because our core foundation was still intact and we had already built a little bit of chemistry together, but bad because last year we weren't very good. But listen, one of the new faces on the team would be our offensive coordinator, Coach Larry June. He was coming from some JUCO college somewhere in Kansas. I mean, dude was a straight up weirdo. I don't know, man, he kind of seemed full of himself, but I just told myself to focus on doing my job and the rest will fall in place.
Anthony, please tell me your brother lying and you ain't up there got some girl pregnant. Have you lost your mind? I can't believe, you know what? No matter of fact, I can't believe it because only you would do some stupid shit like that. You don't know what you done got yourself into, boy. Call me back right now. Call me back.
I had decided not to tell my mom about Mari being pregnant until the end of the season. Instead, I just told my pops and my big bro. But I don't know why I told Reggie because dude can't keep a secret to save his life. But say, man, now y'all see why I decided to keep the news from her. Anyways, I just used her reaction as added motivation to ball out during the season. But look, man, I'm finna show y'all what led to the argument between me and the offensive coordinator and me eventually quitting the team. Stay tuned. Alright, so look, the first game of the season was versus number 19 Florida. Now, we all know to them, this was nothing more than a warm-up game. But to us here at EMU, man, it was like a Super Bowl. Bruh, listen, I'm only gonna show y'all one highlight from this game because honestly, that's all there really was. We got blown out by like 40 points. It was mad embarrassing, but hey, we just gonna keep it moving. The next game would be at home versus FCS Midwest. Somehow they had already lost 4 games on the season, so honestly, we just expected to walk right through them. Now, I did struggle early on with my matchup versus a very experienced corner, but hey man, it wouldn't be long until I was right back on the field making plays for my team. But say, it would be in this game that I would start to see there was definitely going to be a problem with the new offensive coordinator. I mean, we drive the ball all the way down the field, right at the goal line in position to score. But for some reason, their best offensive player, me, was on the sideline with a water bottle in his hand. Of course, we wouldn't score and we'd have to settle for a field goal, but I wasn't tripping. Now, the first time that happened, I didn't think anything of it. I went right back out there and made another huge play for my team. Then somehow we weren't able to convert on a 3rd and inches, and we had to settle for yet another field goal. At this point, I was pissed, but I didn't say anything. We went on to win this game 12-3, and I was only targeted 5 times the entire game. But hey, we won, so I wasn't tripping. Going into the Michigan State game, both Cam and I were on the same page. See, we knew this would be our chance to put on a show in front of a huge crowd and in the nationally televised game. But the OC was still on his BS. Yet again, I'd make a huge play and put us in position to score, then immediately I'd be taken out and forced to watch the action from the sideline. Honestly, I didn't know what to think of this. I didn't know if Buddy had something against me or if I was just taking things too personal. Either way, I didn't like it. But look, with just about a minute left in the first half, we put together a few quick completions to get a first down and stop the clock, and then we were able to find our way into the end zone, cutting the lead down right before halftime. Only down 9 points midway through the third quarter, our defense was able to get a huge stop. The ball was back in our hands, and I was ready to go down and get a tud, but just like I've been trying to tell y'all, man, I make a huge play, then be put right back on the sideline. This time it would be for 3 consecutive plays. I'd be watching and unable to make an impact. I was pissed and I knew something had to change, but for the time being, man, it was still more football to play. Man, I came down on the next possession and showed these boys why I was a preseason All-American. I ran every route I was given with precision, and when we got up to the goal line, I come up with a huge play for the touchdown. Then on the very next play, I snagged a 2-point conversion, bringing us within 2 points of tying the game. 26 seconds left and a chance to win. Man, it was time for me to take stage. I ain't give a damn what nobody was talking about. I wasn't coming out the game. And if the ball was being thrown, it for sure had better been coming my way. But say, me and Cam was already locked in. We had prepared for this exact moment several times all throughout the summer. 9 seconds left on the last play of the game. The ball was in my hands, but I come up just short of the touchdown. And with no timeouts left, man, we had no choice but to sit and watch the clock hit 0. After the Michigan State game, man, I was furious. Not only did we lose, but the play calling was horrible. I was on 10 and ready to run up in the coach's office with the AR, but Big Bro calmed me down like he always has. He told me to just chill, give it one more game, and if things don't change, then I should reach out and have the conversation. So that's what I did. I came out focused versus our in-state rivals, Central Michigan. As a matter of fact, man, this would be my best game in college so far. After that talk with Bro, man, my mindset had shifted and I was just ready to get back on the field and handle business. The campus was buzzing for Rivalry week and the team seemed to be fired up as well. Hey, that's the perfect combination to go get a dub. But we would face some adversity early on. It all started with a big hit by the Central Michigan defense that caused a fumble. That put them right outside the red zone where they would go on to score. And then on our very next possession, right before the end of the first half, man, Cam would throw a pick 6, giving them the 13-point lead. I couldn't believe how quickly things had gotten out of hand, but hey, players make plays, right? 39 seconds left on the clock was just enough time for us to move the ball up the field. The sideline would become my best friend. Almost every catch on this drive would end with me going out of bounds to stop the clock. I would make back-to-back big plays to put us inside the red zone, and just like before, man, I was right back on the sideline watching all the action. We weren't able to connect on a touchdown, so we would settle for yet again another field goal to end the first half. At this point, man, 2 things had become obvious. If I was going to get into the end zone, it definitely wasn't going to be from a design play. I was going to have to get yards after the catch and force my way into the end zone. And also, I knew I was going to have that talk with the OC after the game. I had took everything Bro told me into consideration, but at that point, man, the way I was being used in the offense wasn't only affecting me, but it had started to affect the team. We found ourselves in yet another close game, and when the team needed me the most, I was on the sideline. At this point, man, the other players started to get pissed because they knew just like everybody else knew. If we was going to win, I needed to be on the field. 4th and goal, coach and the OC finally came to their senses and put me in the game, and I did what I do. Snagged the game-tying touchdown to send us to yet another overtime, where I would come up clutch yet again for the game-winning touchdown. Hey, man, listen, I put up video game-like numbers to pull off this victory, but honestly, I was like, forget all that. I needed to go talk to the man upstairs.
You've got some nerve coming in here questioning me about my play calling. Maybe if you actually ran the route that was called instead of doing your own thing, you'd actually see the end zone more often.
Whoa. Look, Coach, man, I didn't mean any disrespect. I just figured maybe
You just figured what? Huh? What'd you figure? You figure you could just do whatever you wanted to do and make a mockery of the offense? Not here, not while I'm in charge.
Hey man, everybody watching this video should already know what happened next. It wasn't a single object left unturned in his office after I got finished. When the campus police showed up, man, I started to get busy with them, but I was outnumbered, so I kept my composure. But listen, man, they followed me back here to my apartment to pack things up. I'm officially no longer a student or a player here at EMU. Man, I'm sorry if I let y'all down, but it is what it is. Honestly, I don't know what's next for me, but if you want to continue to follow my journey, go ahead and smack that subscribe button and like the video. I'm on to the next one. Say, man, my life been a roller coaster this past year. A few ups and a lot of downs. But look, since we family now, I'm going to take y'all through everything that's happened. But I do need two things in return. First, if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. And lastly, I need you to watch to the very end of this video. That way you don't miss anything. So with that being said, let's get into it. Alright, so look, the last time we talked, I had just gotten to that fight with the coach over at EMU. I was officially no longer a part of the team and not allowed back on campus. Now, in the moment, I felt like my reaction was justified, but that 42-hour bus ride from Michigan to Vegas gave me a lot of time to rethink things, and yeah, I definitely overreacted. But look, bro did his thing during his rookie season with the Raiders, so that summer, he went and bought a nice-ass mansion out in Vegas. I mean, this place was huge, and it's so crazy because, we both come from food stamps and government housing. Anyways, when I got there, it was during the regular season, so that meant bro was always on the road traveling to away games. Man, his cars became my cars. His mansion became my mansion. I was literally living like a pro athlete. I honestly don't think bro even cared. This was literally the life we dreamed of as kids, but I think my mom and his agent got in his ear. They painted me out to be some sort of distraction or liability to bro's career, and before I knew it, I was being asked to leave. It was at this moment that I found out that just because you related to somebody, it don't make you family. My own flesh and blood put me out in the cold with just enough money to get a rental. Then Amari sent me some money on Cash App for gas. I was headed back to Michigan. I hid out in her dorm room at EMU because remember I wasn't allowed back on campus. While she was at school, I'd pretty much just be chilling playing Madden. Then when she'd come home, I'd leave and go out searching for a job. Bruh, I put in hella applications, but nobody would give me a chance. Well, that was until I got the call back from Chick-fil-A. I started off making $10.75 an hour. They had me on the drive-thru at first, but then I guess you can say I got promoted to working on the line. Man, I was miserable, but I was doing what I had to do because remember, I had a baby on the way. Man, I stayed at Chick-fil-A for a good 4 months. I literally didn't do anything but go to work and then go to the gym. The little bit of money I was making was going towards food for Mari and I, or straight to my shoebox savings. Say, bro, I was proud of myself. In that short amount of time, I stacked up like 7 racks just from going to work every day. But it wouldn't be long until I was back on the road. But this time, I had baby with me. Yeah, she thought it would be a good idea for us to move in with their parents in East Lansing. Man, this would be the start of a new beginning for me. Amari's pops got me a job at this lumber mill he managed over on the south side of town. Man, when I first got there, I was working like 12-hour shifts. And honestly, I didn't really mind it because it wasn't much else to do. But say, I ain't like them forklift drivers. I guess because they had their forklift certifications, they felt like they was better than me or something. But anyways, Mari's parents embraced me like I was one of their own. Now, don't get it twisted. They was still pissed I got their daughter pregnant, but they knew I was a hardworking, good guy, and I meant well. But say, it seemed like the closer I grew to my in-laws, the further I grew apart from my real parents. Me and my mom would only talk every so often, and when we did, it always seemed to end in an argument. And then my pops had just got remarried and started a new family, so he acted like he didn't have any time for me and my problems. Alright y'all, so look, we're gonna jump ahead a little bit and get into how I ended up here at Michigan State University. I had been working that job every day faithfully and things were going well, but it was about that time I made my way back to the field. It was only about 2 months left until my son was set to be born, and I was more motivated than ever. Mari and I transferred our credits over from EMU to Michigan State, and at that time, in my head, I was done with football. I was planning on just getting my degree, getting a job, and taking care of my family. But me and Big Bro were finally back on good terms, and he convinced me to get a game another shot. Man, look, I had did my thing and made a decent name for myself over at EMU, but after the coach there ran my name through the mud, the coaches here were hesitant to give me a scholarship offer. So bruh, I not only had to try out for the team, but I also had to join the team as a walk-on. But luckily Reggie looked out and paid my tuition for the first semester, so I didn't have to take out any student loans. But say, things were different here at MSU. It wasn't no getting no apartment off campus. Nah, they demanded I moved into the dorms. This would be good so I can get out of my in-laws' house, but it kind of sucked that I would be away from Mari and my son. Now, although I was among the top rated overall on the team, I still started the season off as the 6th string receiver on the depth chart. Man, listen, I had a lot to prove coming into this year, and quite honestly, I still do. But after a crazy journey, man, I was blessed to be able to find myself back on the roster of a D1 college football team. Alright y'all, so look, I'm on my way over to the training facility for my physical therapy session. Yeah, you're gonna see why I'm in physical therapy here in a second, but I'm not gonna be able to record or be on my phone while I'm in there getting worked on, so while I do that, I'm gonna fill y'all in on everything that's happened throughout this season. Alright, so look, as y'all know, I came into the season as a 6th string receiver, so obviously that meant I wouldn't have a chance to see the field very often. As a matter of fact, I didn't play at all our first game versus Western Michigan. But coming out versus South Florida, we would go into that spread formation and I would be wide open down the seam, scoring my first touchdown as a Michigan State Spartan. Although I would only get that one offensive snap I scored on, this game meant so much to me because I had finally started a new chapter of my football career. The next game we'd be on the road taking on a very tough Notre Dame team. Now listen, I need y'all to be patient with me, okay? As I mentioned before, this was my breakout season, but first, I had to earn a spot in the rotation. So for the first few games of the season, I was barely playing and only getting a few looks here and there. But I gotta be honest, man, I really enjoyed playing that slot receiver position. But look, man, your boy was trying to make an impact in whatever way I could. I was coming down on the kickoff looking to make a big hit and got smacked. Hey, man, I guess you could consider that my welcome to the Big Ten moment. Anyways, we went on to secure the victory and your boy ended up with just the one catch for 26 yards. I got into the game late versus Iowa and ended up making SportsCenter. We were down on the road and in need of a big play. My number got called, so y'all know I stepped up and took stage. I broke off a 67-yard run up the sideline, breaking multiple tackles and sending a message to my teammates and coaches that I had that dog in me. That run would set up a quarterback keeper, which would bring us within 6. Our defense would get a stop on the next possession, and we would steal a victory in a very close game on the road. We were 5-0 and ranked number 3 in the nation. We had all the attention of the college football world on us. That was the perfect time for me to have a huge breakout game. Look, I promised myself that if I got a second chance, I definitely wouldn't need a third one. I was going to take full advantage of every opportunity given to me, and in this game, I would do just that. Look, at this point, I knew it was bigger than just me. Now, I had a family to look after, so if it was smoke, then so be it. I wasn't turning down or shying away from no matchups. Before this game, I knew I wasn't on anybody's radar, but I promise you after this game, opposing defensive coordinators knew who I was. My consistent play on the field took me from the 6th receiver on the depth chart all the way up to the 3rd spot, officially making me a starter. Look, I spent a lot of time in the film room. I requested the footage from each game this season, and I not only studied on what I did well, but I also focused on the areas I can improve on. I didn't know that the coach actually monitored our film time, and when he seen how many hours I had put in, he pulled me aside after practice one day to tell me how impressed he was. My first game as a starter would come at home versus a very solid Purdue team. Now, we were ranked number 2 in the nation, so that meant everybody we played against would be bringing their A game looking for the huge upset. But now that I was a starter, opposing teams would actually start implementing game plans to prevent me from making big plays. Not only that, my quarterback Peyton and I didn't really have a chance to build any real chemistry. I mean, we had only practiced together a handful of times, so neither of us were quite used to the other's tendencies. I spent most of the first half as just a decoy in the offense. The attention that I demanded freed up my guys Jaden and Keon to make huge plays over the top of the defense. It wouldn't be until the 3rd quarter that I got my first reception, but hey, I wasn't tripping at all. See, at this point, I had fully bought into the team first mindset, and I was basically willing to do whatever to secure the victory. But look, man, y'all should already know I wasn't leaving the game empty-handed. I was able to get behind the lazy Boilermaker zone coverage and snag my first touchdown of the game, giving us the 7-point lead heading into the 4th quarter. That lack of chemistry I had mentioned before between Peyton and I almost cost us the game. On what would be our final offensive drive, man, he would pass my way on 3 separate occasions, each of which almost ended in an interception. Well, as a matter of fact, man, the last pass did end in an interception, but luckily our defense would come up big late and secure the win at home, protecting our undefeated record. We were now officially the number 1 team in the nation. Man, the last time I was a part of a winning program was back in high school, but this was a whole different level. See, when you're winning in college, you're literally treated like a celebrity. Now I finally understand what it meant to be the big man on campus. It's one thing for your classmates and teammates to treat you like a star, but when the teachers and locals start to treat you like one, man, it hit different. But look, I couldn't afford to get distracted though. I had Mari and my son back at home, so I knew to keep the main thing the main thing. We would go on to win the game on the road at Illinois, but it would be my play that stood out from everyone else's. The team had quite a few injuries, and although we were undefeated, we was exhausted, both mentally and physically. This would result in very sloppy play on both sides of the ball, which then caused us to be in several close games versus teams that, quite frankly, weren't even on our level. But listen, man, on the last play of the game with literally 1 second left, a bit of miscommunication between me and Peyton would result in a touchdown. I put up video game-like numbers that led to me winning Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season. The biggest game of the season was finally upon us. Michigan versus Michigan State. Man, this in-state rivalry always produces fireworks. Not only that, but both of us were ranked inside of the top 10. Plus, it was our first time rocking the neon uniforms, and you know I was feeling good. Listen, man, you look good, you play good. You play good, they pay good. Come on, man, you already know what it is. I had officially taken over the 2nd string slot on the roster, and man, I was giving them boys havoc on the left side of the field. Man, look at the way I embarrassed this defender on this play. Hey, y'all ever heard of the saying, you reach, I teach? Well, same thing applies here. He tried to jump the route, so I beat him over the top for the huge gain. We had the 3-point lead with 30 seconds left in the 3rd. Then my guy Peyton was able to throw another 6 points on the board with the quarterback keeper. But just like I expected, this game would turn into a shootout. Michigan would go down and score on their next possession, and then we throw an interception, giving them the ball right back. Down by 4 points with just 2 minutes left in the game, man, it was time for me to take stage. I called for the ball on this go route thinking Peyton would put it out for me to go get, but it was underthrown for yet another interception. I took some of the responsibility on this play because I shouldn't have called for the ball in double coverage, but nonetheless, our winning streak was snapped and we give up a game at home versus our in-state rivals. Coming off a very tough loss at home, we be on the road the next week versus Nebraska. This was our first snow game, and I was amped. As y'all know, I'm a Cali boy, so the snow was new to me, but to everybody else, it was no big deal. Anyways, after I lost to Michigan, we had dropped down to number 3 in the nation and still very much in playoff contention. If anything, I feel like that loss was a wake-up call to the whole team. Honestly, I feel like it was actually needed so we can get back to the basics and back to doing the things that had us ranked number 1 in the first place. We started to pull away in this game, and I was really having my way with the defense. Peyton and I have finally built up our chemistry, so honestly, we was just going through the motions. But look, I would take a handoff on a sweep play to the right side of the field. I picked up the easy first down and broke a tackle as I was headed out of bounds, but unfortunately, I would go down in excruciating pain as I injured my right shoulder on the play.
Hey, come on, we gonna be late.
Alright, man, I'm coming. Give me just a second. Hey, man, look, the big night is finally here. In just a few hours, we're gonna find out who's taking home this year's Heisman Trophy. Man, I always dreamed of being up on that stage and having my name up in them lights. Who knew I'd be able to take things this far? But say, man, we got about a 45-minute drive from here to the ceremony, so I'm gonna fill y'all in on everything that happened since the last time we talked. Alright, so look, we're gonna pick up from where we left off last episode. Now, if you remember correctly, I was headed to the training facility to get some work done on the injury I had suffered during the Nebraska game. Well, I was forced to sit out the next 2 games due to that injury, but my teammates held it down and got the dubs in my absence. We were the number 1 ranked team in America and strong favorites to win the national championship. But first, we had to win our conference championship. Look, we take on Wisconsin at the Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, but unfortunately, our starting quarterback Peyton wouldn't be playing as he suffered an injury in practice the week before. Man, I did everything I could to try to get us to a victory. We fell behind early, but my team rallied back late to send the game into overtime. But unfortunately, we come up just short and Wisconsin was going home with our championship. I had myself a very solid year. I ended the season top 10 in receiving yards in all of college football, and I made the Big Ten first team All-American list. But say, with my success on the field came a little recognition off the field. I landed my first NIL deal with a local Lansing car dealership. I was just required to do 1 commercial and a little bit of promo on social media, and then before I knew it, I was getting a bi-weekly check. But listen, I gave the majority of that money to Mari's parents to watch my son over the summer. Although I didn't want to be away from my shorty, I definitely couldn't turn down the opportunity I was given. Big Bro invited me and Mari to Vegas for the summer. Now, for Mari, it would be a vacation, but for me, it would be a chance to train with one of the best receivers in the NFL. As y'all know, Reggie is QB1 for the Raiders, so obviously he and Devontae Adams are super close. Man, I got the opportunity to spend some time training alongside them, and I soaked up so much game over the summer. DA gave me a few tips and tricks on how to beat the corners off the line and how to gain separation in man coverage. I would go on and use a lot of those pointers he gave me over the course of my season in Michigan. But say, it was almost time for me and Babe to head back, and me and my mom still hadn't had a real conversation. Well, one day Reggie and Mari left to go to the grocery store, and well, that left me and my mom there alone to talk.
Anthony, it just blows my mind that after all I've done for you, you still feel like I don't love you.
Yeah, you provided for me, great, but where was the love? Where was the affection?
Look, son, you're not a kid anymore. It's time for you to grow up and be a man.
Grow up and be a man? Really? Well, when are you going to tell Reggie to grow up and be a man and stop treating him like a 2-year-old?
I knew that this was what that was about. I knew it. You jealous of your brother, and you always have been.
Man, I don't even know why I wasted my time trying to have this conversation with you. Instead of taking accountability for being a horrible mother to me, you try to turn it into something it's not. Man, you never gonna change.
Look, whatever, Anthony, I'm too old to change, and if you can't see how much I love you, then that's something you'll have to take up with God.
Well, as y'all can see, man, the conversation between me and my mom was interesting to say the least. Look, at that point, I just accepted the fact that our relationship wasn't gonna get no better than what it already was. I decided to keep my distance the rest of the trip and just enjoy my time with bro and Mari. But look, vacation was over and it was finally time to get back to work. I was now officially the #1 receiver on the team, and it was my senior year, so y'all know I wasn't playing no games. Man, look, I came into training camp in mid-season form. I didn't look at the football as just a football. Nah, see, it meant so much more to me. To me, the football was my dreams, my son, my girl, my future, my family. So I refused to let it hit the ground the entire camp. I mean, every pass that was thrown my way ended up as a completion. But say, the media heard about my off-season training with AD, and they asked me about it during a preseason press conference. I not only let them know how much better I had gotten since then, but also I let them know my goals for next season. Look, man, I know a lot of y'all may not believe in me and this team, but that's okay. Just remember to keep that same energy. I feel like we have a lot of key pieces returning from last year, and I truly believe we got what it takes to compete for a national championship. Not only that, I feel like I'm one of the best players in college football, so don't be surprised when you hear my name in that Heisman conversation. Alright y'all, so look, we only about 10 minutes away, and I can't lie, I'm getting pretty nervous. But obviously I won't be able to record during the Heisman ceremony, so I'm just gonna fill y'all in on everything that happened on the field throughout this season. But say, make sure to stay tuned to the end of this episode, that way you can see your boy bring home that hardware. Say, man, the schedule makers didn't show us any love to start this season. You know, most teams' first game is against that pushover opponent that they just run the score up on. But nah, not us. We had two very tough matchups on the road. The first game was against a 1-0 South Carolina team that was coming off an 8-win season the year before. Now, we started off the game pretty flat and made a few mistakes that led to turnovers, but we didn't fold. We were able to drive the ball up the field and put some points on the board. South Carolina came out swinging and jumped out to a very big lead, so that meant it was time for me to take stage. Look, man, I came up clutch with a huge 40-yard bomb with just over a minute left before halftime, but the ref said I didn't get my feet down and it was called back. I don't know, man, y'all tell me. The play looked pretty clean and I felt like I was in bounds, but anyways, it was on to the next. With just 49 seconds left in the first half, I would channel my inner Randy Moss pulling down a one-handed grab on a 36-yard reception, and then my guy Keon went on to seal the deal with a 13-yard touchdown. On the very next drive, Malik would break off a huge 52-yard run up the middle of the defense. Man, our offense has so many weapons, it just don't make no sense. But look, I would use one of the pointers I got from Devontae Adams over the summer on this touchdown. Knowing that the corner didn't have any help over the top, I pushed him to the middle of the field and then made a beeline to the back of the end zone for 6. That wasn't it though, I was just getting started. Look, it's not too many corners on this earth that can run with me stride for stride, so if I ever catch you backpedaling, you might as well consider yourself cooked. On what would be the game-winning touchdown, I would use my speed and run right past the defense yet again. Man, I was so hyped on this play, I damn near broke my controller. But say, man, there's no better way to pick up from last season and have a huge opening game versus a very tough opponent on the road. On just 7 receptions, I went for over 250 receiving yards and 3 tutties. Of course, this performance will earn me Player of the Week. Man, look, we put hands and feet on Oregon. I mean, we literally stumped them boys out. Look, I ain't gonna lie to you, I didn't even play in the fourth quarter because the blowout was just that bad. I made a 78-yard house call in the second quarter, and that play just opened up the floodgates for a blowout win. My second reception of the game came with a huge hit by the safety, but I was still able to hang on for the 20-yard gain. I literally only had 2 catches this game, but I was still able to crack over 100 yards. The next week, we was back at the crib versus 0-2 Wyoming, and I picked up right where I left off the week before, scoring the easy touchdown on the out route to the back of the end zone. But say, man, I ain't even gonna lie, I don't know what was going on with me this game. I was having trouble hanging on and securing the ball, which obviously resulted in like 3 drop passes. Man, bro, I absolutely hate dropping the ball because that Butterfinger title is a very hard title to get rid of. But man, listen, we knew not to play with this Wyoming team. I mean, even though they were 0-2 to start the season, they were still very dangerous. And we couldn't afford an early upset, especially not at home and especially not against Wyoming. As a matter of fact, bro, where is You know what? Never mind. But look, we got the easy win at home and it was finally time for the game I had been waiting for. Eastern Michigan University. Say, man, go do your research on the history between Anthony King and Eastern Michigan University. But look, they knew it was smoke and I knew it was smoke. My quarterback Peyton came up to me before the game and he let me know he already knew what time it was, so to be on the lookout for the ball. I struggled a bit early on, but I think it was just because my nerves were so high and I was trying too hard. But it wouldn't be long before I settled down and jumped right back in my bag. Look, the first 3 years of my college career, I was considered a possession receiver with the ability to make big plays. Well, I think it's safe to say now I'm a big play receiver with the ability to complete the very tough possessions. Man, I'll give credit where it's due. EMU came in and did exactly what I expected them to do. They rolled over on their biggest stage of the season and only ended the game with 3 measly points. Hey man, I did my thing though, scoring 2 touchdowns, 6 receptions for $150. Say man, y'all should already know what's going on. Our first snow game of the season would come at home versus number 6 ranked Penn State. Man, I swear the temperature had to be like -3 degrees outside. Even with gloves on, I still couldn't feel my hands. But look, at this point of the season, I felt like we were on cruise control. What I mean by that is everyone was doing their jobs and taking care of their assignments. I honestly think this was some of the best team football we had played all season. But look, I went on to have my normal impact in this game, but it would be the other pieces surrounding me that stepped up and made some big plays. In this game, we would have a lot of success in our run game, which was a very big bonus because up until this point, honestly, our offense was pretty lackluster unless the ball was in the air. The game versus Purdue wasn't even really a game. I mean, honestly, it was more so like my highlight tape. See, it would be here that I would make my bid for the best receiver in college football. I showed everything in this game. My speed and quickness to outrun the defense, my hands and my ability to make the tough catch in traffic and high point the ball, and even my vision and my ability to turn what should have been a 5-yard reception into a 42-yard house call. Listen, I'm telling y'all, I'm really that dude. But hey man, the thing I want y'all to keep in mind is I'm putting up these big numbers and making these huge plays all within the offense. Yeah, I'm not out here just doing my own thing and running my own routes. No, I'm taking whatever is given to me and using my skill to create more. Yet again, I went on to put on video game-like numbers. I really cracked 150 yards on only 6 receptions. But speaking of smoking crack, I officially cracked the Heisman watch list. As a matter of fact, I was the only receiver on the list at the time. Man, this was huge and all the added motivation I would need to fight through the second half of a tough season. We faced a bit of adversity versus a very solid 5-0 Iowa team at home. An early interception snatched the momentum out of what was shaping up to be a solid drive. I gotta say though, I'm proud of my guys. We didn't panic, and credit to our defense who had their backs against the wall but still didn't even give up a field goal. Y'all should know I picked up right where I left off the game before. I became somewhat of a safety valve for our offense. When in need of a big play, look my way. But say, my guy KC would come up clutch with a huge 70-yard touchdown as he was able to torch the defense and give us our first lead of the day. It was my turn to put some points on the board, and y'all should already know whenever my number gets called, I'm going to answer every time. I truly believe I had evolved into an unstoppable force. I mean, honestly, what could you do with me? My defense was way too good and my strength was way too strong to try to press me. And even if you gave me a little bit of cushion, I could either high point you or burn you deep. Like honestly, I became the total package. But look man, we did them Hawkeyes dirty. We sent them boys packing back home with the big L. Yet again, I put up huge numbers on very few receptions. I mean 3 tuds, 200 yards on 7 receptions. Who else is doing that? Next, we took on Indiana on the road, and I think out of all the Big Ten schools, I definitely like their stadium the most. But listen, man, that game was over with before it even started. Honestly, it wasn't even really a game. It was nothing more than just another stage for me to show how good I was. As a matter of fact, I broke the school record for receiving touchdowns in a single season. At the halftime, we was up like 40-0. I didn't even put my pads back on. I was on the sideline with a raincoat and a fully dressed hot dog chowing down. But look, man, after the game, the media let me know that I had finally taken the #1 spot in the race for the Heisman. Bruh, this couldn't have come at a better time because our next game was our biggest game of the season, and I know everybody in the country will be watching. The Michigan versus Michigan State rivalry is one of the best rivalries in college football. Even though I'm from the West Coast, I have been at MSU for 2 years now, so I have fully bought into the importance of this game. If you remember from last episode, Michigan beat us at home, ruining our perfect season and taking the bragging rights as the best team in Michigan. Well, look man, I promised myself that wouldn't happen again. I was fully prepared to lay it all on the line and do whatever it took to secure the victory. But you'll notice the majority of these highlights are coming from the sideline point of view, right? Look, I don't know why, but I spent more time watching the game than actually playing in it. I wasn't in any type of trouble or injured at all, but for some reason I just wasn't in the game. And y'all know what happened the last time I questioned the OC about his play calling, so this time I kept my mouth shut and just took my spanking on my hiney like a man. I ain't gonna lie, bruh. Coming out versus Northwestern, I had a little bit of a chip on my shoulder, and I was feeling some type of way towards the coaches because, honestly, of what happened the week before versus Michigan. I mean, why wasn't I on the field? Not only did we lose and fall all the way down to the number 9 team in the nation, but all of my Heisman hype had died down as well. I think had I gotten an explanation, I would have felt better, but the coaches didn't say a word to me, so I was forced to come up with my own conclusion. And that conclusion was they was hating on me and they didn't want to see me win. So hey, it was what it was. I promised myself that going forward, I was going to do whatever was best for me. Not the coaches, not the team, and not the fans. We went on to win the blowout game at home, and I would break yet another record for most career touchdowns as a Michigan State receiver. The final game of the season, we'd be on the road taking on Minnesota at their place. Now, we got off to a very quick start as my guy Malik busted a 68-yard reception on top of the D. Then Minnesota came right back and put 7 points on the board. But look, our starting quarterback Peyton was out with the injury, so my guy Noah was stepping up and taking his place and leading the offense. Now, his inexperience proved to be an issue as he would throw 2 interceptions early in the first half. Y'all know normally I would have took responsibility for those interceptions, but nah, bro, the passes were actually severely underthrown. It would be all good though, because regardless of how I felt about the coaching staff, I was still always going to have my team's back as that safety valve. I would catch a 27-yard touchdown, bringing us to within 3, and then a few possessions later, my guy KC absolutely burnt the defense and completed a 65-yard reception, putting us right outside the end zone, and then my boy JB would take the 2-yard handoff, giving us the lead. Now, we went on to win a pretty close game on the road, and we would officially end our season with a very impressive 11-1 record. Man, what a night. I still honestly can't even believe I'm here. But say, unfortunately I came in 3rd place in the Heisman voting, so obviously that means I'll be going home empty-handed. But it's okay though, I still made a name for myself in college football that'll last forever. Look, I don't know what the future holds, but I know for sure I'm not ready to hang up my cleats. So would y'all want me to continue this series into the NFL? Man, let me know down below. I'm on to the next one. Man, what do you mean behavior issues? Like, what are you talking about?
Look, I'm still trying to figure things out. Let me make a few calls, alright, and see what's going on.
Man, look, all I know is I had a house full of people here just waiting to hear my name called. You promised I would go in the first round, Brian.
All my connections had you coming off the board around 10 or 12, okay? But look, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this and see what's going on, alright?
Yeah, alright. Man, it ain't no way it was 4 receivers in this year's draft that was better than me. I told everybody I would be the first skilled player taken off the board, but yet here I am undrafted at the end of day 1. Say, bro, I did my thing this year. I mean, I put in real work. I didn't even tell y'all about the performance I had in the Rose Bowl, or even show you all the trophies I took home. Man, as a matter of fact, let's get into it. Man, bro, it felt so good being back in LA. Look, we were set to take on the number 14 ranked Washington Huskies in the Rose Bowl. Now, this would be my first time playing back at home in like 4 years, so it was mandatory I put on the show. But say, I arranged for me and my pops to go grab lunch while I was in town. It had been a while since I had seen my guys, so it felt good reconnecting.
Look, son, I'm not going to get into whatever you have going on with your mother, but I want you to know that woman loves you more than life itself.
I mean, yeah, Pops, you say that and she says the same thing, but if I'm being honest, I've always felt some sort of resentment coming from her. And honestly, I felt like that since I was born.
Her and I were going through our own things around the time you were born, and I take responsibility for that. But I want you to know, we are both very proud of you and your brother.
Man, thank you, Pops. I really appreciate that. Look, y'all saw at the end of last episode that I didn't win the Heisman, but that didn't mean I was going home empty-handed. I ended up winning the Walter Camp Player of the Year Award, the Robert Maxwell Award, and the Blitnikoff. So how I see it, if you add those 3 trophies together, I mean, technically I won the Heisman. But say, man, I did my thing in a Rose Bowl. I mean, I'm talking about I was literally uncontainable. See, I knew coming into this game, the whole entire college football world would be watching. And also, this would be my final chance to show NFL scouts what I was made of before the draft. So I took center stage and played like my life was on the line. See, to start the game, the defense was in a man coverage, and I took that as disrespect. I didn't show no mercy to the opposing DB as I beat them deep on 2 huge bombs. And then they switched to a zone coverage, and I did the same thing. But look, I scored the game-tying touchdown to send the game into overtime, where we would go on to win by 3 points off a 35-yard field goal. I had officially played in my last college football game, and I can't lie, bro, the feeling was bittersweet. But look, Amari flew into town with my son so he could have a chance to see me play live. Man, y'all don't even know how much that meant to me. But say, Babe had never been to LA, so I took them on a city tour. But when it was time for them to head back to Michigan, we got into a little bit of a fight. See, I wanted my son to come to Miami with me so he could watch me prepare and train for the combine, but apparently Amari didn't think that was a good idea.
Anthony, he doesn't need to go with you to Miami. You won't even have time to watch him.
Babe, listen, I'm telling you, I'm gonna watch him. I mean, why would I not watch my son? Besides, I want him to see me train and get ready for the combine.
He can see you train when you get back to Michigan. I'm telling you, it's not a good idea.
Babe was right. I wouldn't have time to keep an eye on my shorty and train, so I landed in Miami by myself. I used some of that NIL money I had to book a room at the Hilton, and then Big Bro paid for me to train with some of the best trainers on the planet, PXE Sports. I felt my football skills were already where they needed to be, so PXE set up a training program to focus on my overall strength and my speed. The main things I was concerned about was the bench press and the 40-yard dash at the combine. Well, I did my thing on the bench press. I hit 24 reps at 225, and that landed me number 1 overall when it came to the receivers. Now, the 40-yard dash was a different story. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still put up a good time with the solid 4.4, but I honestly felt I could have did a little bit better. But say, y'all should already know the receiving drills were cake. I felt like my route running had improved over the break, so all I had to do was go out there and catch the ball. Now, the quarterback and I had a little bit of miscommunication on 1 rep, but it was no big deal. Other than that, I did my thing. But say, after all the drills were done, it was time for the one-on-one sit down to interview with the teams. And there I felt like I handled myself very well. I mean, I responded confidently, I kept eye contact, the whole 9. So I truly don't understand how I possibly slipped out the first round. Say, man, the past few weeks of my life have flown by like the flash. Between moving into a new place and the NFL training camp, bruh, I barely had time to sleep. But look, today's the big day. Yeah, the first NFL preseason game and my first time on the NFL field. But look, I still got a couple hours before I gotta head to the stadium, so let me fill y'all in on everything that's changed since the last time we spoke. Your boy signed a 4-year, $8 million deal with the Carolina Panthers. $6.8 million of that is fully guaranteed, and it came with a $3.4 million signing bonus. Say, man, I officially secured the bag. But look, when I went to the Panthers headquarters to sign my contract, the team there let my agent know why I wasn't taken in the first round, and then of course he passed that message on to me. Now, y'all remember that argument I had with the OC at EMU? Well, apparently Buddy had a lot of negative things to say about me to NFL scouts. I mean, dude said some things that I don't even feel comfortable repeating. But that, along with the fact that I was considered a troubled youth due to my time I spent in juvenile, man, that made NFL scouts consider me as a high-risk prospect. Man, I ain't gonna lie, it took everything in me not to go back to EMU and see Buddy, but I remembered it was bigger than me now, and I had a lot more to lose. But look, Charlotte's gonna be my home for at least the next 4 years, so it was time to go ahead and make it official. Babe and I found this super nice crib about 20 minutes away from the city. I mean, it's literally perfect. See, I like the more newer, modern type of feel, whereas Amari, she likes the more laid-back type of vibe. Well, honestly, I feel like this place has a good mix of both. Not only that, but it has a spa and a sauna, which is going to be perfect for my recovery during the season. Now, I know y'all saw the 2 toys sitting in the driveway, right? Yeah, man, I had to go ahead and get Babe that brand new Mercedes GLS. That was just a small token of my appreciation. I mean, she's been an amazing support system and she does a tremendous job with our shorty. Now, me on the other hand, I just grabbed a scatty. Yeah, man, your boy got the scat pack and threw some 4Gs on there. But look, man, before y'all even ask why I didn't get the Hellcat or the Demon, listen, they charging damn near 2 to 3 times what that car is worth right now. And honestly, bro, I just ain't got it. But maybe on my second contract. Anyways, it was finally time to report to training camp, and I did my thing. I mean, I'll be honest, I still got a lot to learn. I know y'all probably was expecting me to say I was dominating every drill and I'm the best receiver on the team, but nah, that's not the case, and I'm humble enough to admit that. But don't get it twisted. This time next year, I promise you it's going to be a totally different story. Alright y'all, so look, I'm about to leave the crib and head over to the stadium. Now, since this is just the preseason, I decided to keep my outfit simple. But say, we really about to see if my talent can transfer over to the big leagues. I'd be lying to y'all if I said I wasn't nervous, but I'm confident in the fact that I put in all the work required to perform on the biggest stage. But say, man, thank y'all for taking this journey with me, and I appreciate all the love and support. I'll see you on the field. Coming out for my first NFL game, bruh, I ain't even gonna lie, I was nervous as hell. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it was just football, and I've been playing this game since I learned how to walk. Now, early on, me and my guy B Young had a bit of a miscommunication on my route, but no worries because I was able to connect on a nice 23-yard reception later on in the first quarter. And then on the very next play, I picked up the key block, helping secure the first down. But look, playing out of that slot receiver spot, I was able to find a wide open seam in the defense and catch a huge 36-yard bomb and then take it in for a tutty. Bruh, this was my first ever touchdown in the NFL. But listen, man, since this was just a preseason game, I was only able to play in the first quarter. I finished the game off with 3 receptions for 72 yards, and of course I put one up top. Our next game, we be on the road in the Big Apple, taking on the New York Giants. Now, I'll be honest, bruh, I struggled tremendously early on. A part of it was me trying to do way too much, and another part was my route running. See, at this point, I was still used to the college routes. They're much shorter, but here in the league, man, everything is extended an extra 5 to 7 yards, so that took a little bit of time to get used to. But hey, man, that's what the preseason's for, right? When I was training with my bro and D Adams, they gave me some game. They said the quickest way to get kicked out the league is to be invisible on the field. So if you ain't catching passes, you need to be blocking. So hey, I went out there and I did just that. I picked up the huge block that cleared a wide open lane for the halfback to find the end zone. But look, man, again, this was just the preseason, so I was only able to play in the first half. I only finished the game with 4 catches for 54 yards, which honestly wasn't too bad, but there still definitely needs to be a lot of improvements made if I'm gonna become an elite receiver in the league. Say, man, it feels like forever since I last seen y'all boys. I honestly wasn't sure if y'all would want another episode, but hey, we back with another one. But listen, man, it's that time of year. Yeah, playoff time. Win or go home. We got a wild card game today against the San Francisco 49ers, and y'all should already know I'm looking to put on a show. But before we get to that, man, we got a lot of catching up to do as well. I not only need to bring you up to speed with everything that's happened in my first year in the league, but also we gonna tap into my bro's career as well. So if you haven't already, man, go ahead and smack that subscribe button and don't forget to like the video. Man, let's get into it. Man, bro, I've always heard people say the NFL is a full-time job, and I honestly figured they just meant, staying in shape and taking care of your body. But nah, this game requires your full attention and most of your time. So I'm about to take y'all through what almost every day of my life has been like for the past 18 weeks. See, I start my day off with a cup of coffee at like 5:30 in the morning, and then I get dressed to meet my coach over at the track for some workouts. See, one of my goals to start this season was to increase my overall speed and quickness, and yeah, he's been helping me with that, but he also be having me do these crazy workouts. I think he forgets I still gotta go to practice later in the evening. But look, the most important part of my day is taking my shorty to school. It's crazy having a son, bro. He wanna be just like me. I mean, sometimes I catch him watching my every move so he can try to copy it later. Man, being a dad could be a trip sometimes. But anyways, yeah, after I get him to school, I head straight over to the team's facility for my daily meetings and film study. Bruh, don't get me wrong, I know film is important, but come on, man, I'm a receiver in a very uncomplicated offense. There's no reason for me to be watching tape for 2.5 hours. And then after that, we gotta go down to the field for practice for another 2 hours. And then on some days, we got weights and physical therapy. Man, all of that combined is a lot. By the time I'm done with football, I'm, normally drained, but I promise to give my family at home the same energy I give my family on the field. And you know what's crazy? Because if you were to ask me as a kid what my dream life would be, I'd probably describe exactly what I have now. I mean, a girl I can trust, a son that looks up to me, and a job I love. The American dream. Man, so as y'all can see, me and bro are living polar opposite lives. I swear, Amari be blowing my phone up if I stay out past 10. Meanwhile, this man falls asleep in the club on a Tuesday night. Hey, I guess you could do as you please when you young, rich, and single. But look, as y'all know, bro is a few years older than me and he's already been in the league for several years now. Also, the contract he signed was massive, especially compared to mine. Anyways, I say all that to say it's clear bro has gotten very comfortable. I mean, it seems like he's more in love with the lifestyle and the perks of being an NFL player than the actual job itself. It wasn't long until his comfort and complacency caught up with him and it started to affect his play. Well, that eventually led to Big Bro being benched midway through the season. I mean, it was almost like somebody flipped a switch. See, at the start of the season, Reggie was making incredible plays. I mean, he was fitting the ball into places that only his target could get to. He was leading the league in yards and touchdown passes, but like I said, that all seemed to change. The next 5 games or so, Big Bro started to resemble Jamarcus Russell. I mean, every game was filled with multiple interceptions and unforced turnovers. All that love he was getting his first few years in the league quickly turned to hate. And then shortly thereafter, that starting job he had was no longer his. Big Bro took losing his starting job really hard, and I mean, I get it. Since we've been playing football, this is his first time not being a star of the team, so I'm sure it's been a pretty tough adjustment. But it's his last year of his rookie contract, so maybe he can get a fresh start with a different franchise next season. Anyways, with today being a playoff game, I know them cameras is gonna be out, so I'm in here trying to find myself something to wear. While I do that, man, let me take y'all through everything that transpired between me and my mom and show you how I performed on the field this season. So look, at the end of the preseason, I flew to LA for like 3 days. You know, just to tap back in with my family and relax a little bit before the regular season. Y'all know once that starts, I ain't gonna have time to do nothing else but play football. But anyways, while I was there, I went to visit my old high school in Inglewood.
Man, you come a long way. I remember trying to keep you and your brother out of trouble. You were both so young, dumb, and full of cum.
Man, coach, I can't even lie to you, I miss those days. Everything was so simple, you know, just go to school and play football. Now I got all these responsibilities and problems, plus everybody relying on me. It just gets stressful sometimes.
Well, you know, son, God will never give you more than you're capable of handling. Now you've got the opportunity of a lifetime, and all you have to do is not blow. As a matter of fact, I got some people I want you to meet.
Man, coach had me go up and speak to some of the players on the team. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro, I got pretty emotional while I was up there. See, I can remember sitting in those same seats listening to the alumni speak to us just a few years ago. Now look, I'm the one they up here listening to. Man, I swear, talking to them and walking through those old halls was like a trip down memory lane. Not only that, but it was also a reminder of why I started playing the game in the first place. Anyways, man, before I left town, my mom asked to take me out to lunch so we can discuss this business proposal she pitched to me on the night I got drafted. I'll be honest, initially I was a little bit leery, but I was still open into hearing what she had to say.
So, son, what do you think? And be honest, what are your thoughts on the offer?
I mean, everything sounds good, mama, but as you know, I've already got an agent, and honestly, I've been pretty happy. Not only that, he said he's got a lot of big deals in the work for me.
Oh, come on, Anthony. Don't fall for the okie doke. I taught you better than that. You know these guys, they make a lot of promises just to keep you around. Meanwhile, they sucking you dry. Besides, with me, not only will you be saving money, but the proof is in the pudding. I mean, look at the deal I just landed your brother.
Mama, I'm not Reggie. Our situations are totally different.
I know that, son.
Look, just give me a little bit of time to think things over. I'll talk about it with Mari, and I'll get back to you with my decision. So as y'all can see, me and my mom's relationship is still pretty rocky, but we definitely in a better place than we were before. But look, she recently opened her own consulting firm, and who better to be her first 2 clients than her sons playing in the NFL? See, Reggie immediately fired his agent and hired my mom once she got her license, but I wasn't going for it. My decision not to hire my mom as my agent seemed to cause more tension in our relationship, but I was okay with that. It's my responsibility to protect my career, so I'm gonna do whatever's best for me, even if that means upsetting the people that I love at the same time. Man, for some reason, I was more nervous my first regular season game than I was the entire preseason. I honestly don't even know why. I mean, I guess it was because the game was finally real and they actually mattered now, but like I mentioned before, man, the NFL is a lot different than college at the receiver position. See, while I was in college, I became used to having to run my exact route, whereas in the NFL, nah, man, you basically encouraged to break off your route and find gaps in the defense. Although there was a little bit of a rough transition early on in training camp and the preseason, man, I came out game 1 versus the Falcons and did my thing. I finished the game with 7 big receptions for 109 yards, and we take the early W on the road. Our first home game of the season would come week 2 versus the Saints. It would be in this game that we showed the entire NFL just how dangerous our offense could be. Now, although I didn't score a touchdown this game, I was still able to make a huge impact by beating the defense over the top for huge gains. Now, my boy Adam Thielen, man, that's a different story. He was able to turn the clocks back a bit by breaking off several tackles for like a 50-yard gain, but unfortunately a fumble on the next play led to a Saints touchdown. All my early morning workouts with my track coach came to light in this game, and they proved to be paying off. I mean, anytime they played me in man coverage, I ran straight past the defender. As a matter of fact, now that I really think about it, I don't think I got jammed at the line all season. Y'all know the saying, man, slow feet don't eat. Well, if that saying is true, then I must got a full plate. But anyways, man, we went on to get our first win at home, and I walked away with 8 catches for 148 yards. Hey man, listen, I need y'all to hear me out on this because I mean it from the bottom of my heart. The hardest game I played all season came against the Seattle Seahawks. Look, I know the original players of the Legion of Boom are no longer there, but bruh, their spirit definitely lives on. I mean, I got beat up all game. It didn't matter if I had the ball or not. Them boys was laying that D on me thick. After the game, I needed a damn hot tub and a back rub. But unfortunately, I still wouldn't see the end zone even though I had 7 receptions on the day. The game would come down to the wire, and in the last few seconds of regulation, B. Young would find my boy Adam Thielen in the back of the end zone, giving us the 1-point lead and the win at home, improving our record to 3-0 on the season. Week 4 at home versus the Minnesota Vikings, man, it finally happened. I would officially score my first NFL touchdown off of a post route. Now, I did take a big hit at the goal line, but I still managed to hang on to the ball for 6. This moment would be huge for me, not only because Amari and my son were there, but my pops flew in for the game as well. But that wasn't it though. I still had a huge impact all throughout the game and without the ball. See, I remembered the advice D. Adams and my bro gave me before I got drafted, and I've been putting it to use ever since. Now, the Vikings didn't roll over though. Yeah, things turned into a shootout, and I was totally up for the challenge. With just a little over 2 minutes left in the first half, man, I let my guy B. Young know to look my way, and I pulled in a huge head tap on top of the defense, putting us in position to score. And then 2 plays later, man, we did just that. My big bro Miles Sanders took advantage of the one-on-one coverage and pulled in a huge touchdown at the back of the end zone, giving us the 1-score lead before the half. My confidence was at an all-time high after scoring my first touchdown, so I was looking to make plays wherever I could. Well, that confidence would come back to bite me as I called for the ball right outside the end zone, not seeing the safety creeping, waiting on the interception. Man, buddy made a house call off that interception, and we went on to lose the game by 6 points. Jumping ahead to week 10 of the season, the team was rolling and we were looking to make a playoff push. Now, at this point, I had already established myself as the #1 threat in our offense, and I was the clear front runner for Rookie of the Year. Look, my route running had improved drastically over the season, and my hands as well. Not only that, but I had also become a deep threat within our offense. I mean, all in all, I honestly was the total package. But look, we had a Thursday night primetime game on the road versus the Chicago Bears, and like normal, I did my thing. But see, the thing that makes me different than any other receiver in the league is I don't need a lot of looks to put up big numbers. I think in this game I was targeted 9 times, and out of those 9 times I caught 7 passes for $150. Now, this is what has me concerned going into the playoffs. See, in our last game of the season, we took on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home. Although we did have a few key players out for this game, we still came out very flat and almost borderline confused. And it's crazy because the defensive scheme wasn't anything we hadn't seen before, and our offensive playbook hadn't changed at all, but for some reason we were still completely out of sync. Well, this miscommunication led to several mishaps throughout the game, including a few interceptions. I did everything I could to try to keep us in the game, and honestly, the team fought back pretty strong. I'm just hoping that the performance that we had in that game doesn't transfer into today's wildcard game versus the 49ers. But look, man, we went on to lose against the Bucs 24-17. I had a crazy day, 13 receptions for 200 yards and 1 tutty. Hey man, I had a hell of a season if you ask me, but of course, we still got more work to do. Say man, looking back over this season made me realize just how far we've come. I mean, y'all really been rocking with me since my freshman year in college. Well, the time is finally here. My first NFL playoff game. Y'all know normally my nerves would probably be all over the place, but nah, not this time. I'm focused and I'm confident that we have what it takes to go all the way. Millions of people all around the world are going to be tuned into this game, so let's go put on a show. versus the 49ers, the game plan was to attack the secondary with quick passes. See, towards the end of the regular season, we had a running back change with Chuba Hubbard taking over the starting role, and since then defenses have had no choice but to stack the box, only making it easier for us to make plays on the outside. But look, midway through the first quarter, Bryce Young was able to find my guy IT for the huge gain, and then Chuba Hubbard was able to score the first touchdown of the game with a 2-yard run. After a forced turnover by our defense, we started off our next drive with amazing field position. On a run pass option, Bryce Young made a great read for a touchdown to our tight end coming off the line, giving us a 14-0 lead going into the second quarter. At the start of the second quarter, I felt that was the perfect time for me to make my presence felt. I was able to find a huge hole down the seam of the defense, and Bryce put the ball right on the money. Now, this was officially my first touchdown in the postseason of my career, and I'm for sure gonna do whatever it takes to make sure it's not my last. As a matter of fact, on the very next possession, the same exact route, I would come up with similar results. See, I tried telling y'all, it don't matter if you press me or if you give me cushion, I'm gonna make a play regardless. Especially if I'm able to get that inside release, man, consider yourself cooked. But look, man, at this point, we was doing them boys dirty and things started to get out of hand. Now, I was able to come down with one more catch before the end of the game for like 30 yards. But say, man, we beat the brakes off the 49ers and now we'll be moving on to the divisional round. I had a hell of a showing, finishing with 159 yards and 2 touchdowns, only on 5 receptions. Like I've been telling y'all since the start of this series, man, I'm really that dude. Our next series is one of those that you just wish had a different ending, but unfortunately, not everyone is meant to make it to the highest level of success. The Tre Johnson series is next up, and well, I guess I'll just let it speak for itself.
TJ? Honey, it's time to get up for school. TJ?
All right, I heard you.
Your breakfast is on the table, and don't forget your father will be working late
Mama,
tonight.
I know. Please get out and shut the door. Today being the first day of my senior year is crazy. Feels like just yesterday I was going through freshman orientation. But luckily, since I got just about all my credits, I'm only gonna have 3 classes, so today should go by pretty smooth. There's a lot riding on my success both on the field and in the classroom this year. I've received offers from several programs all across the board, but I know once I get my 5th star, that list gonna get even longer. Right now, they got me ranked as the 27th quarterback in my class, but I know whoever made that list must not watch football because it ain't no way it's 26 quarterbacks better than me. After class, I'll probably come back here to the crib to get some rest before practice. Our first game is like 8 days away, so tonight's practice should just be a walkthrough, but you know I still want to make sure I'm locked in. I don't know about y'all, but I hate having my most important class first thing in the morning. It seems to happen like this every year, but I really gotta lock in this time because I'm terrible at math, but I need this Algebra 1 credit if I'm gonna play ball next year. Look, I know y'all ain't trying to sit through no math class with me, so I'm just gonna fill you in on my childhood until I get finished. Man, my childhood was lovely. Growing up as an only kid certainly has its disadvantages, but it also comes with its perks as well. Anything I ever wanted, I got, and then some. See, my mom is everything I could ever ask for. Loving, caring, understanding. I mean, she's quite literally just perfect. Even though she be getting on my nerves sometimes, there's nothing I'd ever change about that woman. Now my pops, see, that's really my best friend. As a kid, I didn't look up to Superman or Batman. No, my dad was my superhero. He taught me everything I know about being a man, and he showed me that it's okay to have self-confidence and believe in yourself. See, my dad really built his real estate empire from nothing. When my grandparents died, they left him their house. Well, he was able to leverage that property to buy another house, and then another house, and then another house. Then eventually he made the transition to purchasing commercial properties, and well, the rest is history. Look, I'll be the first to admit that I grew up spoiled, and honestly, I'm not ashamed of it. My parents worked extremely hard to make sure I never wanted for anything. I mean, they've had me laced in designer since I came out the womb. But look, don't get it twisted. Just because I grew up privileged doesn't mean I don't have a crazy work ethic. Yet my pops has had me training like a pro my whole life. Football camps, personal trainers, nutritionists, track coaches, you name it, I've had it. I've been putting in all the work that's needed to be successful, so that's why I can confidently say that there's no way I don't make it to the league. Man, bro, algebra is so dumb. I mean, honestly, when am I ever gonna use any of that information in the real world? It's only the first day of school and I already got a headache. On top of that, my next class is biology, and then I gotta go sit through US History 1. Man, I'll tap back in with y'all before practice tonight. IMG Academy. This is where my high school football journey really began. Now, if you're not familiar with IMG, allow me to give you a little bit of a background. It's one of the most prestigious sports, performance, and educational institutions in the whole world, and they produce several professional athletes. I went here my freshman and sophomore year of high school. Now, this is a boarding school, so that means you actually stay on campus just like you would at a college. Bro, I still remember the day my mom and pops dropped me off. I was so excited, I thought it was finna be like the movies. You know, with the girls and the parties, but bro, it was the complete opposite. All we did was go to school and train. I mean, like, we literally didn't have any time to do anything else. But I can honestly say that I became a much better player while I was there. Everything was state of the art. They even brought in sports scientists to create individual training programs for each athlete. I mean, everything was going great off the field, but on the field is where we had issues. I never got to play, which is the complete opposite of what the coaches told me would happen when I agreed to come here. Yeah, they promised I'd have a chance to compete for the starting spot, but I honestly don't feel like I was ever given that opportunity. I became a certified backup. The only time I saw the field was at practice, which was crazy because the starting quarterback definitely wasn't better than me my freshman or sophomore year. After just 2 seasons spent at IMG Academy, I was gone. My next stop would be at some trash school that I'm not even gonna bother mentioning. I only appeared in 5 games for them bums because the coach and I kept butting heads. I did my thing and we ended up winning 4 out of the 5 games that I played in, but the coach there was hating on me. Yeah, he didn't want to see me be great. He kept trying to humble me and tell me that I wasn't bigger than the team, but what he didn't understand was without me, they wasn't gonna win. I had to tell him, like, bro, we gonna do things my way or I'm just not gonna play. And well, yeah, I ended up getting kicked off the team, but it is what it is. I spent the remainder of last year and all of last summer playing in several flag football tournaments all across the state of Florida. I put on an absolute clinic in those tournaments, and I honestly believe I showed that I'm the most skillful quarterback in this year's class. I know there's still a little bit of doubt surrounding my name, and that's okay, because I plan on using this year to make it abundantly clear that I'm the best quarterback in the nation. Man, bro, that nap after class was much needed. I feel like a brand new person. Now I'm ready to go throw some darts over the top of the defense. But look, normally coach would never allow cameras to be at practice, but I told him I'm doing this little day in a life vlog for y'all, so he agreed to give you a quick sneak peek. Plus, this would give me the chance to introduce y'all to some of the weapons on the team. I'm telling y'all, man, we got some dogs. So we just finished up a pretty tough practice. I can't lie, I'm extremely exhausted, but I was able to convince a few of the guys to stay after for a few extra reps. So look, we just gonna work through the passing tree while I introduce you to a few of the receivers. First, we got my guy Jeremy Smith. So right now he's currently uncommitted, but he has a few JUCO offers, but I hope by the end of the year we can change that. Next, we got my boy Bryce Brown. He's actually uncommitted right now as well, but he has more D1 offers than everybody on the team, so he can really go wherever he wants to. I mean, dude is a dog, he's a speedster, good hands, really the total package. Next up is my guy DG. Now, he's really my closest friend on the team. As of right now, he doesn't have any offers, but I know that's going to change because he's quickly become my favorite target. Then we got my boy Torian. Now, as you can see, he's fully committed to go play at Washington, but I think he's going to change his mind as more offers come in. Right now, he's just a junior, so he's still got a little bit of time left. Last but certainly not least, my boy B. Jones. Definitely the best offensive weapon we have other than myself. He's fully committed to go play at Michigan next year. Our first game of the season came against our crosstown rivals, Westminster Academy. Last year, they were able to pull off a very tough victory in a game that went into a double overtime. Now, I'll admit, I feel like we had the better team last year, so I can't take anything away from their performance. But this year, yeah, it was a totally different story. It wasn't no way I was going to end my high school football career losing to our rivals. The hatred between the two schools runs deep. Now, even though we're both expensive private schools, we look at them as ghetto with no class, and they look at us as spoiled rich kids that never had to work for anything. But forget all that. Myself and the team came out very sharp and played a nearly perfect game to secure the victory in our season opener. I went 10 for 19 on nearly 300 passing yards. But listen, since I play for a smaller 4A division school, it's going to be harder for me to get my 5th star since our competition isn't as good as some of the larger schools. But hey, it is what it is. Our next opponent was Rivalry Christian Academy, back at home. Now, this is a team that you cannot lose to. I mean, they haven't had a winning program since the late 80s, so normally whenever we play them, coach tries to incorporate new plays and schemes for us to try out during the game. If you haven't noticed by now, I'm a dual threat quarterback. That means I could beat you off through the air or on the ground. I like to compare my game of that of Tom Brady mixed with Patty Mahomes with the hint of Lamar Jackson, but I know for sure I'm going to be better than all three of them, so in the future, kids going to be comparing their game to mine. Midway through the third quarter, we had a very comfortable lead, but the pressure from the Calvary Christian defensive end caused me to throw my first interception of the season. Now, a blind man would be able to see that definitely wasn't my fault. Had my O-line held their blocks a little longer and my receiver stuck to his route, that never would have happened. We went on to close out the game pretty easily, just like everyone expected. I had a great day on the ground, finishing with over 200 rushing yards, and I did my thing through the air as well, securing 2 passing touchdowns. Coral Springs would be our first road game of the season, and surprisingly, this turned into a shootout. It was weird because they didn't have anyone on their defense that was really talented or even really good. It was just like everyone was extremely disciplined. I found myself having to go through every read and look off defenders just to pick up 5 and 10 yard gains. Everyone stayed at home in their zone, so I wasn't able to rely on my athleticism to make plays, so that made things challenging. But if I'm being honest, I love games like that because I'm forced to think. Tie game, only a few seconds left until the end of regulation. I drop back in the pocket, scanning the field, then I would eventually throw up nothing short of a Hail Mary, only for my guy AD to come down with an insane head-tapping catch in the end zone, giving us the walk-off victory on the road. 3-0 coming off a nail-biting victory the week before, we'd be back on the road to take on Bishop Stevens High School. Now, since our games were being televised on ESPNU, thousands of people saw the performance I put on versus Coral Springs, and I finally started to get the buzz I should have gotten a long time ago. Like I mentioned before, since I go to a smaller private school, people tend to overlook us, so that means I have to work twice as hard as everybody else to only get half the results. But I was taught if you complain, you stay the same, so I decided to just make the best of my situation. But look, this definitely wasn't my best game, as I threw 2 back-to-back interceptions right into the hands of the defense. But again, neither of these were my fault. On both interceptions, my receivers ran lazy routes and no one else was open, so I really had no choice but to make the pass. On our final offensive drive of the game, I was able to improvise on several plays to move the ball down the field right outside the end zone. Well, that's where I would eventually call my own number and scramble into the end zone for a touchdown, increasing our lead and keeping our undefeated streak alive. Off to a very hot start, our next matchup will be against the Dillard High Panthers. Now, this team is always pretty solid, so I remember in the weeks leading up to the game, everybody was locked in. Not only that, but I heard they had some all-star defensive line that had 3 players committing to go play at Power 5 schools. Now, of course, me personally, I didn't care, but I did know that there was a chance that maybe my offensive line could have trouble keeping them contained. But to my surprise, the big guys up front held their blocks extremely well, and they gave me a clean pocket to pass out of. We were very dominant on the ground and of course through the air. I felt like this was my coming out party because I played a relatively perfect game. No sacks, no interceptions. Like, I was really in my bag, and this was much needed considering the last game I didn't play so well. There were a few scouts in the stands from smaller schools that I wasn't interested in. A few of them tried to talk to me after the game, but like, come on bro, I ain't got time for all that. Besides, who the hell wants to go play for the University of Alabama at Birmingham? I mean, what the hell is even that? Anyways, we took yet another victory at home to improve our record to 5-0 with only one more game before the playoffs. The last regular season game of my high school career took place on our home field versus Northeast High. Believe it or not, my coach wanted me to rest this game so I'd be fresh for the playoffs, but it wasn't no way I was going to allow that to happen. But listen, this team actually ended up having the best defense we faced all year. I spent the majority of the game running for my life just trying to get off a clean pass. I think I took like 4 back shots that night from the defense, which was the most I'd taken all season. We had trouble getting our running game going early on, and our passing game wasn't doing much either. Luckily, our defense came to the rescue and forced them to settle for field goals on 3 straight drives. I was able to find the end zone with about 2 minutes left in the first half, but that's when I took a late hit by the Northeast safety, which honestly pissed me off. Unfortunately, I allowed that anger to take over, and I forced the ball into coverage, leading to an interception. But even still, that wasn't really my fault because my receiver should have just caught the ball. Nonetheless, we beat them boys 17-12 and officially closed out an undefeated regular season. At the end of the regular season, I was still rated as a 4-star quarterback, but that was completely fine. See, I knew since the competition at these private schools isn't that deep, the analysts were just waiting until the state playoffs to see how I performed against tougher competition before passing out that 5th star. I had 4 games left to show my haters, my doubters, the scouts, the analysts, everybody that I'm really that dude. The moment I had been waiting all year for. The Florida 4A playoffs was finally here, and it was time for me to take stage. Now, as I mentioned, I finished the regular season as a 4-star athlete, but I knew all the scouts and analysts would have their eyes on these playoff games, so it was very important I put on a good performance. I started off playing extremely aggressive. Yeah, I wanted to send a message early on that I was with all the smoke. I drove the ball 60 yards up the field and eventually scored a 15-yard touchdown off of a quarterback keeper. Just as I was reaching into my bag, tragedy struck as I would take a huge blindsided hit from the defense that caused my head to bounce off the ground extremely hard, resulting in a concussion. Just like that, my high school career was officially over. We went on to lose in the first round of the playoffs after having a tremendous undefeated season. I never thought things would have ended that way, and to make matters worse, I never got my 5th star. Analysts felt the competition I faced during the regular season just wasn't good enough to justify me being a 5-star athlete. After training like crazy for the past few months, the spring game is finally here. The fight for QB1 has been close all camp, but that's only because I'm a freshman. Yeah, y'all know how it gets when politics are involved, but my play today is going to set me apart from everybody else. But look, I'm headed over to the cafe right now to grab a quick snack before the game. While I do that, let me bring y'all up to date with everything that's happened since last episode. After suffering an early exit from the state playoffs last episode, I had to switch my focus and get my mindset for the next chapter of my football career. See, at that time I was still uncommitted and I hadn't taken a single college visit, but that's because my mind was already set on where I was going. I took the rest of my senior year off from football and really just focused on being a kid. You know, partying, hooping, fishing, really just enjoying life because I knew as soon as it was time to leave for college, playtime would be over and the hard work would really start. Oregon University. Yeah, I've known I was going to be an Oregon Duck since I was a kid. My pops actually got his master's degree from Oregon and my grandfather did as well. So I guess you can say it's always been a part of the family. National Signing Day came and I made my official announcement and let the world know I was headed to play for the Ducks. Moving out of the crib was tough. Not for me, but for my parents. Yeah, they were sad to see their baby boy go, but I wasn't sad at all. Yeah, it was finally time for me to go take over college football. My parents drove my M8 and the U-Haul from Florida to Oregon. Meanwhile, I took a first-class flight there, that way I wouldn't be cranky or sore from the long drive. The first thing I did when I got on campus was request a meeting with Coach Lanning and the OC. Yeah, I had to let them know that I was ready to lead this offense and put the team in position to win the championship this year. Man, Coach, I'm so happy to be here right now and I'm excited to get to work. I just wanted to touch base with you and maybe go over a few different schemes that I think you should consider adding to the offense. I think if we make a few minor changes that'll better fit my play style, we'll have a better chance of getting to the playoffs and potentially winning a title. Alright, so yeah, maybe I went by the coach's office a little too soon. I mean, I hadn't thrown a single pass against a Division I defense or taken a single snap from under center as a college athlete. Yet, I was already in the front office requesting changes. Yeah, I can admit I was tripping, but all that did was put an even bigger chip on my shoulder. For the first month or so, all we did was strength and conditioning training. Then it was finally time to put on the pads so I could show them what I could do. The first week or so, I'll admit I made quite a few mental errors, but that was expected. It took me a little bit of time to build some chemistry with the wideouts and learn the playbook. So a lot of my passes were either underthrown or thrown right into coverage. Once I got comfortable though, things began to change and I started making plays. It seems like everything began to slow down for me and I was really having my way. The main difference I noticed between high school football and college football is the speed. I mean, everything is like 5 times faster. With Bo Nix leaving for the NFL draft, that left a huge opening at the quarterback position. Well, that opening attracted 2 huge transfers. Former UCF and OU quarterback Dylan Gabriel and also former UCLA quarterback Dante Moore. Now, initially at the beginning of camp, judging by the number of reps each of us got, it looked like Dylan would be QB1, Dante would be QB2, and then yours truly was at QB3. But now, I'm pretty sure I moved into that QB2 slot. So we have about an hour left until kickoff. Now, I believe Dylan and Dante will be splitting reps in the first half, then I should have the second half to myself, but I could be wrong. Regardless though, no matter how much time I'm out there, I already know I'm gonna make plays. I just need everybody else around me to do their job. There's a lot riding on my performance in this spring game, as this may very well be the last chance I have to show just how much better I am than every other quarterback on the roster. Going into the spring game, I promised myself to have total confidence in my team. I know normally I can tend to not want to take risks because of uncertainty that they'll be able to catch the ball and complete the play, but I changed my mindset for this game. And early on, that newfound confidence in my team proved to be very beneficial as I was able to connect on a 40-yard bomb over the top of the defense for my first touchdown. But look, let me be honest, Dylan and Dante played a decent game, but to me they both seemed timid and scared to let the ball fly. Meanwhile, I came out guns blazing. I not only scored on the team's opening drive, but I was able to find the end zone on the second one as well. Our third drive started off with a big run up the middle. I used my speed and vision to ram the ball up the backside of the defense, and I picked up about 30 yards. I was feeling extremely confident, and I know for a fact the coaches and the fans had to be impressed with my performance because, I mean, come on now, I was picking them boys apart. I remember thinking like nothing could go wrong at that point, and I had actually fully embraced having confidence in my team. Well, that was until the O-line didn't hold their blocks, which forced me to throw an ill-advised pass in triple coverage. I was pissed, and I felt stupid for even depending on them to do their job. I knew better than that, and I also knew I had to make up for that interception, so I started to call my own number. I was able to get us down right outside the red zone and ended up throwing another interception because another one of my teammates couldn't make the play. 2 interceptions in 1 quarter is crazy. By the time the 4th quarter started, I had lost all confidence in my teammates. See, I didn't want to risk throwing a 3rd pick, so I did everything I could to keep the ball on the ground. As a quarterback, when things go right, you get all the credit, but on the flip side, when things go wrong, you get that same credit as well. Even if it wasn't your fault, it's still your fault. We had about 2.5 minutes left in the game, and I honestly felt like at that point, I had blown my chance to secure the starting spot. Even though the other 2 quarterbacks on the team didn't play as exciting as I did, they didn't turn over the ball, and honestly, we all know that's what really matters. In my final drive of the spring game, I played pretty well and was able to move the ball up the field to score a touchdown. Now, this was technically my first college game, so I truly feel like I did my thing. I mean, I showed confidence and composure in the pocket, and I also showed that I'm a weapon on the ground as well. Now, if I had to grade my performance alone, I'd definitely say I put on an A+ performance. So as y'all can see, I'm back here in Florida at my parents' crib. Yeah, they gave us a week and a half off for spring break, so I caught a flight back home, but honestly, I'm not sure if I'm even going back. Shortly after the spring game, I sat down with Coach Lanning and I asked him to keep it real with me. Yeah, I asked him straight up, like, who's going to be the starting quarterback for the season? And he told me, Dylan is his guy, and then behind him is Dante. Now, y'all should know damn well I'm not about to be no 3rd string quarterback, especially not for them 2 bum-ass dudes, so I just been thinking, weighing out all my options. Alright, so look, obviously I can go to pretty much any school in the nation I want to. Now, some schools I'll be coming in as a starter, meanwhile there's other schools that'll probably have me compete and work my way up to QB number 1. Now, of course, I could just stay put at Oregon, but with QB 1 and 2 already being set, that means it's almost certain that I won't be playing this year. But if I do go ahead and jump into the portal and go to another school, that would give me a fresh start. So even if I came in at QB 2, there's still an opportunity for me to play. Now, I've been weighing out my options with my parents, and of course they like to see me stay put in Oregon, but they'd also like to see me play, so they totally support me transferring. Now, if I'm being honest, I haven't told nobody this, but I've been thinking about coming back and playing at home. Maybe I go to Florida or Florida State, and then of course Miami's always an option as well. So look, since we're family, I'd love to hear what y'all think. Should I redshirt and sit a year at Oregon and hope that maybe next year I'll be starting, or should I test out my luck in the transfer portal? Do your boy a favor and comment down below what my next move should be. Until then, I'm on to the next one. I'm here outside of Coach Norvell's office for an emergency meeting. We had a game last night versus Clemson, and I mean, everything went well. I got in late because DJ went down with the injury, but I mean, I didn't turn the ball over or anything like that, so I'm honestly not sure what this could be about.
So, as you know, DJ went down with an injury in last night's game.
Yeah.
Well, we just got word back that it's more serious than we thought, and he'll likely be out for several weeks. So that makes you the next man up. Now, I don't want you to let this go to your head, okay? Just keep doing what you've been doing, and everything will be fine. But remember, the standard is the standard. And if at any moment myself or your coaches feel you're not playing up to the standard, we'll have to pull the plug, okay?
Okay, I got you, Coach. Man, y'all should already know I'm excited as hell. It's finally time for me to shine. I said I'm the best quarterback in college football all along. Now I finally get a chance to prove it. Yeah, it is sad that DJ got hurt, but if him getting hurt is what had to happen for me to get my shot, then so be it.
Wow, honey, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. Oh, is DJ gonna be okay?
Mama, I don't care about DJ. As a matter of fact, where's Dad at? Can you please put him on the phone?
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna pass the phone to your father.
It's so crazy how quick your life can change. Just a few weeks ago, I was a third-string quarterback at Oregon with no real chance of playing this year. As a matter of fact, man, Coach Lanning said I should probably redshirt. Look at me now. I'm here at Florida State about to start my first game. Man, I know y'all probably got a lot of questions on how this even happened, so let me take a second and bring everybody up to date. I spent the majority of spring break in my parents' crib, really just weighing out all my options. First, I had to decide if I was going to enter the transfer portal or just redshirt this year and stay at Oregon. Well, that decision was pretty easy to make. It wasn't no way I was redshirting, so I went ahead and jumped in the portal. I just knew as soon as word spread that I was in the portal, my phone would be ringing non-stop. But for some reason, the first few days nobody called. But then a few calls started to trickle in, but it was mainly from smaller schools I wasn't interested in, like UAB and LA Tech. I spent the next few days just relaxing and enjoying my spring break. But then I started to get a little bit concerned after the first week because nobody was reaching out. But that's when it hit me. They probably just didn't have my number. So I started reaching out to coaches at Power 5 schools all across the country. You know, Texas, LSU, Alabama, Michigan, the big schools. I knew each of those schools would be blessed to have me on their roster, but they didn't seem too interested. But I also knew that's only because they already had their quarterback position filled. I made call after call to these universities, but I had no success. I'll be honest, I felt lost and somewhat embarrassed. I mean, I was officially stranded in the portal. Well, that's when I reached out to my pops for some advice on what I should do next.
Look, son, now I know you feel like you're the best player in the nation, and I don't doubt that one bit at all. But the problem is no one else outside this house believes you. I was reading the comments on your latest YouTube video, and I seen that you had a lot of doubters. And, you know, the only way to turn them doubters into believers is to show them. But that may mean starting from the bottom and working your way up. So, with that being said, I think you should consider joining the roster as a second option. And when given a chance to compete for that starting spot, you take what's yours. So, I think you should reach out to Florida State. Their quarterback is leaving for the pros, so not only is that a wide open spot for you, but you'll also be right at home.
My pops was right. I really am the greatest football player to ever live, but no one else knows that, and it's my job to show them. I took the next few days to get some rest because I knew as soon as spring break was over, my mission to be recognized as the GOAT would start. I was still in pretty good shape from spring training at Oregon, but over the break, I didn't train at all and I had started to develop a gut. So I decided to jumpstart things a bit before reporting to FSU with 2-a-day training. Yeah, so every day I wake up and do morning runs and then evening weight training, just to get my wind back. When I first got to FSU, there wasn't a huge media buzz surrounding my name. When the other guys would get interviewed, it would be 20 or 30 reporters gathered around. But for me, it was only like 1 or 2. I knew I needed to change that, so when a reporter asked how camp was going, I decided to shake things up a little bit. Camp is going pretty good. Well, for me at least. Now, I can't say the same about the other quarterbacks on the team, but that's for them to figure out. Just know when the season opener comes, I'll be more than ready. As expected, Coach Norvell was pissed, but I didn't care. That one media soundbite got all of college football talking about me, which is exactly what I had planned to happen. This was officially my team now. Everyone else just didn't know. As camp began to wrap up, I was still taking second team snaps, but I was totally fine with that. I took my dad's advice and changed my mindset and my perspective. I knew eventually I'd get my shot at QB1, and when I do, I'd never give it back. To kick off the season, Coach had DJ Ooey Gooey starting, and again, I was totally fine with that. See, I knew eventually I would get my chance to put my hands under the center's balls, so I just told myself to stay patient. Now, don't get it twisted, I'm still that guy. Yeah, I don't want y'all thinking I got humbled or anything like that. Now, I just realized that sometimes in order to get in, you gotta fit in. So for the first 4 games of the season, I was on placeholder duty. And to be honest, the job is pretty difficult. It's a lot of technique that goes into it. From the outside looking in, it looks super easy, but honestly, it's really not. As I mentioned at the start of the episode, I would finally get my chance in the backfield at quarterback our last game versus Clemson. DJ went down with his injury, so my number was called to go out and close the game. Ironically, this was our first big test of the season, so it couldn't happen at a better time. We had a small 3-point lead with just over 4 minutes left when I took the field. So of course, coach wanted me to go out and just protect the ball and manage the clock, but I had other plans. Yeah, I wanted to attack the defense and try to put more points on the board. And I did just that. I went on to throw my first official collegiate touchdown to close out the game versus one of our biggest rivals on the road. Now that your boy gonna be starting, I know all the cameras gonna be on me, so I think it's time I go get some new drip. Now my off the field drip is already top tier. Yeah, y'all see it, but my on the field drip can use a bit of an upgrade. So let's head over to the equipment room to see what we can find before we hit the field. Alright, so look, I'm here in the equipment room and I'm gonna give you a quick rundown of the drip for my game today. Now, of course, I'll make changes throughout the season, depending on if we're playing at home or on the road. But for my first game as a starter, this is the look. So let's go ahead and get into it. Alright, so up top, I went with the Speed Flex 2 bar. I know oftentimes you may see a lot of receivers wearing this helmet, but it's the perfect fit for me. Of course, I also had to throw on the pitch black Oakley visor and the neon green mouthpiece. Nothing too crazy. Now, I did decide to go with the rolled up jersey as well for obvious reasons. I mean, come on, I look like a Greek god. Anyways, I also put on the battle backplate for solely aesthetic purposes. I mean, I don't plan on being on my back at all this season. Now, finally, for the most important part, the shoes. I was really thinking about going with the Kobe's for this game, but after careful consideration, I think I'll save those for a later date. Instead, I went with the Jordan 4s. You look good, you feel good. If you feel good, you'll play good. And if you play good, come on, man, y'all know they pay good. Well, I'm feeling great and I know I look even better. So like I said, this is the drip for today's game. So y'all do me a favor and give me a rating out of 1 through 10 down below. I think I look like an absolute superstar, but I'm excited to see what y'all think. Anyways, enough of all that. Let's go ahead and hit the field. My first game as a starter came on the road versus our arch rivals, Florida University. Now that's an insane amount of pressure to put on the shoulders of a freshman quarterback, but I knew if anyone could handle the pressure of the D, it was me. Now I can't lie, I did come out pretty rusty, but I mean, come on now, that's expected. But it wouldn't take me very long to find my bearings. On our second drive down the field, I connected with my guy Keon for a huge 70-yard touchdown. My mission to be acknowledged as the greatest ever was officially underway. Florida went down and struck back immediately with a touchdown and a field goal, giving them a 3-point lead. I took the field with just over 2 minutes left in the first half. Now we work on our 2-minute offense every day at the end of practice, so this scenario was nothing new to me. I stayed calm and composed and was able to move the ball up the field, throwing a touchdown and giving us a lead going into the second half. I came out just as aggressive in the third quarter. I had all the confidence in the world and it was showing through my comfort in the pocket. Well, just as I started to really settle in, that comfort was snatched away as my tight end forced me to throw an interception, putting the ball right back into the hands of the Florida offense. Now, luckily, we were able to hold them to only a field goal and we got the ball back to start the fourth quarter. Even though he made me throw that interception on the drive before, I went right back to my tight end for a huge reception, putting us right outside the end zone. That's when I decided to call my own number and scramble into the end zone, giving us the lead again with just over 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The Gators refused to bend over and they went down to score back-to-back touchdowns, giving them the 8-point lead. Now we may have been down, but we definitely wasn't out. This is the moment I had always dreamed of. With our backs pinned against the mattress, we got an extremely clutch pass interference call, which moved the ball right outside the red zone to the 18-yard line. With 30 seconds left, I had no choice but to scramble outside the pocket to pick up the first down. But excellent blocking on the outside allowed me to take the ball in for the touchdown, bringing us to within 2 points. The defense sent the blitz on a 2-point conversion, which left me no choice but to scramble and throw up a Hail Mary, which fell flat in the end zone, ultimately resulted in us losing the game to our rivals on the road by only 2 points. Next, we be at home versus Auburn, and y'all boys know we don't lose at home. I came out focused and ready to play. Even though the last game versus Florida ended in a loss, it still did a lot for me. Yeah, it was like a confirmation that I really am who I say I am. The first drive down the field, we were able to move the ball with ease. Even though I knew I was the best pocket passer in the nation, I also knew I'd have to be mobile at times to beat the defense. In only 5 big plays, I was able to get us right outside the end zone where I'd find my tight end on a flat route for 6. Our defense went out there and fought hard to get the 3 and out, putting the ball right back into our hands. I was fired up and ready to go take a 14-0 lead, but once again, my damn receiver was out of position, causing me to throw an interception. We walked through each of these routes pregame, but it's like as soon as we step on the field, they want to run the route a few yards deeper. It really pisses me off because I'm always the one to blame for their mess ups. If they would just listen to me, none of this would happen. I don't know what was going on with my receivers this game. It's like we were all out of sync, almost like we had never played together before. Like on this play right here, I have my tight end wide open, but for some reason, he decides to break off his route and run upfield. Like, bro, what are you even doing? I had thrown 2 interceptions in just the first half, but a blind man can see that none of them were my fault. I was making the same reads that I would normally make in practice, but for some reason today, everybody decided to go off script. Like this play right here, I have my guy wide open, but he decided to Man, look, it was his fault, bruh, but yet again, I look bad. 3 interceptions is crazy and coach has seen enough. This was my last play of the game as we went on to lose and I was benched for the entire second half. The next day after the game, I went straight to the coach's office demanding answers. Yeah, I wanted to know why I was benched. I mean, none of those interceptions were even my fault. He kept trying to tell me that I lacked accountability and a whole bunch of other crap I wasn't trying to hear. Man, I ended up being benched for the biggest game of the season, Florida State versus Alabama. But look though, my backup played horrible and we got our heinies beat. With DJ still being sidelined with that season-ending injury and my backup playing worse than I did, after just one game, I was back in the starting lineup. My first game back as a starter, we'd be taking on Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Even though both teams had suffered several losses this season, it was still a very important game for me personally because I'll be going head to head with this year's expected first round pick, Shedeur Sanders. Now my mindset was different coming into this game because I had already been benched, so I felt like I didn't have anything to lose. That mindset allowed me to play completely carefree. Also, not only would I be competing against Shedeur, but Shiloh Sanders and Travis Hunter were on the defensive side of the ball as well. All eyes would be on those guys, so naturally, that meant all eyes on me. Coach stressed the importance of establishing a run game. He believed that if we stroked the D by running the ball early and often, eventually they would begin to send the blitz, and then that would leave a huge opening in the secondary. Well, that's exactly what happened. I connected several times for huge gains stemming from play action plays. Then by the time they dropped back into the zone coverage, we start killing them again on the ground. It was the perfect 1-2 punch. This was hands down my best game of the season, as it was here that I truly began to grow comfortable scrambling and running with the ball. See, I've always seen myself as like a pocket passer, but over the course of the season, I think I grew into a bit of a dual threat quarterback. You know, like Steve Young and Randall Cunningham, but of course I'm a lot better than those guys. Anyways, we went on to beat the sleeves off the Buffaloes and the game was never really close at any point. I knew I had secured my starting spot with my play in that game, but if I'm being honest, I still had a big chip on my shoulder for even being benched in the first place. Our biggest rival was right in front of us, but unfortunately, we'd be right back to our old ways. We were hosting Clemson at the crib in front of a sold out stadium, but my first pass of the game was intercepted, simply because my receiver wasn't where he was supposed to be. Man, at this point of the season, I had pretty much realized that this wasn't a winning team, and if I wanted to win, either something was gonna have to change or I simply was gonna have to leave. I knew I couldn't just write the rest of the season off though. Other schools were watching and taking notes, so every pass I made mattered. Our defense was able to force a turnover and put the ball back in our hands. And that's when I walked us all the way down the field to strike first with the touchdown. Of course, Clemson answered right back, so I already knew what type of game it was going to be. And trust me, I wasn't ducking no smoke. My boy LT came up clutch. He was able to break off a huge run up the middle of the defense. Then as soon as he got done having his way with them, I'd step up and make a play. That 1-2 punch I've been talking about all season worked perfectly yet again, as LT was able to run the ball in for 6 from right outside the end zone. Clemson came right back and put up some points of their own. I could feel the guys starting to panic a little bit, but I was calm, cool, and confident. Well, that's until I threw another interception, but this time, I'll admit, it wasn't the receiver's fault, but it certainly wasn't my fault either. I mean, sometimes the defense just plays good defense. Anyways, on what would be our final possession of the game, we were still trailing by 5 points. Yeah, that meant we still had a chance to take the lead, but credit to Clemson's girthy D up front, I didn't have time to make a damn pass. I mean, I was running for my life that whole possession. And eventually, I would take a huge sack that resulted in a 3rd and 20. Of course, we weren't able to convert on 3rd down, and we go on to lose yet another game at home versus yet another arch rival. Things was looking pretty ugly at this point. At that point in the season, I had a 66% completion rate and I had thrown for over 3,000 yards, but I only had 19 touchdowns with 16 interceptions. Yeah, that wasn't gonna cut it. We only had 3 games left in the season and our next opponent was Mississippi State. Now, after really looking over my stats and comparing them to other quarterbacks across college football, I realized I had been playing horrible, but it wasn't my fault though. I mean, the group of receivers I had wasn't the best, and my offensive line. Yeah, my offensive line was ass. Like, bro, look what I did versus Colorado. I put on a clinic and I outplayed Shedeur. So if he's going to be the number 1 overall pick this year and I outplayed him, that could only mean one thing. Yeah, that means I'm the best player in the nation, but I'm playing on a sorry team. I took on that selfish mindset I had back in high school. I mean, at that point, it was clear we wasn't playing for no championship this year. So I started to play for myself. Yeah, no more risky passes leading to interceptions. No more throwing the ball away out of bounds, lowering my completion percentage. Yeah, all of that was over. I mean, I let this group of bums make me look bad for far too long. Yeah, now it was time for Big TJ to shine. Ironically, This mindset and playstyle proved to be very effective as we completely dominated Mississippi State pretty easy. Our running attack was on point this whole game. Yeah, LT finally started running with purpose and showing a little bit of passion instead of just playing around in the backfield. And our passing attack, man, it was just as good because like I told y'all, I was done taking risks. So that meant if you wasn't open, bro, I wasn't throwing it to you. I didn't care if that meant taking a sack or whatever, bro. It was what it was. Although we were able to win this game, you can tell that the team morale was at an all-time low. After the game, instead of celebrating a victory, everybody was just arguing and upset, but low-key, I ain't even care. The next week, we be on the road taking on UCLA. Now, as I just mentioned, the team morale was at an all-time low. I mean, nobody was really rocking with each other. Well, I guess I should say nobody was really rocking with me. I mean, the O-line hung with the O-line, the receivers with the receivers. I basically spent all week by myself. The jokes weren't as funny anymore, and the plane rides were silent. But strangely enough, we seem to be playing the best football we played all season. Now, there could be many reasons as to why this was, but if I'm being honest, man, I think everyone was just playing selfish. This season definitely didn't shape up how any of us expected it to, and we all knew there were going to be huge changes taking place this offseason. So I honestly feel like everyone just wanted to have a good end of season highlight tape to build off of come next year. Well, I mean, I'll speak for myself, that's what I was thinking. We started off very strong, jumping out to a 14-0 lead, but then UCLA went down and scored 7 points of their own. We got the ball back and picked up right where we left off the drive before. Now that same balanced offense I've been telling y'all about all season continued to be reliable as we worked our way all the way up the field. Now we got right inside the red zone on the 9-yard line, and that's when I found my receiver wide open in the back of the end zone for 6, giving me my first touchdown of the day. The Bruins refused to bend over as they fought back and cut the lead down to just 3 points. Now there was still a ton of time left on the clock, so that's when I got specific instructions from the coach. He told me to just not turn the ball over, and if I have a shot, then go ahead and take it. Now, he had just given me the green light, and y'all should know me well enough by now to know that I took it. I threw a huge 30-yard dagger to the back of the end zone and officially gave us a large enough lead to close out the game. We went on to beat the Bruins on the road, and although it was basically the end of the season, we finally started to gel together and play as a team. In what would be our final game of our lackluster season, we would be playing against Coach Prime again and his Colorado Buffaloes. Now, this meant another head-to-head matchup against his son, Shador. Even though I had outplayed him in our first meeting, he was having a far better season than I was. Now, hold on. That don't mean he's better than me. All that means is he has a better team and he's surrounded by more weapons. And I made it my mission to prove just that in this game because I know I got a lot of doubters out there. But anyways, we jumped out to a very early lead, just like we did in our first meeting. Also, just like our defense had done all season, they were playing incredible and they forced the 3 and out, putting the ball back into putting the ball back into my hands to go and make another play. And well, I did just that. But look, in this game, I was killing them boys with my feet. But I could tell that they had been studying me and watching film because they had a perfect game plan. I mean, all my favorite crossing routes were covered, so that left me no choice but to scramble and lead the pocket. Bro, I dog walked them boys all the way up the field, then I handed off the ball for an easy 2-yard touchdown. This being our last game of the season was crazy though. I remember that's all I could think about on our final drive up the field. It kind of felt like the last day of school. You know that feeling you get when you just know you're not going to see all the guys together again? Even though we didn't end on the best of terms, I mean, I had still just went to war with these dudes. I mean, we were brothers. Look, I still don't know what my future holds. I know a lot of coaches saw what I was capable of this year if given the right weapons, so I should have plenty of transfer options this offseason if I choose to do so. But I might just stay here and see what type of team we could put together next season. Man, y'all do me a favor and comment down below. What should my next move be? See, bro, I had a bad feeling about even coming here. Now something like this happens, man, the past few weeks of my life have felt like a never-ending nightmare. Just one thing after another. Not only am I stranded on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, I just talked to AAA and they said it's gonna take them 3 hours to get here. Look, I don't know what lesson life could be trying to teach me right now, but whatever it is, man, I've had enough. I guess since I got so much spare time on my hands, I might as well go ahead and make myself comfortable. After a crazy season at FSU, I needed an escape, so I decided to use some of my NIL money and take a nice vacation to the Bahamas. I also paid for my parents to come as well. You know, as kind of a thank you for everything they've done for me over the past few years. I promised myself while I was on vacation not to get on social media and not to think about football. Well, I did pretty good for the first few hours, but I eventually gave in and started scrolling on Twitter. Yeah, I wanted to see what posts people were making about me throughout the season, but I wasn't on there too long because it wasn't too interesting. Anyways, that night, I laid in my bed thinking about what my next move should be. I mean, as I said before, FSU was good to me, and Coach Norvell and I seem to be building a pretty good relationship. As a matter of fact, at the end of the season, he called me into his office for a quick meeting. You know, he just wanted to see where my head was at.
TJ, thanks for stopping by. I just wanted to touch base with you and see where your head was at now that the season is over.
Man, Coach, I'll be honest, I love it here, and I think this is a tremendous program. I feel like things really started to come together towards the end of the season, but as far as next season, I honestly don't know. I'm just hoping that you're able to bring in some more weapons for me to use offensively. That's really been my main concern.
Okay, great. So it sounds like we're on the same page. Myself and your coaches plan to hit the transfer portal really hard this offseason and bring in more talent on that side of the ball. Look, TJ, I just want you to know you're my guy for next season, okay? You have my word.
After meeting with Coach and him giving me his word, I knew my next stop had to be to talk to my receivers. As I said last episode, there was a lot of tension between them and myself, so I just wanted to smooth things over. They addressed a few of their concerns, and I addressed a few of mine. When it was all said and done, I think we came to a pretty good understanding. Now, unfortunately, I can't say the same for me and DJ. I mean, I tried to talk to him and just basically tell him, like, you know, this is my team now and he needed to embrace being my backup. But as you're about to see, he wasn't going for it.
Dog, are you stupid? You threw more interceptions this year than you did touchdowns, bum ass nigga. The only reason you even got to play is because I got injured. Otherwise, you'll be on the sideline holding coach's nuts. Man, miss me with that shit.
Man, bro, they trying to tell me my head gasket blew and it's going to be $175 for the repair and installation. Not only that, but I already had to pay $150 just for them to tow it here to the shop. Plus, once it gets repaired, I still got to drive another 2 hours to get to campus. Man, bro, today has already been a long day and sadly, it's just getting started. I knew DJ wouldn't take the news very well and I expected his reaction, but it didn't matter because Coach had already given me his word that I was his guy. After I got back from that vacation I just mentioned, I got straight to work. Over the entire offseason, I worked on increasing my speed and agility and also my arm strength. Those improvements showed early on throughout camp, and I was clearly the favorite for QB1 going into the first game of the season. There was a lot of tension in the quarterback room. I mean, I had already secured my starting spot, so I was chilling, but I oftentimes would catch DJ mugging me and making these weird faces. Like, I don't know if he was trying to intimidate me or what, but as you can see, man, I wasn't worried about nothing. My pops always told me when you great, you gonna have haters. I mean, I tried to make peace with Buddy, but he wasn't going for it, so I just felt like, hey, if it's smoke, then so be it. The first game of my sophomore season came at home versus Southern Miss. Now, I had complete confidence in my receivers as this was pretty much the same group that I had last year, so this was our second year playing together. But our offensive line, we added several new pieces, so I was a little bit more concerned about them and how they perform. But look, our first drive down the field, we had a little bit of trouble moving the ball, and we would end up having to settle for a field goal. But our second drive was the complete opposite as we were able to move the ball up the field with complete ease. The blocking up front was amazing, and I actually had time to sit and progress through my reads. But look, we had the Golden Eagles defense in retreat all the way up the field. That's when I would go on to throw my first touchdown of the season. On the second play of the very next drive, I would step up in the pocket and make a huge connection over the top of the defense for an 86-yard touchdown. Man, at that point, we were deep in our bag and firing on all cylinders, but just as it looked like we were beginning to pull away, I would get struck by that old turnover bug. While attempting to scramble outside of the pocket, I got sacked and unfortunately I fumbled, putting Southern Miss in great position to go on and tie the game. Tie game with 54 seconds left, the Golden Eagles would commit a huge face mask penalty which moved us right outside the end zone. Well, that's where I would go ahead and hand the ball off for the game-winning touchdown. I mean, other than that one costly turnover, I played great and we were officially off to a 1-0 start to the season. Our next game, we'd be on the road for our first big test, the LSU Tigers. Now, this game was extremely important because at this point in the season, we were both undefeated. And we all know how one loss can be a death blow to the team's morale. Our first drive down the field, we looked completely unstoppable and the Tiger defense looked confused. Now, Coach pulled everybody in the huddle before the game and he instructed us all to play fast and aggressive. Well, that's exactly what we did, as we were able to march down the field and strike first with a touchdown. Although this was only our second game of the season, man, our defense was looking like it was shaping up to be the best in the nation. They forced a turnover in the LSU red zone, putting the ball back into our hands. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to try to go for a 2-for-1. We still had so much time left on the clock that I knew if we can get a quick score, we'd eventually get the ball back again before halftime. Well, I was trying to channel my inner Patty Mahomes and make an unbelievable play, but my receiver wasn't where he should have been, and he made me throw an interception. Not only that, but the ref said I made an illegal forward pass on the play, so yeah, it was just all bad. Even though my 2-for-1 attempt resulted in an interception, we still got the ball back right before halftime, just like I said would happen. We only had just over 30 seconds to get into the end zone, and I wasn't settling for no field goal, but I was willing to open my thighs to get us a touchdown. I scrambled outside of the pocket and I got us right outside the end zone, and then I threw for a quick touchdown, giving us the 2-score lead. Now that touchdown would end up being the game winner, as it was the final touchdown that we scored on the day. Luckily, our dominant D was able to hold the Tigers to just one score, as we were able to secure the 14-7 victory on the road. Our next game, we be back on the road versus Boston College. Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, this one was tough. I mean, we struggled from the very first snap. We had drop passes, missed blocking assignments, tackles for loss, the whole nine. Now, I don't know if we were just overlooking them, or maybe we was just feeling ourselves because we were coming off the win versus LSU. Whatever it was, man, I don't know, but it got pretty ugly there for a second. We wouldn't score our first touchdown until midway through the second quarter, bruh. I saw a huge hole in the middle of the defense, so I took off for a 20-yard touchdown. Of course, Boston College struck right back to regain the lead, but we'd start our next drive off with a huge run up the middle of the field, and it started to feel like the momentum was shifting a bit in our favor. Well, that's when I got completely pounded into the mattress by the D, resulting in a 4th and 20. We were down on our knees, but certainly not out. We needed to score quick, so I knew when I stepped back onto the field, all my passes had to be towards the end zone. Just when we needed it the most, I would connect with my tight end JB for a touchdown, cutting the lead down to just one score. 45 seconds left with perfect field position to tie the game. I dropped back in the pocket, and unfortunately, I would take another huge sack, resulting in a 16-yard loss. But I was able to get some of that back on 3rd down. 4th and 12 on what would be our final chance to tie the game, I threw an interception to the back of the end zone, but only because my receivers couldn't make the play. Now, I know y'all gonna say that's my fault, but I mean, I did my job by getting the ball to the end zone. It's their job to come down with it. But nonetheless, we went on to lose our first game of the season on the road by only 7 points. Coming off that loss, surprisingly, the team seemed to still be in a very good space. Now, I certainly don't speak for everybody, but I truly feel like we didn't get beat by a better team. Nah, I feel like we just beat ourselves, and sometimes those are the worst losses you can take. Nonetheless, there were still games to be played, so we had to shift our focus to our next opponent, the Virginia Tech Hokies. This was actually one of those rough and rugged, hard-fought games. Yeah, there weren't very many points scored, as both teams' defenses refused to give an inch. Now, I had a lot of success this game on the ground. I mean, credit to the Hokies, they had a tremendous zone coverage, so every time I seen them dropping back into that zone, I'd be looking to take off and run. I broke off a huge 22-yard scramble that caught the defense off guard, as they had our screen pass completely covered. Well, that run put us in perfect position to score, but unfortunately, my receiver couldn't make the play in the end zone even though I threw a perfect pass. Man, luckily our defense was able to come up with a very clutch turnover that secured us the 5-point victory at home. Rivalry week was upon us. It was time to eat and we had Gator on the menu. Now this game was extremely important to me because if you remember, my first time starting here at FSU was versus the Gators, and we lost that game by 2 points. So it was a must I got my lick back. All week across campus, students and teachers were coming up to me just trying to make sure I was locked in. I gave them my word that I wasn't coming back to campus without a victory over the Ops. This would be yet another hard-fought, low-scoring game. I mean, it really was a defensive battle that would come down to just a few key plays. Late in the fourth quarter, we were trailing by 3 points, but we were in perfect position to kick a field goal to tie the game. That's when I would make an excellent check down read to my halfback, and he was able to fight to score the touchdown, giving us the lead and eventually the victory as we were able to beat the Gators at the Swamp. At this point in the season, we were 4-1. The team was injury free for the most part, and there was a lot of buzz surrounding the program. Our next opponent was the Duke Blue Devils, who had already lost several games, but they were still definitely a dangerous team. Hey man, listen, I'm gonna go on record and say I think we had the toughest schedule out of every school in college football. I mean, every team in the ACC conference is a threat, so you can never really let your foot off the gas. We knew we couldn't afford to play with this team or take them lightly, so we came out swinging, jumping on the Blue Devils early with the touchdown on our first drive, but credit to them as they were able to go down and answer right back with a touchdown of their own. Now, the thing I want you to keep an eye on in this game is how comfortable I was in the pocket. I had tremendous faith in my O-line, so that allowed me to play with patience as I was finally able to work through my reads and make the correct pass. It was in this game that everything seemed to come together. All summer long, we heard Coach talk about having a balanced offense and how once everything started to gel together, we would be completely unstoppable. Well, I think it's safe to say that we finally achieved that. I mean, the defense was doing their job keeping our opponents off the scoreboard for the most part, and our offense was perfectly in sync. We went on to beat the Blue Devils on the road by 10 points, and although the scoreboard may not have reflected it, we totally dominated on all sides of the field. And what would be the final game of my sophomore season, unfortunately would also be the start of my problems. We were hosting our arch rivals Clemson, and from the very start of this game, it was nothing but chaos. On the very first play, I took a huge sack that resulted in a fumble, but luckily we were able to regain possession of the ball. Then a few plays later, I took another big hit, but I was able to get the pass off. My receiver came down with it and ran home into the end zone. This was one of those highlight type plays because not only did my receiver catch the ball over the top of the defenders, but there was a pass interference call on the defense as well. Listen, I don't care what nobody says, bro. This game, I showed I'm not only the best player to ever play here at FSU, but I'm arguably the best player to ever play the game. Now, before you get all in your feelings, before you get all emotional, bruh, just watch the tape. I was making unbelievable plays all game over one of the best teams in the conference. I had just threw a touchdown to take the 1-point lead, then Clemson came right back and scored. We only had a minute and a half left, and that's when I threw a 50-yard Hail Mary that my guy came down with, putting us in perfect position to score and seal the victory. Well, that's when I would take a blindsided sack that caused me to miss the remainder of the game. We would go on to lose to our rivals at home. After a long 16-hour drive here from Florida State, I finally made it and got my room unpacked for the most part. But look, last episode I showed you how my time at FSU went, but I didn't show you how it ended. So now that I finally made it to my new home, I think now's a good time to go ahead and close out that chapter. Last season at Florida State, I had the team sitting very nice with a 5-2 record before my injury. I mean, honestly, things were going great up until that point. The team doctors demanded I go get some CT scans done because I was having severe migraines from the concussion. Well, the doctors at the hospital ordered for me to be sidelined for at least the next 4 weeks. That meant my backup DJ would finally get another chance at being a starter. I can't lie, Dog took full advantage of the opportunity and he played great while I was out. But I was under the impression that once I was cleared to play again, the job would be mine. Well, as you're about to see, unfortunately that wasn't the case.
Look, Trez, coaches and I are happy to have you back and ready to go. Well, we're definitely going to need you down the stretch of the season.
Yeah, Coach, I'm happy to be back. I'm assuming we just going to pick things up right where we left off, right?
Well, not quite. Look, man, I'll be honest. We like the way the offense has been flowing with DJ under center, and for right now, we're going to keep things as is. But as you know, things can change in an instant. So I need you to stay ready, okay? Also, we're going to need you to help with DJ a few moments after practice each day, just to make sure he knows what to expect going forward. But hey, listen, man, we're happy you're back.
And just like that, the job that was once mine was now officially gone. I was pissed. I mean, before I went down with that injury, I was having a tremendous season. So for them to do me like that was crazy. But I wasn't going down quietly. Yeah, the whole world was finna find out about this. I went home that same night and jumped straight on Instagram Live. Now, I'm sure a lot of y'all was on the live with me, so you already know what I said. But for those of you that wasn't, bro, I went crazy. I mean, I was saying some real diabolical things. Hell, I think I even pulled the race card if I'm being honest. But look, the next day, wait, no, I'm tripping. It was that same night. Yeah, that same night, Coach called me to his office immediately. Of course, he was pissed off, but honestly, I didn't even care because I was pissed off too. They took my starting job from me due to an injury. And the policy around here has always been, you don't lose your job due to an injury. So since they wanted to go against the policy, so was I. The same way I took shots at DJ before taking his starting spot is the same way he took shots at me after taking mine. As soon as the news broke that he was now QB1, this dude ran straight to the media talking greasy. Well, the tension between us had reached a boiling point, and before practice one day, we ended up throwing hands. Man, I was beating the sleeves off of Buddy, and that's when a few teammates stepped in to break it up. Next thing I knew, we were both in coach's office waiting to receive our punishment for fighting. This dude DJ got off with basically a warning. This nigga actually cried, bruh. He was in there crying. But for me, it was a little bit different, man. I was officially dismissed from the Florida State program for conduct detrimental to the team. So as you just seen, I was dismissed from the program at FSU with about 4 games left to play in the season. Now, did I feel like I should have been kicked off the team? In the moment, absolutely not. But I had several weeks to reflect on not only everything that happened in Florida State, but my entire football career as a whole. The weeks following the incident that happened, I pretty much went into isolation. Now, I wouldn't say I was depressed, but more so in shock. My dismissal from FSU would mean I'd have to start over somewhere else, which ultimately meant 3 different schools in 3 different years. Not only that, but word had got out about me kicking DJ's ass, and the constant arguments I had with my coaches at Oregon and Florida State. Oh, plus my publicity stunt I pulled on Instagram Live and in the media. Listen, I had officially earned the reputation for being a problem in the locker room. I'll admit, I was feeling lost, so I reached out to my pops for a bit of guidance and advice, but all he did was pretty much tell me what I wanted to hear. But that's not what I needed. Nah, what I needed was the truth, and surprisingly, my mom was the one who gave it to me.
Listen, Trez, I'll be honest with you. You've got to stop running from the work. I mean, you transferred out of IMG Academy because you lost your starting spot. You left Oregon because you didn't want to put the work in to become a starter. And now here we are back at square one. Son, you are extremely talented and you always have been, but if you run away every time it gets tough, you'll never be successful.
As hard as it was to accept, my mom was absolutely right. I needed to humble myself. I mean, I had really been walking around like I was some 2-time NFL MVP, but I hadn't even accomplished anything in college yet. The first step on my road to redemption was finding a new program. Now, I had a lot of things to take into consideration before making my decision. You know, stuff like their record last season, their coaching staff, and their current roster. Well, once I found a few suitable candidates, I started making calls. Man, look, when I say nobody was interested, I mean nobody. Honestly, the whole experience was quite embarrassing. I had never been rejected that many times in my life. But I didn't panic. I just simply reached out to smaller schools. You know, just schools that weren't as big, like UAB. Hey, Coach Dilfer, how's it going, man? This is Tre Johnson. Remember you came to a few of my high school games. Look, Coach, I'm sure you've heard that I'm no longer at Florida State, and I'm currently looking for a new place to call home. Well, you were the first coach that came to mind, so I figured I'd call you to try to set up a visit for this summer. Call after call, rejection after rejection. I'll be honest, I began to feel defeated, and I even started to consider Division II schools or taking a JUCO route. But luckily, that's when I found my new home, the University of Iowa. Look, I'm fully aware that this could be my final chance playing at this level, so I can't afford to blow this opportunity. I also know that a lot of y'all in the comment section have already been writing me off, but that's okay because I'm not writing back. All eyes are on me right now, and I'm ready to show the world what I'm made of. There's no more room for excuses or second chances. Nah, it's either now or never. The first game of my junior season came at home versus a very formidable opponent, the Utah State Aggies. Even though I had gone through a full spring camp with the team, I was still very nervous about running this new offense. Yeah, I did well throughout camp and in the spring game, but to be playing against an actual opponent, that was totally different. We were moving the ball very well on our first drive down the field, but those first game jitters I just mentioned caused me to make a huge mistake as I fumbled at the end of what would have been a huge play. But ironically, I think that mishap is exactly what I needed to settle down. When I went to the sideline, Coach Campbell was oddly happy. He told me I finally got my first mistake out the way, so now I can relax and play some football. A relaxed quarterback is a dangerous quarterback. Plus, my offensive line did an amazing job of giving me a clean pocket. With just over 30 seconds left in the first half, I would score my first touchdown in my junior year. Remember, I told y'all I have been working on my improviser and scrambler badges all summer. As you can see, all that work paid off as I was able to scramble in for an 18-yard touchdown. With only a 3-point lead in the fourth quarter, the game was still way too close to be comfortable. We had great field position and a perfect opportunity to go up by 2 scores. I showed tremendous trust on my tight end Luke as I stepped up in the pocket and delivered an absolute beam over the top of the defense. 4 yards out from the end zone, I called my own number on the option and cut up field for a touchdown. We went on to secure our first victory at home, walking away with a 10-point win over the Utah State Aggies. There's no better game in sports than a rivalry game. The stadiums are always packed, the fans are always loud, and the tensions are always high. Well, week 2 of the season, we find ourselves in a very chaotic environment on the road versus our in-state rivals, the Iowa State Cyclones. Now, not only was this a rivalry game, but the stakes were extra high as the Cy-Hawk Trophy was on the line. You could feel the tension throughout the building all week. There was no joking or playing around. As a matter of fact, we couldn't even wear the color red to class or to practice. Listen, that's how serious this game is. We were able to strike first, putting 7 points on the board. Then the Cyclones immediately went down and tied the game on their first possession. My offensive line gave me a clean pocket to drop back in and scan the field. Well, I ended up throwing a hospital ball to my halfback over the middle for the first down, moving us right inside the red zone. The Cyclones sent the man blitz, so that left the middle of the field completely wide open. I scrambled into the end zone untouched. We had 30 seconds left in a 3-point lead going into halftime. Now, I believe most teams would have just taken a knee, but instead, I got the okay from Coach Campbell to take a shot downfield. So y'all gotta remember, this was a rivalry game, so win or lose, we was gonna play aggressive and we was gonna take chances. 11 seconds left, we could have easily played it safe and kicked the field goal, but nah. Y'all know I'm greedy. I connected with my senior wideout Nico in the end zone, giving us a 10-point lead going into halftime. Although we were on the road, the stadium was completely silent. I don't think the Cyclones or their fans were prepared for our aggressive play style, as we were able to dominate on both sides of the ball. I don't know if Coach Campbell was a psychic or what, but during his halftime speech, he told us the defense was going to force a 3 and out, and then we'd go the length of the field and score. Well, that's exactly what happened, as we were able to pick up the huge victory on the road versus our in-state rivals. Hey, listen, that Cy-Hawk trophy was coming home with us this year. Coming off that huge win on the road versus Iowa State, we'd be back at home taking on the Western Michigan Broncos in the pouring rain. The week leading up to this game was crazy because we were only able to practice twice due to severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings. Now, I'm from Florida, so I'm used to the rain, but tornadoes? Nah, bruh. That lack of practice took a major toll on us as we started off this game extremely sloppy. We were completely out of sync and it seemed almost as if we had no team chemistry. On our first drive down the field, we made it right outside the goal line, but ended up getting stopped and had to settle for 3 points. With the rain pouring down, we had to rely heavily on our run game, but when we did pass the ball, it seemed like it was going for 30 or 40 yards every single time. Me and my guy KJ were the perfect 1-2 punch. He was killing him on the ground and I was killing him in the bed. If the defense decided to press up, I'd simply pass the ball over the top. If they decided to fall back, I'd hand it off for him to run it up the middle. At the start of the season, if you were to tell me our first big test would be the Western Michigan Broncos, I probably would have just laughed in your face. But that just goes to show how tough college football is. I mean, every team you match up against is a threat, and if you take them lightly, it could result in a loss. Luckily, we were able to keep the Broncos in the stable and pull off a 10-point victory at home. Although the final score didn't reflect how close the game was, this was definitely an eye-opener for us on the season. As tornadoes and thunderstorms continue to sweep across the Midwest, the team's ability to actually practice and prepare for upcoming games continued to be affected. For almost a week and a half, we weren't able to practice outside, but instead we would have like walkthroughs and dress rehearsals in the gym. It didn't affect me very much because, as you know, the quarterback position is mainly mental. But going into the game against the Purdue Boilermakers, I was a bit concerned on what type of effect it would have on the rest of the team. Surprisingly, there seemed to be no effect at all. I mean, there were a few mental errors, but those were mainly on my behalf. But for the most part, we went out there and did our thing. At the start of the fourth quarter, we had a 14-point lead, and to be honest, we seemed to be the stronger team. My guy KJ was giving them boys hell on the ground, and of course I was carving up the defense through the air. Even though this was only the 4th game of the season, I had already established a very strong connection with my senior tight end Luke. He was not only my safety valve when I got in trouble, but he also quickly became my go-to target. He ended up being player of the game as I think he finished with like 200 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. Of course, we walked away with the blowout victory at home, improving our record to 4-0 on the season. It was week 5 and we were undefeated on the season. We had finally broken into the top 25 teams in the nation, sitting very nice at the 22nd spot. We were rolling, but we eventually came up against a college football powerhouse in the Penn State Shitty Lions. This game was being nationally televised all over the world, so some of the guys were a bit nervous, but not me. I play my best when the lights are the brightest. We'd strike first, marching down the field and scoring a touchdown on our opening drive of the second quarter. Our defense was able to keep the Lions caged, getting 2 consecutive stops on back-to-back drives, putting the ball back into our hands. Well, that's when I will pull off one of the biggest plays of my career. I broke off a huge 80-yard run up the middle of the defense. I swear I felt like Moses the way the field parted open for me. I went completely untouched. I really started celebrating 25 yards out from the end zone. That play gave us a 14-0 lead. That lead would quickly be erased as Penn State went on to score back-to-back touchdowns, tying the game going into the fourth quarter. Well, that's when I activated my clutch gene. Dropping back in the pocket, I hit KJ on a wheel route for a touchdown, snatching a lead right back from the Lions. Well, they refused to back down and forced the game into overtime. But remember what I told y'all, players make plays. I connected with my sophomore receiver Seth Anderson for 6. Up until that point, he was having a pretty quiet game, but He stepped up when we needed him the most. A touchdown would give us the victory. It was 2nd and 17 when I threw up a 50-50 ball for Deontay, and thank God he came down with it. 3rd and 4, needing to make a play, I connected yet again with Seth Anderson right outside the goal line, but he fumbled the ball after making the catch. Luckily, the ball would bounce out of bounds, and 2 plays later, I went completely beast mode, breaking tackles and stumbling my way into the end zone. This play ended up being the game winner as we picked up the hard-fought victory on the road, moving on with the record of 5-0 on the season. After the Penn State game, the attention surrounding the program grew times 10. Not only was the game an all-time classic, but we both were undefeated and top 25 teams. Media members from all around began to question if we were the real deal. Well, I believe our next game on the road versus Michigan State put all those questions to rest. I started to get all the buzz I had been searching for since I came into college, but this time it was for all the right reasons. Yeah, the season was still young, but my play up until that point was phenomenal. I showed I could lead an offense while having very few turnovers, and also I could step up and be reliable in close games. A huge component to my success this season was my ability to determine when to hold on to the ball or when to hand it off during the option, and also when to make the pass or when to scramble. I believe this spread offense allowed me to actually play like a true dual threat quarterback. Tie game in the 4th quarter with only about 2.5 minutes left. The ball was in our hands and we had to go the full length of the field. Hey man, listen, this is every young quarterback's dream. Clock management is so vital in this situation because we didn't want to get a ball back to the Spartans with enough time to mount a comeback. With about 1 minute left in the game, I got the signal from coach to start looking for shots downfield. I knew the Spartan coverage would be extremely tight, so this is when I would need one of my teammates to step up and make a play. And that's exactly what my guy Seth Anderson did, coming down with the walk-off game winner catch over the top of the defense. This play ended up being on SportsCenter top 10, and we ended up preserving our undefeated record with yet another last-second victory. We had yet another rivalry game on our schedule as we were on the road taking on the Wisconsin Badgers in negative 10-degree temperatures. So far, the record between the two schools is razor thin. Wisconsin had the slight edge with 49 wins to our 46, but of course, I was coming out here looking to narrow that gap. But there was one major problem. Bro, I was freezing. As y'all know, I'm a Florida boy, so I'm not used to these temperatures. If I'm being honest, before coming to Iowa, I didn't even know the temperatures could be negative. Usually the majority of the players on both teams were out there sleeveless, right? Meanwhile, I was bundled up. It seemed like every single game we had this season would come down to the wire. Well, this one would be no different. Tied at 14 in the 4th quarter, neither team showed any sign of backing down. Scrambling off to the right-hand side of the field, I float a perfectly placed ball to my tight end EJ to give us a 7-point lead. Of course, with so much time left on the clock, the Badgers will march down the field and score. Yet again, we found ourselves in another close game. Ball in our hands with 2 minutes left on the clock. By this time, this situation had become all too familiar. Slipping and sliding in the snow, I stepped up in the pocket and threw an absolute dagger to Deontay, who fell right into the end zone. We had done it again. Another all-time classic. Another last-second victory. Another rival slayed at the hands of the Iowa Hawkeyes. 7-0 and the number 14th team in the nation, we were rolling. I honestly feel like considering all the competition we had beaten, we should have been ranked higher, but apparently we still had some doubters. Our next game, we find ourselves on the road versus a 4-3 Illinois team, and for the second straight game, I was still freezing. But look, this game was never really close, and I think from the kickoff, you could easily tell who the better team was. We had just reached a point in our season where everything was working in our favor, and our team chemistry was at an all-time high. I felt totally locked in with my receivers. It's almost like I knew what their next move was going to be before they did. Although this was a low-scoring game, we went on to win pretty easily, and I had a tremendous day on the ground, rushing for almost 250 yards. I realized that when the weather is cold like that, I tend to have huge rushing days. I don't know if it's because I'm so cold and running makes me heat up or what, but whatever the reason was, we was winning games and I was doing my thing, so hey, it is what it is. Finally, all the snow had melted and there was just a slight chill in the air. Perfect football weather if you ask me. The Minnesota Golden Gophers were up next on the schedule, and at that point of the season, they didn't have anything to lose. Their record wasn't very good, and I'm sure they would have loved nothing more than giving us our first loss on the season. Honestly, these are the teams you got to watch out for because they're actually the most dangerous. They have nothing left to play for. Of course, they're not going to a national championship, and they don't have enough wins to play in a bowl game. So, I mean, they're really just playing for upsets. The Gophers jumped out to a 6-point lead heading into halftime, but with only 40 seconds left on the clock, we tied the game after Deontay completely torched the defenders for a 65-yard touchdown. But the celebrations didn't last long because Minnesota would take a kick return to the house right before halftime, so we started off the second half trailing again by 6 points. I'll give credit to the Gophers, man. They had a pretty good defensive scheme. That actually caused me to sit in the pocket a lot longer than I would have liked, which eventually ended up leading to a few sacks. But of course we made our adjustments and eventually ran away with the game. Listen, I've been trying to tell y'all all series that all I needed was a good offensive line and good receivers. With those two things, I'd be able to make miracles happen. I know everybody thought I was just talking and too full of myself, but with the 9-0 record, the proof is in the pudding. We were 9-0 on the season and we had moved up to the 7th spot in the national ranking. All of a sudden, the college football playoffs started to become a real possibility. We were back at home in front of a sold-out crowd taking on Rutgers, who had only won 4 games this season. Now, overall, our team's health was pretty good. I mean, we did have a few minor injuries, but that was normal for that time of year. We were marching down the field headed towards the end zone, but that's when I would make a very costly mistake because my O-line my receiver did. It was my fault. I threw the ball into tight coverage when I should have actually just taken a sack. Rutgers took full advantage of that opportunity and scored, taking a 7-point lead. We come right back on the following drive and pick up a score of our own. I connect with my go-to target Luke on the crossing route over the top of the defense for 6 points. But unfortunately, Rutgers went on a crazy run. They took a kickoff to the house, and then they forced us to go 3 and out, and then their offense turned right back around and scored. In only just a few minutes, a tie game turned into a 17-point deficit. We did what we could to fight back. Yeah, you tripping if you thought we was just gonna roll over. We were able to score and cut the lead down to just 10 points. Then our defense went out and got a huge stop to put the ball back into our hands. I can't lie, bro. I felt like Tom Brady himself the way I was playing on our final offensive drive. My safety valve Luke came in clutch yet again for me, securing a toe tap and touchdown. But in the end, we were going to lose by just 3 points and unfortunately snapping our undefeated record. Bro, that loss against Rutgers was heartbreaking. I mean, it really hurt. A lot of the guys after the game were crying, and hell, I'll be real, I even dropped a few tears myself. The crazy thing is, though, I can't even say we were overlooking them. I think maybe they were just a better team that day and had the better game plan. With that loss, we fell right outside the top 10 to the number 11 spot, and clearly our championship hopes were no more, but we still had games left to play. And what would be our final rivalry game of the season, we'd be on the road taking on the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Now, even though we were no longer undefeated, this was still a rivalry game, so we had to approach it as such. I mean, the Cornhuskers didn't give a damn about our record. Nah, they only cared about kicking our ass and having the bragging rights until we played them again next season. So that meant we had to come into this game with the same mindset we had before we suffered that defeat. This game was never really close. I mean, we had Nebraska's number in pretty much all facets. I broke off a huge 80-yard touchdown run on the option keeper right before the end of the third quarter. That play was really the death blow as the stadium went completely silent for the remainder of the game. We went on to cruise to an easy victory on the road. And what would be the final game of my junior season, it would actually turn out to kind of be the most important game because all eyes were on our opponent. The number 1 team in the nation, the Michigan Wolverines, were at our house and we had the perfect opportunity to pull off an upset. For my own selfish reasons, in my head, I was treating this game like a national championship. But listen, just hear me out, bro. Hear me out. I knew if I performed well enough here, all my old struggles off the field and my issues on the field could potentially be forgotten. So I knew I needed to have a great game. Man, listen, bro. I'm going to say this and I'm going to be honest. Having a great game was a lot easier said than done. Bro, I totally see why this team was the number 1 team in the nation. I mean, we made it to number 7 and I felt like we were pretty good, but I honestly think in this game, that's when I fully realized that there was levels to this shit. Bro, they had us beat at every single point. I mean, their D-line, their offensive line, their receivers, their everything, bro. It was nothing that we can do. They went on to hold us to only 2 touchdowns for the entire day, and they beat us on our home turf. It's all good though. We finished the season with a very impressive 10-2 record, and we'd be playing in a very prominent bowl game. I put up massive numbers this year, and I honestly think my play may have got my name into a few NFL conversations. Man, it's crazy to think that after all the time I spent putting in work on the field, today could really be my last time picking up a football. Since a kid, my only dream was to make it to the NFL, and depending on how today goes, that dream could actually come true. There's about 12 scouts from different NFL teams here at my pro day to watch me perform. Personally, I feel like I should have been invited to the combine, but things just didn't work out in my favor. It's all good though. I'm still gonna do my thing. I'm feeling confident, and I know the only thing I have to do is be myself, and everything else will be just fine. I got a few receivers to come out and catch some balls for me, and I think we may even do a bit of 7-on-7 with the DBs. But look, I'm about to go ahead and get warmed up. While I do that, let me show y'all what all went into making the decision for me to come back and play my senior year. Instead of going back home to Florida at the end of last season, I decided to stay on campus and enroll in my last few classes I needed to graduate. Now, I wasn't sure if I'd be back for my senior year, but I knew for damn sure I was leaving with my degree. But look, I helped lead our team to a fantastic 10-2 season my junior year. We just barely missed the playoffs. Instead, we be in Arlington taking on the Tennessee Volunteers in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Although it wasn't the most prominent bowl game, the fans still came out and packed the arena, and both teams played their heart out. We go on to lose to the Volunteers, but I still put on a hell of a performance, throwing damn near 300 yards. After the Cheez-It Bowl was over, I came back here to campus at Iowa and really just hid out of my dorm for like a week straight. Everybody was hitting me up wanting to know what my next move was going to be, but the problem was I didn't even know. Of course, I got online and read all types of articles from draft analysts and so-called experts, but honestly, that only complicated things even more. Some were saying I'd go undrafted and others were saying the 5th or 6th round. I needed some type of clarity and honestly some guidance, so I hollered at one of the staff members here on campus that I have a lot of respect for. It was good to hear things from a different perspective. He basically told me straight up that I had a reputation for being a problem in the locker room and also being a bad teammate. He told me another successful year in college could easily change that narrative, no problem. I sat there and listened to everything he had to say, and even though it was quite hard to hear, I knew he was absolutely right. Besides, I knew I'd make more money this year with my NIL deals than I would being a 6th or 7th round draft pick. I went home that same evening and thought about it a bit. Once I made my final decision, I jumped on Twitter and let the world know that I'd be returning to Iowa for my senior season. The biggest knock that the draft analysts seemed to have about my game was my passing mechanics and my decision making. So I worked all offseason to sharpen up my throwing form. I swear I must have threw over 10,000 passes. Also, I basically lived in the film room. If I wasn't in my dorm, I was in there studying different defensive concepts. I really put in work all summer, so going into my senior year, I was more than ready to perform. Alright, so look, we're here at the most important part of my pro day, and that is the passing portion. I've already done all my other drills. Now, I didn't do the 40-yard dash just because I didn't think it was really necessary, but everything else is done. Now we're here at the money maker for the QB position. Now we're gonna do a little bit of 7-on-7. Let me read these instructions. Welcome to your pro day. Instructions: without leaving the pocket, complete as many passes as possible. Touchdowns will raise your draft profile. That's pretty simple, right? Let's go ahead and get into it. Alright bro, so it looks like that we get 7 plays to try to score 7 touchdowns. I'm gonna do my best to dot these boys up. Now these are my teammates, they out here helping me out, but they definitely not taking it easy on me. Okay, get up. Okay, let's go, baby. That's what I need, baby. 2 for 2, man. Make these plays, let's go. Okay, so it actually looks like the ball is moving back further, so I guess it's from different positions on the field. Dot my boy up. Hey man, I'm dropping dimes, man. There we go. Okay, we going the opposite direction. Let me see what we got. There he is. Catch that for me. Yes, Sirski. That's exactly what we needed. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just hit the check down right here. Let me see. Good route. Let's go, baby. All right, we got one more, man. We gotta go 6 for 7 at least. 6 for 7. Can we do it? Yes, Sirski, man. Count me in, baby. I think we had an excellent pro day, man. So now that all the hard work is done, I can finally relax. My pro day went pretty well. I mean, I could have did a little bit better on the interview portion, but I can't lie, I was a little bit nervous. Anyways, I'm headed back home to my parents' crib in Florida. I think I'll probably just chill there until draft night. But look, I got about a 2-hour flight ahead of me, so I figured now would be a good time to show you what all took place my senior year. The first game of my senior season started off with a bang. We were at home versus our in-state rivals, the Iowa State Cyclones. On literally our first offensive play, I took an option right up the center of the field for a 72-yard touchdown. Our sold-out home crowd went crazy. Just like I told y'all last season, these rivalry games will be some of the best football you'll ever see. They're always competitive and both teams are always willing to lay it all out on the line. With only about 3 seconds left in the first quarter, I would make a very costly mistake. Not only did I eye my receiver all the way down the field, but I completely ignored my other check down options. I mean, I literally had 3 other receivers wide open, but instead I threw up a 50-50 ball that got intercepted by the defense. It's all good though, totally my fault, and I accepted full accountability. I wish I was able to say I learned from my mistake, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, as I came out on the very next drive and threw another interception. I wasn't playing like myself, and I knew exactly why. I had fully bought into the Iowa Hawkeye spirit, and it was rivalry week, so I was acting unusual. I mean, I was super turned up, but 2 back-to-back interceptions in the first half, yeah, that calmed me down really quick. Iowa State took full advantage of those turnovers and put points on the board each time. We got the ball first coming out of halftime, and coach stressed how important it was that we score. He said a touchdown on this drive could completely swing the momentum back into our favor, so I knew I had to get us into the end zone. Dropping back on 1st and 10, I was scanning the field and I would find my new target, freshman Alex Mota, with about 2 steps on the defense. I threw an absolute dick, hitting him in the chest as he ran into the end zone. This would be the first touchdown of his young college career. Tie game at the beginning of the 4th quarter. The ball was in our hands with a chance to mount a drive to take the lead. Listen, I have no idea what coverage the defense was in, but it seemed like every single one of my receivers was being double covered downfield, so I had no choice but to scramble. I was able to pick up quite a few yards on this drive using my legs, and it seemed like we were marching our way to the end zone. But on 3rd and 3, the Cyclone defense sniffed out the option play and stopped me just short of the first down. With the game being so close, we had no choice but to settle for the field goal to go up by 3 points. Several of the key pieces to our defense last year came back this year, and they picked up right where they left off. They were able to force a 3 and out and put the ball back into our hands. We only needed to pick up 1 first down to win the game, and we could have just watched the clock run out. But nah, this was our in-state rival, and coach wanted to snap their neck. So on 3rd and 3, I was able to connect with my receiver in the end zone for a touchdown, officially sealing the deal. We went on to take a 10-point victory over the Cyclones, ensuring that Sky High Trophy would be staying at home with us. Officially ranked the number 17th team in the nation, we were back at home hosting the Tre Trojans for our 2nd game of the season. Still riding off the high from our victory over Iowa State, I honestly think you could have put any team in front of us and we would have made easy work of them. Our first drive down the field, we came up with a huge defensive pass interference penalty. Well, that resulted in excellent field position, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to take advantage because I went down with the injury. Although I was in tremendous pain, the injury turned out not to be serious at all, as I pretty much just got the wind knocked out of me. I would be out of the game until the start of the 2nd quarter. I knew going down with that injury would be motivation for the Trojan defense to try to hurt me even worse next time, so I wanted to send a message that I wasn't no hoe. I started playing extremely aggressive, and that energy seemed to rub off on the rest of the team. We pushed them boys all the way up the field to right outside the red zone. That's when I would strike with the game's first touchdown to my sophomore halfback Patterson. We found out the hard way last season after I lost to Rutgers that you can't let teams hang around and you can't overlook any opponents. Well, I had to remind the guys on the sideline to stay locked in. I knew if we were able to go out and get another score before halftime, it would be a good chance that we could run away with the game. With only 10 seconds left in the first half, I connected with who was quickly becoming my favorite target, Alex Mota, for a touchdown. Although he was just a freshman, he seemed to be picking up our offense very well. 3rd quarter, with a 10-point lead, it started to feel like we were running away with the game. Our defense was playing just as strong as they did in the first half with no signs of letting up. I knew if we were able to get into the end zone at least one more time, it would probably be an early night for me, and honestly, that didn't sound too bad. I peeped the Trojans were sending an all-out blitz, so at the line, I called an audible for my guy Nico to run a fly route, and the ball met him in the end zone for a touchdown. Just like I thought, that touchdown would be the last play of the game for me as we take a 10-point victory over the Trojans, moving on with the 2-0 record. Our first road game of the season came against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Now, they're also our rivals, so we came into this game on 10, ready for a shootout. Well, literally the first play of the game resulted in a 70-yard touchdown by my guy KJ. As we were leaving the hotel headed to the stadium, KJ told everybody he was going to make a huge impact today. Well, bro stood on business. After our 2 wins to start the season, we moved up 1 spot to the 16th ranked team in the nation. The buzz surrounding my name was pretty quiet. It really started to build towards the end of last season, but it died down over the summer. But I was okay with that because I knew there was only a matter of time until I started to pop back up in those conversations. But look, the game started to get heated and tensions between the 2 teams started to flare. That was expected, and honestly, I was looking forward to it. I feel like I play my best when it matters the most. 3rd and 5 with all my receivers covered upfield, I scrambled off to the right-hand side and found nothing but daylight. Now, I was going to do a little celebration, but the defense was closing in faster than I thought. Nonetheless, we jump out with a 7-point lead to start the 2nd quarter. Minnesota dog walked our defense up the field and scored with ease. I'll be honest, at that point, I started to get a little bit concerned and honestly a bit nervous. I felt like it would be nothing that we can do to stop them from getting big plays, but I still have faith in my guys. Coach always tells us to just do our job and let him worry about the rest, so that's what I did when I got back on the field. Our offense was able to move the ball into the red zone, and I scrambled for what should have been a touchdown, but the refs called it short. No worries though, KJ was able to run the ball in untouched on the very next play, putting us right back up on the scoreboard. Finally, our defense was able to get a stop. Minnesota went for it on 4th and 1, but our defense stood strong. We take over possession with our backs against the wall and a mile away from our end zone. I was able to break free out of the pocket and find absolutely nobody on the left-hand side of the field. With one man to beat, I juked him out of his shoes, but I would get brought down in the process. This was the moment we were looking for. With that run, the momentum has swung in our favor, but we needed to capitalize. Once again, we found ourselves just short of the touchdown right outside the end zone, and we'd hand the ball off to KJ, and he was able to take it in for 6, putting us back on the scoreboard yet again. Up 2 touchdowns with just over 5 minutes left, yours truly put the final nail in the coffin with a huge run up the sideline for a touchdown. We not only knocked off our rivals on the road, but we did it in a dominant fashion, staying undefeated and moving on with the 3-0 record. In what could quite possibly be the biggest game of our season, we'd be on the road taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes. I think I speak for everybody when I say we were extremely excited for this game. Not only did our program have a little bit of motion, but the Buckeyes were the number 4 ranked team in the nation. So that meant all eyes were going to be on this game. If there was ever a time to step up to the plate and perform, this was it. The game started off as expected. The Buckeyes scored early, and we came back with a touchdown of our own. Now, we seemed to be moving the ball pretty easily against their defense early on, but I quickly realized that I couldn't hold on to the ball very long because our O-line was a bit overmatched. Our second drive down the field resulted in a 3-and-out because I took a huge sack after only standing in the pocket for like 4 seconds. We get the ball to start the third quarter, only trailing by 4 points. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to go down and take the lead. I'd take an option keeper up the field for like 20 yards, and then I'd find my wideout through a small gap in the defense, but unfortunately he dropped the ball. Now that play would have been key because it would have given us a first down, because on the following play, I take another huge sack and we go 3-and-out yet again. The Buckeyes would take over possession and score, increasing their lead to 11 points. Now, we were down, but certainly not out. I knew if we had any chance to come back and get a victory, we needed to score on this drive. I activated my Jamarcus Russell mode and started slinging the ball downfield. When the Buckeyes dropped back into coverage, I stepped up and scrambled out of the pocket, getting us all the way down to right outside the goal line. Then I connected with KJ on a screen pass that he took in for a touchdown, shaving 7 points off their lead. Unfortunately though, our efforts weren't enough to win the game. Ohio State scored again, and with only 50 seconds left in the game, it'd be too little too late. We'd suffer our first loss of the season. Coming off our first loss of the season, the team was more focused and dangerous than ever. Sometimes it just takes realizing that you're not untouchable for you to tighten up and stop making those small repeated mistakes. I know I mentioned before that when a team loses a game early on in the season, it can be somewhat of a death blow, but that wasn't the case for us. Our energy was high and we still had a lot to play for. That loss knocked us down to the 19th ranked team, so just 2 spots, but we were still in the top 20 and we still had a lot of games left. Our next game would be at home versus the Washington Huskies. This game started off strange as we get a safety at the end of the first half. Coming out in the second half, we'd go 3-and-out on our first drive because I overthrew 2 of my receivers. I don't know, we were a bit out of sync, but we definitely needed to lock back in. The Huskies had jumped out to a 9-point lead and all the momentum was on their side. We were in urgent need of a touchdown or a miracle, and luckily we got both. Stepping up in the pocket, I had my guy Alex wide open with at least 30 yards of open space ahead of him, but instead I launched a prayer into the end zone, which resulted in a pass interference against the defense. This is just the miracle we were looking for. From the 1-yard line on the option keeper, I thrusted my way into the end zone for a touchdown. Down 17-25 with 2 minutes left, it wasn't looking good. We needed a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Remember at the start of this game I mentioned those small repeated mistakes? Well, I hadn't quite learned my lesson as I picked up 2 back-to-back penalties for illegal forward passes, one of which was for a damn touchdown. I couldn't believe myself, but I didn't have time to pout because we still had a game to win. 3rd and 20, desperately needing a first down, I link up with my safety valve Alex, picking up the first down. And then on the very next play, I go back to Alex again with the absolute laser right inside the end zone, tying the game at 25 with about a minute and a half left. We had successfully mounted a comeback, but now we were needing a victory. With about 40 seconds left in regulation, we had to go 60 yards up the field, but in just 2 pass completions, I was able to put us right outside of field goal range, and then I picked up an extra 5 yards on the option keeper. Our kicker sent the game winner straight down the upright, securing the victory over the Grizzlies and putting us back into the win column. Our first snow game of the season came on the road in East Lansing versus the Michigan State Spartans. Now, I know I mentioned before just how much I hate the freezing temperatures, the ice, and the snow, but if I'm being honest, man, I seem to have my best games when the weather is like this. At this point in the season, the Spartans were sitting right above us as the 17th ranked team in the nation, so a win here on the road could do big things for our team. Our first drive down the field couldn't have gone any better. With the weather being so bad, we had to rely on our run game, and my boy KJ didn't miss a beat. He put the team on his back and walked us up the field into the end zone. Jumping ahead to the second quarter, the Spartans had a 7-point lead, and all the momentum was starting to shift in their favor. Well, that's when I connected with my guy Seth on the go route for a 60-yard touchdown, tying the game all leaving at 14. The third quarter came and the game was still extremely close. We had a 3-point lead and excellent field position with the great shot at increasing the lead. I had my receiver wide open across the middle of the field, but I put way too much touch on the ball and the defense ended up knocking it down. So we just ended up settling for a field goal. Fourth quarter with just over 2 minutes left in the game, it was still way too close for comfort. We needed at least another touchdown to officially pull away with the victory. I did my part scrambling for a first down on 3rd and 6, and then we put the ball into KJ's hands and he go almost completely untouched for a touchdown. He single-handedly carried us all game, so it was only right he put the final touches on our victory. Back at home and out of the snow, we be hosting Northwestern. Now, I'll be real, we weren't taking this team very seriously. They weren't having the best season and they didn't have much to play for. Now, of course, we knew they were still dangerous, but it was kind of hard to get up for these guys. Although we weren't the most excited about playing the Wildcats, we still went out there and handled our business. Now, I can tell you right now that this game wasn't close whatsoever. We jumped out to a very early lead and never looked back. KJ was having the same dominant performance that we had grown accustomed to, and of course, I went out there and did my thing. We were really firing on all cylinders, and before you knew it, the score was 14-0 and the Wildcats had no answer. At this point of the season, we were 5-1, ranked inside the top 25 teams in the nation with no signs of looking back. I had shown on several different occasions my ability to not only protect the lead, but also fight back from behind to win games. My passing touchdowns were high and my interceptions were low. I also developed into a true dual threat quarterback, meaning I could hurt you both on the ground or through the air, but for some reason there still seemed to be very little interest surrounding my name. Now, I was hearing through the grapevine that it was due to my attitude, but honestly, I didn't even care. I knew if I kept playing like this and we kept winning, the scouts would have no choice but to pay attention. Back at home, the snow had finally found its way to Iowa, and we be hosting our rivals, the Wisconsin Badgers. Now, we beat this team last year in our rivalry showdown, so I knew they'd be back seeking revenge. They came out extremely aggressive and possessed the ball for the majority of the first quarter. They jumped out to an early 7-point lead, and it was clear they were here to play. On 2nd and 3, with all my receivers covered downfield, I scrambled outside of the pocket, and I had like 30 yards of daylight in front of me. With good up the field blocking, I ran into the end zone completely untouched, tying the game at 7 going into the second quarter. With that tie didn't last very long as the Badgers immediately scored against our defense, regaining the lead. We didn't panic because this was nothing new. We came into this game expecting for it to be a shootout, and well, that's exactly what it was shaping up to be. 1st and 17, I was being chased down by the defenders, but I made a huge connection to my receiver downfield. As you can see, the chemistry between us was at an all-time high. On the very next play, 1st and goal, I keep the ball on the option and run into the end zone, tying the game up before halftime. Coming out in the second half, we take possession first, and I just knew if we were able to go down and score on our first drive, all the pressure would be on the Badgers to try to answer. Now, I gotta be honest, due to the weather, I was a little bit hesitant to try to throw the ball downfield. Even when I'd have an open receiver, I'd look him off and instead try to make a play with my feet. Well, that hesitation led to me taking a sack on 3rd and goal. I didn't even really let the play develop before trying to escape the pocket. We take the field goal and go up by 3 points. But as expected, Wisconsin tied the game at 17-all and gave us the ball right back to start the fourth quarter. 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter with the ball on the 25-yard line. Dropping back in the pocket, I'd hit my guy Nico on the comeback route, moving us up to the 7th-yard line. Then on 1st and goal, I completely juked the corner out of his shoes and run in for a touchdown, taking a 7-point lead with just over a minute left in regulation. Our defense stood strong and forced the Badgers to turn over the ball, officially sealing the deal and giving us the victory at home, knocking off yet another rival this season. We were on the road again in beautiful Southern California, taking on the UCLA Bruins. Now, we had moved up to the 12th ranked team in the country, and the buzz surrounding our program was at an all-time high. If I'm being honest, I think the buzz was even higher than it was before our first loss, but I don't know. We started off this game a bit shaky. Our first drive was a 3-and-out, and the Bruins were able to capitalize, going up by 7 on the scoreboard. Now, we needed to have a good performance because a win here could mean us cracking back into the top 10 teams in the nation. But look, other than that first drive, we seemed to be firing on all cylinders, moving the ball up the field with ease. Then we were finally able to crack the scoreboard with the touchdown, as I found my fullback, of all people, wide open in the end zone. The Bruins answered right back with a touchdown of their own, and it looked like yet again we were in for another back and forth game. But suddenly there was a shift. On our next drive, we started off really well, but the Those small repeated mistakes I keep mentioning would come back to bite us. We picked up a holding call on the first down, and well, that first down quickly turned into a long 3rd and 17, which then turned into a 3 and out, giving possession right back to the dangerous UCLA offense. Man, it was only downhill from there. The Bruins jumped out to an 18-point lead, and on our next possession, I throw an interception, giving them excellent field position, making it easy for them to score again. Look, we definitely didn't just roll over. I mean, we did what we could and tried our best to fight our way back into the game. I put together a string of completions to move the ball up the field. We started to have great success on the ground and through the air. A few big plays got us down right outside the end zone when I connect with my receiver over the top of the defense for 6. But in the end, it would be way too little, way too late. The Bruins handed us our second loss of the season, sending us packing with a 12-point victory at home. The next game, we'd be on the road taking on a very unfamiliar opponent, the Maryland Terrapins. Now, obviously, we were coming off our second loss of the season, so that pretty much meant our chances of playing for a national championship were gone. But the conference championship was still at stake, so we still had a lot to play for. This game would start off rather unique as Maryland jumped out to a 14-0 lead and we weren't able to score at all during the first quarter. Coming out in the second quarter though, it was a different story. We finally got our wheels moving upfield and worked the ball down to the 9-yard line where I would connect with my guy Alex for the first touchdown of the game. Our defense stopped the Terrapins in their tracks, putting the ball into our hands. Standing tall in the pocket, I threw an absolute laser to my boy KJ, who was lined up as a slot receiver. With just under 30 seconds left in the first half, I wanted to make sure we were able to tie the game before halftime. Feeling the pressure of the Maryland defense, I was able to scramble out of the pocket and beat the DN upfield for a touchdown, tying the game. 14-all to start the second half, it was pretty much anyone's game to take. Now, although we were able to score before halftime, you could still feel that the momentum was on Maryland's side. But of course, we didn't panic. We just stuck to our game plan, running a balanced offense and taking shots upfield, but only when it made sense. My boy KJ was having a hell of a game, and honestly, it started to look like he'd definitely be a first or second round pick this year. We had become a very dangerous 1-2 punch, so I was hoping my name got called with his come draft time. But look, we jumped out to a 7-point lead, but there was still a lot of time left on the clock. Like I always say, the game was still way too close to get comfortable. With about 2 minutes left in the third quarter, I'd take one of those shots downfield and connect it with my boy Sims up the sideline. On the very next play, wide open over the middle, I found my boy Nico for a touchdown, increasing our lead to 14 after the field goal. Look, we went on to beat this very tough Maryland team on the road by 10 points. In what would be my last game ever as a college athlete, we'd be back at home taking on our rivals, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Now, being that this was my last college game, it was only right that the weather was horrible and the temperatures were freezing. Even with all that though, the beautiful Iowa fans still showed up and were louder than ever. It was hard to believe I'd never wear that Iowa uniform again, or play in Kinnick Stadium again. The feeling was bittersweet. I mean, I was happy to graduate and go on to the pros, but damn man, that place had really become my second home. But look, there was still work that needed to be done. Not only was this a rivalry game, but the Big Ten championship was on the line, and it wasn't no way I was into my college career losing to our rivals at home. Nah, it just wasn't happening. Yet again, we found ourselves in another shootout, but we all knew coming in that this one would be closely contested all the way to the end of the game. So trust me, we were well prepared for whatever the Cornhuskers threw at us. We jumped out to a 4-point lead and got possession of the ball back with just over a minute and a half left before halftime. By now, yeah, y'all should already know what I was on. I was looking to put another touchdown on the scoreboard before the end of the first half. I was able to work the ball downfield to right outside the red zone, and then on 3rd and 2nd, I felt like I could have easily ran for the first down, but already had my mindset on a touchdown, so I ended up overthrowing my receiver and the ball floated out of bounds, so we ended up just settling for the field goal. Nebraska started off the second half with the ball, but they weren't able to score, so we take over possession with the 4-point lead. Before taking the field, coach put us all into the huddle and told us a touchdown on this drive could quite possibly lead to us winning the game, so I had to go ahead to take open shots down the field. So that's exactly what I did, connecting with my wideout for a huge 30-yard gain. On 3rd and 4, I was scanning the field, looking for a target when the pocket would collapse, and unfortunately I'd take a sack. This would be yet another red zone error on my behalf, but we were still in pretty good shape as we settled for the field goal. On the final drive of my college football career, we had a 4-point lead and all we needed were 2 first downs to be able to run the clock out and secure the victory. Dropping back in the pocket with all my receivers covered up field, I'd scramble and pick up a huge first down, securing us the victory at home. We went on to not only win the game, but we also won the Big Ten Conference Championship. After all the late nights and early mornings, The 6 a.m. training sessions, the late night film sessions, the bumps and the bruises and the wins and the losses. The NFL draft came, and for whatever the reason may have been, my name wasn't called. My agent said he talked to a few teams that may be interested in bringing me in as an undrafted free agent, or he said maybe we can even explore a few UFL options, but I don't know. For right now, man, I'm cool on everything. My goal since picking up a football was to get drafted. Now that didn't happen, I'm not even sure if I want to do this anymore. Of course, I could just be being dramatic since the whole situation is fresh, but who knows? I've been playing this game since I was a kid. Maybe it's time to hang up my cleats and go find a job or something. Our final series just so happens to be the very first series that started the channel. Reggie's story is one that we see far too often. The money and fame can have a negative effect on some people's life, and unfortunately, Reggie was no exception. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first installment of Sports Central. I'm your host, Julian Jeffries. Here, we'll profile athletes from all over the world as they set out to begin their journey down the long road to glory. Though success, money, and fame awaits, each prospect must first overcome the many obstacles that stand in their way. We won't have to go very far to find our first road to glory prospect, as he hails from right here in beautiful Southern California. Reggie King, the 3-star Inglewood quarterback, not only looks to carry his team to a California state championship, but he also hopes to catch the eyes of a few big-name Power 5 schools in the process. Now, before we head down to the field for kickoff, let's take a closer look at Reggie's background in the segment I like to call Outside the Lines.
Inglewood High has had its share of athletes to make it to the big leagues, most notably NBA Hall of Famer Paul Pierce. In today's segment of Outside the Lines, we'll take a closer look at a prospect who looks to add his name to the list of Inglewood greats. Not only a star on the football field, today's Road to Glory prospect also shines bright in the classroom. Reggie currently sits at the top of his class with a very impressive 4.0 GPA. He didn't pick up a football until middle school, and because of his tremendous speed, coaches forced him to play running back. But he credits his scrambling ability to those days spent taking handoffs out the backfield. Reggie has a very close-knit relationship with his mother and younger brother. He believes their constant support has helped him excel both on and off the field. I think it's safe to say football is more than just a game for Reggie. He'll not only be playing for a shot at winning a state title, if he's able to impress, he'll put himself in a position to take his game to the next level and compete amongst the other great prospects in his class. I'm Tanya, and this was Outside the Lines.
Now that we've gotten a chance to learn a little bit about King off the field, let's take a look at his on-field performance report. Coming into his senior season, Reggie was able to secure scholarship offers from a few smaller D1 schools as a 1-star quarterback, but it was his performance midway through the season that landed him his 3rd star and put him on the radar of several Power 5 schools. Scouts have been impressed with Reggie's field vision and scrambling ability, but his arm is said to be a bit below average for the next level, and it's also been said that his decision making can use a lot of work as well. Overall, Reggie shapes up to be a solid mid-level quarterback that I believe has a chance to compete for the starting position in his freshman year and lead his team to a pretty decent season. Alright, all the talking is done and it's time to kick off the California State playoffs. Will our Road to Glory prospect shine under the bright lights, or will the stage prove to be too big for him? Find out here next on Sports Central. Man, kicking off the California State playoffs, Reggie looks to make an immediate impact as they take on a very tough 8-0 Irvine team in the first round. Dropping back in the pocket, seeing nobody open, he's able to scramble for a much needed first down. Now, for some reason, the defense only decides to rush one defender, which gives Reggie all the time in the world to make a play. Man, bruh, just like wine, he gets better with time. He's able to drop a perfect dime to a wide open Hassan cutting across the middle of the field, giving Inglewood access to the red zone. As the pocket collapses scrambling off to the right hand side, King is able to use his speed to outrun the defense and score the first touchdown of the playoffs, putting his team up by 6. Now, after having a quick seizure, Reggie is able to find his way back to the sideline and celebrate with his team. In the pregame breakdown, we discussed King's poor decision making being a huge concern for college scouts. Well, here's a perfect example of that as he throws a beautiful bullet pass to the opposite team, resulting in an interception that eventually led to a field goal by Irvine. Look, if he's going to have any success on the next level, he can't afford to continue to make those type of sloppy plays. But just like a true top G, King is able to come out on the very next possession and deliver an absolute bomb to his go-to target Craig for a 55-yard touchdown. Now the thing I want you to pay attention to is his quarterback mechanics. Peep the quick pump fake that throws the safety off, which then allows the receiver to be wide open over the top for 6. Man, I'm liking what I'm seeing from this young man. Up 21-3 towards the end of the first half, King drops back in the pocket and does his signature pump fake, only to deliver an absolutely horrible pass to the receiver that eventually gets tipped by the defense, but luckily ends up in the intended target's hands for a touchdown. Inglewood went on to cruise to a victory, defeating Irvine in the first round of the playoffs. Even though he had a few mishaps, our Road to Glory prospect is still able to walk away with the Player of the Game award, and his team is feeling fired up for the next round of the playoffs. Now, King's performance earned him his 4th star, which allowed him to finally crack the ESPN 300 list. If he's able to build off this performance, man, the future looks very bright for Reggie. Jumping ahead to the next round of the playoff, King picks up right where he left off, delivering a beautiful bullet pass to White Mike for 6, putting his team up by a touchdown to finish off the first quarter. This opponent actually proved to have a very good defensive front, so an even balanced offense was necessary to pull off the win. Dropping back in the pocket and feeling the pressure of the thick D, King avoids a sack on the plate and manages to pick up a very tough first down. That play actually set up an impromptu 40-yard touchdown pass to Craig, as King was able to show off his throw on the run ability and his pocket awareness to all the scouts in attendance. Man, I gotta be honest, bruh, King's performance so far has me wondering just how the hell he started off this season with only 2 stars, man. Reggie continued to shine on the next series right before the end of the half, completing his perfectly placed bomb down the seam of the defense. Unfortunately, his night was actually cut short after this 6-yard scramble that led to a touchdown, which then led to an Undertaker-style choke slam, which caused our prospect to suffer what looked like to be a concussion. As you can see, he begins to head towards the wrong sideline after the play. Luckily, Inglewood still went on to win the game and move on to the 3rd round of the playoffs. Reggie's performance earned him several new scholarship offers and interest from teams all across the country. Plus, he was able to move up to the 83rd spot on the ESPN 300 list. Man, look, the 3rd round of the playoffs were supposed to be Inglewood's toughest test, but as you're about to see, man, they turned this into a goddamn cakewalk. This team has been together since freshman year, and in that time, they've been able to build not only amazing chemistry, but completely turn around a losing program. After a heartbreaking loss in last year's state playoffs, the city rallied behind the team, which helped fuel them to an 8-game win streak this season. I think it's safe to say that they used some of that same energy to beat the brakes off of this 3rd round opponent. Just like last game, this defense proved to be very strong up front, so several runs mixed with play action passes were used to shrivel up the D, which then led to this huge, perfectly placed bomb from King to his favorite target down the right side of the field. Man, you can feel the chemistry between these two from the parking lot, and if somehow they end up on the same team next year, man, get your popcorn ready, bruh. Defensive coordinators are in trouble. With a 27-0 lead in the 3rd quarter, coach let King and the Inglewood offense empty their load one more time and run up the score as they put up another 6 points on the board. Looking like a well-oiled machine, man, the Sentinels went on to win the game with ease, and they look to be the favorites as they take on Modesto in the 4th round for the title of California State Champs. Alright, so look, right after putting on a masterpiece performance in a sub-state game, Reggie boarded a flight headed to the University of Alabama for his first official college visit. Now, with the departure of last year's quarterback Bryce Young to the NFL, there seems to be a huge opportunity for an incoming freshman to immediately compete for the starting job. But listen, man, I'm not going to give away my sources, but I'm being told that Reggie was completely blown away on his recruiting trip. The university put him up in a nice 5-star hotel overlooking the entire city. The room service was amazing and the bed sheets were soft. I mean, come on now, good sleep and good eats? Yeah, that sounds like the perfect combination to impress an incoming recruit. But look, after a night of rest and relaxation, it was finally time to tour the campus and meet the coaches. Now, we all know Alabama is known for their amazing state-of-the-art facility, and from what I'm being told, that was actually a huge selling point for King. Now, after the tour was over, Reggie went online and posted the famous college visit photos on his Instagram. And bruh, the internet went crazy. But just as quick as the visit started, it was already over. It was time for King to head back to Inglewood and get his mind set on the state championship game. Now, throughout the next few months, our prospect went on several different college visits to major universities all across the country. From UCLA to USC, from Miami to Texas, I mean, this guy was all over the place. Now, I just got word that he's about ready to make his official college announcement. So before we head over to the Inglewood Gymnasium, let's check out the championship highlights. Kicking off the last game of their high school career, man, emotions were all over the place. I mean, y'all got to understand, this team has been together since their freshman year, so to finally be playing in the final game and it's for the championship, it all felt surreal. Now, the Modesto team didn't have near as many weapons as Reggie and the Sentinels, but they definitely did have discipline. That discipline actually caused a little bit of trouble for Inglewood early on, and it actually led to a few turnovers throughout the game. With his newfound stardom and fame, all the talk online seemed to be about if King would be able to stay focused coming into this game. I mean, me personally, I felt like that was a valid concern because honestly, we watched this kid become a high school superstar overnight. With scouts from all over the country packed into the stands, the girth of the Modesto D seemed to be giving our prospect a little trouble. Well, just like he's done all season, I mean, King was able to stay composed and throw a 33-yard dart, putting his team in position to tie the game up on the very next play. Midway through the second quarter, King found himself in the same exact situation he was in when he threw the first interception. Well, apparently he learned from his mistake and didn't throw in the coverage. Instead, he was able to scramble for the first down. Now that actually set up a nice 16-yard completion to his favorite target, breaking off the curl route, which then led to the perfectly placed pass to the back of the end zone for a touchdown, giving Inglewood the lead. And what would be their final time on the field together, man, this class's seniors performed like a well-oiled machine. The 2-a-days in the summer and the 6 a.m. practices before school finally paid off as they went on to cruise to the state championship win. The city of Inglewood was on fire after the game. No, I mean like literally on fire. The Inglewood family gangsta blood started a goddamn riot at the Century Plaza. But anyways, after all the celebrations were over, it was finally time for Reggie to close out this chapter of his life and focus on the future.
I just want to start off by saying thank you to everyone for coming. Also, thank you to my coaches and teammates, as well as the staff here at Inglewood for putting up with me over the past 4 years. Now, before I make my announcement, I also want to say thank you so much to my mom and my brother for sticking with me throughout the entire process of this journey and keeping me motivated when things didn't really seem like they were going to go as planned. So with that being said, I'm ready to make my announcement. I have decided to start the next chapter of my football career right here at home at the University of UCLA. Pac-12,
Nigga, I told you he was gonna go there. Run me my money, bitch ass nigga.
Wow, looks like UCLA just added yet another key piece to their offense with Reggie's commitment. Now, I'll be honest, I definitely didn't see this coming. I mean, I was almost certain our prospect was headed to the University of Alabama next year, but hey, now the journey begins. King will not only need to transform his body, but also his mind to that of a Pac-12 quarterback. This transition will be anything but easy, but luckily for us, it damn sure is going to be entertaining. Last time we spoke, our road to glory prospect had just made his college commitment. Well, as you can imagine, man, a lot has happened since then, and honestly, I'm extremely excited to bring y'all up to date. So with that being said, man, let's go ahead and get into it. Hey man, listen, I think it's safe to say our prospect lived out every high schooler's dream. I mean, not only did he win prom king, he also took the baddest girl there with him. He led his team to a state championship, and he was voted best dressed and most likely to succeed. On top of all that I just named, he also graduated top 5% of his class. Now, we all know Reggie did his thing on the football field, but if you ask his mom what impressed her the most, it was definitely the work in the classroom. But look, from the time the high school football season ended, all the way until time to report to UCLA for summer camp, man, King was putting in work. I mean, 6 a.m. workouts before school and evening workouts after school. All that consistent training completely transformed his body to an absolute machine. Now, not only did he put on some much needed muscle mass, but those daily sand sprints gave him an added speed boost as well. King's body wasn't the only thing that changed. Nah, his tax bracket did as well. He was able to land several NIL deals from brands recognized all across the world. Now, each deal he signed required him to do a little bit of promotion. Man, having his face plastered all across those billboards and commercials only made his stock grow bigger. But look, with some of that money he made, he was able to rent a nice sized house near the valley for his mom and his little brother. Not only is it located just a few minutes away from the UCLA campus, but it's also in a much nicer neighborhood than where they lived before. Hey man, that was a very classy move by our prospect. But speaking of classy, Reggie proved to have a little bit of style himself. He not only upgraded his entire wardrobe, but he also purchased a brand new car as well. I mean, everything about this kid just screams superstar. Alright, so now that I got y'all caught up with everything that transpired with King before coming to UCLA, I think we got just enough time to give you a quick update on everything that happened throughout his freshman season. But look, I gotta warn you, man, things didn't turn out as expected. Alright man, so listen, I'm gonna be honest. King's freshman year was filled with many ups and downs, but this first one I definitely didn't see coming. He was busted driving intoxicated almost 3 times over the legal limit. I mean, just look at buddy, he was drunk while taking a damn picture. But anyways, that one lapse in judgment could have had some very serious consequences. But luckily for our prospect, he was just forced to sit out the first game of the season. But while being away from the team, he spent most of his free time studying the playbook and watching practice film. He would definitely need this extra preparation because not only did he miss the first game of the season, his first game back from suspension would be against that powerhouse over at Stanford. Say man, listen, King's presence out on the field gave his team an extra boost of energy. I mean, we've all been waiting to see how he'd perform on that big stage, and his first drive down the field definitely didn't disappoint as he was able to score his first collegiate touchdown. But it's what happened after that drive that caused every single UCLA fan in attendance and those watching from home to hold their breath. After a huge 35-yard scramble, King went down in pain from what didn't seem like a huge hit, but it was enough to cause him to miss the rest of the game. Stanford went on to win by 3 points and hand the Bruins their first loss of the season. Just as it started to look like our prospect was gaining momentum, that injury brought everything to a screeching halt. After only one drive down the field, Reggie was right back on the sideline. The following 6 weeks after his injury consisted of exactly what you see here. Not only couldn't he throw a football, but he also had to learn to stretch his meat with his left hand as well. Look, man, being away from the game that long led to King falling into a heavy state of depression. He ended up leaving the campus and going to stay at his mom's crib until he was finally able to start moving around again. Physical therapy was rough, but probably not in the way you thinking. See, Reggie has always been stronger, faster, and just flat out better than everyone he's been up against. But this challenge was different because this time, he was up against himself. After several therapy sessions, King was finally able to build his arm strength back up to 100% and was officially cleared to get back on the field. Now, this couldn't have come at a better time because the next game would be against one of the Bruins' biggest rivals.
You're a genius!
Man, the win over Cal put our prospect right back on the map as he was able to throw for over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. Now, not only did his performance earn him Player of the Week, but all of that hype that had once died down because of his injury had finally started to pick back up. Taking on Nebraska their next game, the Bruins looked to revive their season with Reggie back under center. Now, although they had this newfound momentum on their side, it was still a few things that were glaringly clear. One, Nebraska's thick, girthy D was way too much for the Bruins' offensive line to handle, and the UCLA offense lacked a ton of chemistry. These factors combined together resulted in several sacks and interceptions. Now, they were able to find some success on the ground running the ball, which led to a few big plays over the top out of the play-action formation. As the rest of the team began to panic, Reggie was able to stay composed and throw an absolute dart to the back of the end zone for a touchdown. That play would seemingly turn the tide of the game back into the Bruins' favor, but on the very next drive, UCLA would suffer yet another catastrophic loss. After picking up a huge gain on the quarterback keeper, our prospect would take what yet again didn't seem like a big hit, but it would be enough to put him on the sideline for the remainder of the game. With just 4 minutes left in regulation, Henderson, the backup quarterback, was able to thrust his way into the end zone for a touchdown. That would eventually lead to the game being tied, but unfortunately, the UCLA defense wasn't able to keep the Cornhuskers out of the end zone. Another loss on their record for the Bruins, and also another injury for King. What once looked like a very bright future for this team suddenly turned dark. I warned you guys at the start of this series that the road to glory would come with many obstacles. Unfortunately for King, this would mean his season being ended after only 3 games. The Bruins went on to finish with the subpar 6-6 record, and they'll take on Wyoming today in the Las Vegas Bowl. Now, our prospect is here physically to support his team, but I've got a sneaky feeling that his heart might be somewhere else.
Look, baby, I understand. I completely get where you're coming from, but you remember that saying Grandma always used to say, faith without works is dead. And we can't lose faith after all this work you've put in, after all the time you've put in, after all the work I put in. This is your dream, and you are right here. Yes, it's a minor setback, but you have a major comeback coming. I just know it. But you have to know it too.
Now, as you can imagine, King went through several different emotions after getting the news he wouldn't see the field again for the rest of the season. Depression had our prospect in a really dark space, but luckily his mom, being a great supporter she is, came through with some much needed motivation that helped pull him out of that slump. Just like the first time, the road to recovery was anything but easy, but Reggie decided to incorporate hot yoga and swimming to his rehab regimen. This proved to be extremely helpful as he was back on the practice field much sooner than expected. Luckily for King, this season wouldn't be a complete waste. With the NCAA's new rule allowing freshman athletes that competed in less than 5 games to still classify as a redshirt freshman, our prospect not only gained a little in-game experience this season, but he also still has 4 full years of eligibility left. Now, I'm being told the transfer portal could be the next destination for Reggie. I don't know how true this is, but I'm hearing after everything he went through here with the DUI, the injuries, and all the failed expectations, he wants a fresh start, and honestly, I can't blame him. The time Reggie spent at UCLA was quite eventful to say the least. I mean, no one could have predicted that outcome. After going through all those ups and downs, King was finally ready to get back on the field, but he had a huge decision to make. Would he stay put at UCLA, or would he add his name to the transfer portal? Let's take a look at all the factors King had to consider before making his decision. At the beginning of the offseason, King would receive devastating news. The offensive coordinator at UCLA had been fired. Now, there was no word released on what led to this decision, but I'm assuming the Bruins' piss-poor record the season before had something to do with it. Reggie would take this news very hard, as this was the same man that recruited him in the first place. That firing would seal the deal, and before we knew it, Reggie was looking at his options in the transfer portal. Alright, so for starters, King had to take a look at the transfer portal rankings. Now, as you can see, they had our prospect ranked number 6, and they also gave him a very nice NIL evaluation at just over $500,000. Now, if you ask me, that says a lot because he only appeared in 3 games last season. Reggie's entire offseason was spent traveling the country on college visits. From the massive Power 5 schools to the smaller mid-major schools, he was open to them all. But after getting a good idea of what his transfer options would be, the next task would be analyzing what the Bruins team would look like next season. Now, of course, there were a few good players returning from last year's team, but even with those guys, they were still only able to win 6 games. After taking the time to weigh out all his options, King finally made the decision to officially enter his name into the transfer portal. Now, this wasn't a huge shock to the college football world, but it definitely came as a surprise to his mother, who unfortunately didn't take the news very well. Reggie decided to officially transfer schools and follow his offensive coordinator completely across the country to the University of Syracuse. Now, their 7-6 record the year before wasn't much better than the Bruins, but the new coaching change and the incoming offensive weapons seemed to be what led Reggie to make this decision. But look though, the transition to the East Coast was a bit rough. Not only was it extremely cold compared to LA, but I mean the whole New York City vibe was just completely different. Man, since King didn't know anybody in the city, he spent his first month or so cooped up in his apartment learning the playbook and studying film. But look man, all those hours he spent studying translated to the field immediately. In just 2 short practices, our prospect was able to lock down the starting spot going into week 1 of the season. So I think I'm speaking for everybody when I say I definitely didn't see Syracuse as an option. The one thing we all know about the ACC is every team there is a threat. Honestly, this is one of the toughest conferences in college football, so if there was ever a time for Reggie to prove himself, this was it. Man, the energy surrounding the team was at an all-time high. Reggie's presence under center not only gave Syracuse a much-needed skill boost, but a confidence booster as well. So y'all got to keep in mind, King was a heavily recruited transfer, so when he decided to come here, he brought all that attention along with him. Now, the main concern on everybody's mind was, how would Reggie's body hold up? I mean, that was a valid concern considering he was coming off a season-ending injury just the year before. And if I'm being honest, man, I was kind of concerned as well. But look, man, I think King had been hearing all that talk. He was looking to shut his doubters up immediately with his aggressive play style. He was able to pull off several impressive scrambles all throughout the game and complete several risky passes as well. Syracuse was able to take the victory on the road and move on to a very impressive 2-0 start. Now, the first home game of the season was a complete sellout. It had been years since football fans filled this arena to capacity, and as you can imagine, man, the campus was buzzing. Now, this would actually become a key game because I believe we witnessed a dynamic duo come to life. King's chemistry with senior wideout Courtney Jackson seemed to have a very promising future as they would make connections several times throughout the game. But listen though, Tulane was able to expose a huge weakness in the Syracuse offense, and that was the blocking up front. Just about every time King dropped back to make a pass, he had at least 4 defenders in his face. Now, luckily he was able to use his speed and elusiveness to evade the defenders and lead his team to a win, but it would be the next opponent that would capitalize off that weakness. Just as the Syracuse hype started to rise, they would take on a college football powerhouse in Clemson. With nearly 50,000 screaming fans in attendance, there was a sea of orange everywhere you looked. But listen though, I don't know if they had a bounty out for our prospect or what, but it seemed like every play he was running for his damn life. This would eventually lead to what us fans feared the most. All those hits would add up and King would go down to what looked like a serious injury at the end of the first quarter. But luckily the backup quarterback was able to come in and finish off the drive with a touchdown pass to none other but Courtney Jackson. Man, King wouldn't be out long though. That injury wasn't serious at all. Honestly, I think he just had to shit. But anyways, he came back in later in the second quarter throwing absolute darts, leading his team down the field to a very impressive touchdown. I'll be honest, I expected a much better performance out of Clemson, but when you're a team with such high preseason expectations and you lose a game early on, that could be a devastating blow to the whole organization. Syracuse would take the blowout win at home and officially break into the top 25 college football rankings. The next game versus NC State was much of the same. See, I believe they were overlooking Syracuse. They were probably just writing them off as a team that had won a couple lucky games. Well, that mistake would cost them dearly as they would suffer their first loss to what looked to be a very solid team. With this huge win, Syracuse had just pulled off 2 back-to-back upsets and would move up the charts to the number 8 team in the nation. Alright, so look, I'ma just come right out and say it. None of us expected this. I mean, honestly, who the hell chooses Syracuse? And since when have they ever been this good at football? Look, I know there's still a second half of the season left, but let's take a second and give credit where credit is due.
Tommy, you're a genius.
Syracuse University, and man, let me tell you, we got a lot of catching up to do. So I think it's best we go ahead and pick up right where we left off last episode. After pulling off 2 huge upsets and leading his team to a top 10 ranking, our prospect had officially become the big man on campus. With that newfound fame and notoriety, things began to change for King. I mean, the Syracuse locals were treating this man like a god. Any and everything he wanted, he had access to. And I do mean any and everything. But look, during the team's bye week, Reggie took a 2-day trip back home. During that trip, he was able to reconnect with his family, and he also shot a brand new commercial for Powerade, which of course only increased his stardom even more. But look, everything seemed to be working out in King's favor. Well, that was until they went up against a very tough Georgia Tech team. Now y'all remember last episode I told you every school in the ACC is a threat, right? Unfortunately, Syracuse had to find out the hard way as they were handed their first defeat of the season. That loss was a much needed wake-up call for Reggie. It became very clear that if he was going to accomplish what no one else has done, he'd have to do what no one else was willing to do. It was at that moment he became an absolute machine in the gym. He basically kidnapped the team's OC, locking them into an office and going over different defensive schemes until football became a second language. This commitment to greatness spoke volumes with the head coach. So much so, he granted King the ability to call his own hot routes from the line during every home game, thus moving him closer to his goal of becoming a campus legend. Syracuse would go on to win their next game after their loss to Georgia Tech, but then they faced a pretty lousy 4-4 Maryland team. Now, luckily they were still able to pull off the win, but there was a huge problem. Out of nowhere, the receivers act like they couldn't catch the ball to save their lives. I mean, there was literally a streak of 5 drop passes in a row. Of course, it was only a matter of time before King started to show his frustration, and honestly, I couldn't blame him. But look, like I said, they were able to turn things around and secure the victory. But I'm afraid the curse of the drop pass will come back and haunt this team later in the season. The next game versus Florida State wouldn't be any easier. I mean, we all know FSU was supposed to be DB University, so the wideouts knew coming in they was going to have to be on their A game if the offense was going to have any motion. The Seminoles would take the early lead and stay out front for the majority of the game, but Syracuse wasn't just going to let them run away with it either. This matchup would start to resemble a heavyweight fight. The offense would land blow after blow after blow, but the defense would refuse to go down for the count. With just 30 seconds left in the first half, down by 7, King decided to reach into his bag and pull out all of his tools. We all know just how dangerous he can be through the air, but when he's healthy, he can be just as dangerous on the ground as well. After a huge 20-yard scramble, King was able to throw an absolute dart over the middle to his target, tying the game in 17 just before the first half would end. It would take a very strong ground game to pull off this win. A couple runs up the middle, then a quick pass over the top kept the defense on its toes. That's when Syracuse would pull out the play action pass that would cause a huge hole to open up in the defense. Now, they would go on to pull away in the second half and beat a very tough Florida State team on their home turf, advancing to a 9-1 record on the season and beginning to look like a real college football contender. Man, would y'all believe me if I told you it's been over 60 years since Syracuse had an undefeated season? You probably would, because for the past decade or so, their football program has sucked. But listen, the team they put on the field this year is different. I mean, yeah, they may have dropped one game versus Georgia Tech, but they would go on from there to completely dominate the ACC conference. Syracuse will earn the spot to compete for the ACC championship, finishing the season off with a very impressive 11-1 record. This moment would be huge for King because not only would he finally be getting the exposure he fought so hard for, but there was also a title on the line. But look, the week of the championship was filled with press conference after press conference and interview after interview. The rest of the team seemed to really be taking it all in and honestly a little bit unfocused. You gotta remember, this program hasn't won anything for a very long time, so the spotlight was a bit new to them. Whereas Reggie was coming from being a top prospect coming out of California, and he also spent a full year at UCLA. So he was used to the big moment, but unfortunately, his team was not. Man, listen, on Neighborhood Crippy Bloods, the North Carolina Tar Heels not only put a spanking on the hiney of Syracuse, but at one point they just got outright embarrassing. The offense couldn't move the ball up the field and the defense couldn't make a stop to save their life. It got so bad that I asked the producers here at Sports Central if I could grab a jersey and suit up to help out the Syracuse offense, but of course y'all know they wasn't going for that. But anyways, like I mentioned before, man, the curse of the drop pass would come back to visit this team, as pass after pass would hit the receiver's hands and then immediately hit the ground. Now, the only positive for the game was our prospect was able to break the single season touchdown passing record. But other than that, man, honestly, it wasn't much to talk about. Mental errors by the Syracuse offense and defense led to several penalties for the blue and orange. And then the receivers couldn't find more than an inch of separation, so of course that led to several sacks by the Tar Heels defense. Man, we watched the best team in the conference reach the biggest stage and completely collapse. It seemed like whatever could go wrong did go wrong. Now, going forward, man, King has a huge decision to make. With his number one wideout leaving for the pros and many of his other core teammates graduating, should he stay another year here at Syracuse and try to build a team good enough to compete for a championship, or should he hit the transfer portal once again and see what other opportunities are out there for him? At the end of what many would consider a successful season, Reggie returned back home to the West Coast. Now, if this was any other college student, no one would pay it any mind. But since King is one of the top quarterbacks in college football, of course people started talking. Rumors began floating around that maybe King would return back to the Pac-12. And then his somewhat cryptic Instagram post didn't help kill any of the talking. After several weeks with no announcement, I decided to reach out and set up a one-on-one interview with our prospect so we could finally get some answers. Man, Reggie, I gotta say, after your impressive play this season, I'm sure there's plenty of Power 5 schools that would love to have you at the QB1 position. So with that being said, man, I gotta ask, where do you see yourself playing next season?
Well, I've been hearing a lot of rumors about me possibly returning to the West Coast, but if I'm being honest, man, Syracuse has become a second home for me. Now, I know we lost a lot of talent in this year's draft, but I honestly feel like with the guys we have left and the new weapons coming in, we pose a big threat next season.
Reggie made it clear that not only was he here to stay, but he was also here to win. That attitude became contagious throughout the locker room, and everyone seemed to buy into the winning spirit. Now, a week before the start of the season, the head coach and the offensive coordinator called King into their office for a very important meeting.
Reggie, I've always believed in you since our days at UCLA. You've shown your commitment to excellence, and I must say your game has continued to improve, man. Don't get a big head, but good job.
So with that being said, we have decided to give you the keys to the offense. I'm giving you the go-ahead to now call your own audibles and hot routes. We're putting our trust in you, son.
With the support of the fans, his teammates, and now his coaches, our prospect had officially become a campus legend, a goal many set out to accomplish, but very few will ever achieve. The first 4 games of the season was some of the best football I've ever seen. But look though, even after a great season the year before, Syracuse still came in unranked. The players, the coaches, and the staff all took that personally. So they went out and wreaked havoc on every opponent that was put in front of them. King had tremendous expectations as he was named a first-team All-American. Not many knew how he would respond to this pressure, which honestly is still crazy to me. I mean, every time Reggie was called to perform, he exceeded expectations. So for him to still have all these doubters just blows my mind. But look, I think he put all that talking to an end in the game versus Notre Dame. Both teams were playing well, and the victory actually just came down to one clutch play where Reggie would call his own number and scramble into the end zone for the game-winning touchdown. Boston College would be the next victim on the schedule. Now, if I had to describe this game using just one word, I'd probably say dominance. Syracuse would come out playing like they were trying to send a message to every other team in the nation. Syracuse's offense and defense were running together like a well-oiled machine, and they just completely shut out Boston College. Now, the next game on the schedule was the one we've all been waiting for. If you remember correctly, Georgia Tech beat the sleeves off of Syracuse last year and ruined their perfect record. Reggie knew coming in he wouldn't be able to play with this team as they had several returning players from last year's squad. So of course he went out there guns blazing and led his team to a very impressive victory. King's performance in the first 4 games of the season earned him All ACC Player of the Week 4 times and All NCAA Player of the Week twice. I mean, things couldn't have been going better for this team, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It's a very long season and there's still plenty of tough games left. Now they say history has a funny way of repeating itself. Just last season, Syracuse was 6-0 and looking better than ever until they came up against a very slept-on Georgia Tech team. Well, now they're 7-0 and looking better than ever, so let's see what happened next. When an athlete dedicates himself to his craft and studies the game, things begin to slow down. Well, that's exactly what happened when Syracuse took on Wake Forest. I mean, it seemed like King was in a world of his own on the field. It was almost like he was playing the game in slow motion, making reads before the play even developed. Not only did he show he was the best player on the field, but honestly, he might have been the toughest as well. His willingness to sacrifice his body in order to make the big play showed just how committed he was to securing the victory. He would go on to finish with the video game-like stat line, throwing for over 300 yards and 5 touchdowns on only 23 attempts. Syracuse would add another victory to their win column, and they would move on to a 7-0 record. The next opponent on the schedule was Maryland, who at this time had only won 2 games on the season. Now, most fans probably would have been a no-show for this one, but nah, that wasn't the case. On the second play of the game, Reggie was able to throw an absolute dart to his favorite receiver for a huge 70-yard touchdown. But look, on the exact same play in the second quarter, Reggie found his receiver wide open in the end zone, but unfortunately, it resulted in a drop pass. No worries though, with just over a minute left in the first half, Juwan Price was able to use his speed and quickness to break off a huge run for a touchdown off of a screen pass. Syracuse would go on to cruise to another victory. Well, not so fast. A drop pass just off the fingertips of the receiver resulted in an interception. Now, of course, Reggie was pissed because, I mean, come on, bro, just catch the ball. But again, I mean, no big deal though, right? Syracuse had the lead, so no need to panic. As you can see, things quickly took a turn for the worse, as a big hit would cause King to fumble the ball and put it right back into the hands of the Maryland offense. Up 4 points with 3 minutes left in the game, man, I don't know what the hell the coaches was thinking still passing the ball. A 1st and 10 turned into a 2nd and 21, and the starting quarterback being sidelined with the injury for the rest of the game. Maryland would go on to pull off the huge upset over Syracuse, leaving many coaches and players and fans absolutely devastated. Syracuse would also lose their next game as well, as King was ruled out with the injury. Man, this couldn't have came at a worse time because our prospect had finally broke into the Heisman conversation, man. Taking on Florida State, the 5th ranked team in the nation, Reggie felt like he had nothing to lose. Now, remember I told you he had become a team legend and can call his own plays from the field? Well, he took complete advantage of that, refusing to punt the ball on a 4th and 1 in the first quarter. King would somehow run a no-huddle play and pull off a 54-yard touchdown. This man was throwing bombs all over the field, and quite honestly, he made the Florida defense look like amateurs. With 2 losses, the chances of Syracuse playing for a national championship were slim to none, but in a very odd way, I think that only made them more dangerous for any opponent they go up against. In the final game of the regular season, Syracuse would travel to Memorial Stadium and take on the Clemson Tigers for a chance to compete against North Carolina for the ACC championship. Now, at this point of the season, man, you could tell King had started to become more careless. The once calm, cool, and composed pocket passer turned into an absolute gunslinger, scrambling a lot more and throwing risky passes that would either lead to a huge gain or an interception by the defense. I mean, there was no in between. Now, I don't want to say King was playing selfish, but if I'm being honest, man, he kind of was. He was more so focused on stuffing his stat sheet instead of making a smart pass. And again, this carelessness would either lead to a huge touchdown or unnecessary interception. I feel like the coaches saw what was happening, but it was nothing they could do to stop it. I mean, how can you take the keys to the offense away from your star quarterback that literally turned your program around? In the fourth quarter, Syracuse found themselves with the possession of the ball and the lead. All they had to do was get 2 or 3 first downs and the game was over, but man, Reggie had other plans. Taunting the insanely loud crowd, King would quiet things down right before throwing a 58-yard dart to his receiver down the field, resulting in a first down and eventually sealing the victory. Syracuse would close out a very close game and eventually go on to play against the Tar Heels for the ACC championship. Reggie and the Syracuse team would have an amazing performance in the championship game, defeating the North Carolina Tar Heels for the ACC championship. Now, yes, our prospect still has one more year before he's able to enter the NFL draft, but we'll see how that plays out next week when Madden 24 is released. With that being said, I'll see you guys right back here for the new episode of Sports Central, Madden Edition. Welcome back to another episode of Sports Central, Madden Edition. Man, look, today we'll find out what team our prospect will be drafted to, so I'm not going to do too much talking. Go ahead and smack that subscribe button and make sure to turn on those post notifications. Let's get into it. After the NFL Draft Combine, King caught a flight from Indianapolis back home to the West Coast. Now, being that he was just all over SportsCenter for his standout performance during the Combine, he had to keep a low profile through the airport and all throughout his flight. But look, Reggie had about a month or so to relax before the draft. He promised to spend that time hanging out with his family and vacationing before the hard work really starts. They would take a trip out to Florida to visit Disney World, and they even went down to Cabo San Lucas for a few days and hung out on the beach. Now, I can't lie, man, I was a little bit salty seeing all the fun they was having, but hey, man, it is what it is. But listen, that month flew by, and before he knew it, the draft was just a few days away, and King still hadn't picked out a suit. He would go back and forth on many different styles, but eventually he settled on this one here. I honestly think that's the perfect choice. I mean, it's not too loud, but at the same time, it got a little sauce sprinkled in there as well. The night before the draft, Reggie snuck off from his friends and family to walk through the Kansas City streets. He used this time alone to reflect on the journey that he took to finally make it to this point. I mean, all the touchdowns and interceptions, the wins, the losses, the injuries, the transfers, the success, and the setbacks all played a very important role in getting our prospect to this point. King would go on to be selected with the 7th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft by the Las Vegas Raiders. It's official. Reggie's coming back home to the West Coast. But look, as we all know, family's always been his top priority. Well, now there's only a 4-hour drive that separates him from the people he loves the most. But look, after all the celebration and festivities ended on draft night, it was finally time to get to work. The morning after the draft, the Raiders sent a private jet to pick up their new franchise quarterback and a few close members of his family. Now, this would be King's first time on a private jet, but something tells me it definitely won't be his last. But look, by the time he made it to the facility, man, the champagne was already flowing. I don't even think he took the time to read the contract. He picked up the first pen in sight and started signing. Judging by the energy flowing through the building, man, this Raiders staff truly believe that King is going to be the savior to their organization. As a matter of fact, several members of the staff pulled Reggie to the side and literally told him just that.
Man, it's such a blessing to have you here, Reggie. I know you're going to put this franchise back at the top where it belongs. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. You are our savior.
You know, Big Reg, you're going to take us to the promised land. Your grit and passion is the epitome of the Raider way, and that combined with the rest of the weapons on this team, we are going to virtually be unstoppable.
Our prospect had just signed his 4-year, $27 million rookie contract. Man, come on, y'all should already know what happened next. Reggie and his mom got a rental car and jumped straight on the highway, headed to the Beverly Hills Shopping Center. It was time to splurge. Not only was King the 7th pick in the draft, but he's also the quarterback. So that means the cameras will be watching his every move. so it's a must he be fly at all times. I'm talking Gucci, Versace, Louis Vuitton, you name it, he bought it. Now I'm sure we can all agree that maybe this wasn't the best investment, but I mean, let's be real. You probably do the same thing. But look, a dream we've all had since kids was to be able to retire our parents and buy our mom her dream house, right? Well, Reggie was finally in a position to be able to do that, but it definitely wouldn't be as simple as he had expected. See, his mom didn't want the big mansion that he had imagined. Nah, she wanted something nice, new, and simple. Just those three things. Once they started the house hunting process, King was showing her all these huge mansions, but his mom wasn't going for it. Eventually, they would settle on a nice 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom in a brand new housing community about 30 minutes away from downtown LA. Reggie had officially retired his mom and bought her dream house, crossing yet another childhood goal off his list. But look, when it came time for King to find his own place, he played it smart. See, instead of rushing out and buying the first mansion he saw, he signed a 6-month lease at these luxury high-rise apartments only about 30 minutes away from the Las Vegas Strip. He said he'll probably look into buying his own crib during the off-season, but for right now he wants to put all his focus on football. But that didn't stop him from buying a few toys though. First he went out and got the drop-top Bentley GT on 28-inch Forgiatos. I mean, come on bro, that thing is so clean. But of course, that wasn't enough, man. He also got the Ferrari SF90. I mean, that bad boy goes 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds. But look, we all know every real man needs a truck. So Reggie also went out and bought a Ram, Look, I don't know what type of Ram it is, bro, but that thing looked like a spaceship. Y'all do me a favor, man. Comment down below, what type of truck is this?
Well, Julian, I think you just about covered everything that's transpired off the field in King's life. So why don't we transition to see how our prospect has been holding up on the field? At the start of the Raiders training camp, Reggie set out to prove to the players, fans, and coaches that all of the hype was real. It seemed like every pass he threw was spot on and perfectly placed, so that only his receiver could get to it.
Yeah, you know, Michael, I'll admit, man, I definitely was impressed with the ball placement during the passing skeleton drills, but let's not forget about all the struggles he had during the target passing drills. Now, obviously, the pass was still completed, but the sole purpose of the drill was to shatter the targets while doing so. Again, I know this is just practice, this is just a drill, but I think it may be something we should keep in mind for the future.
Jumping ahead to the first preseason game, the Raiders would take on the San Francisco 49ers at home. These two teams had been joint practicing together all week, so King was pretty familiar with their defensive tendencies. Now I think he started off a bit timid and threw a few ill-advised passes, but once he settled in, he started to look like the calm, cool, composed quarterback we've been used to seeing. Now, of course, this was just the first preseason game, so that means we only got to see King in action for the first quarter. I think that small preview we did see answered a lot of questions, not only about Reggie, but this Raiders offense in general. Many were concerned about how the offensive line would hold up, and would we see the same all-pro Josh Jacobs from last year? Well, I won't say we got all the answers we wanted, but the offense seemed to move the ball up the field with ease. The Raiders would go on to take the easy win at home and now had their eyes set on their next opponent.
Now, their next opponent would be the Los Angeles Rams. Man, this would be a huge game for Reggie because not only would he be getting some more playing time, but he'd also be playing back at home. So that means all of his old friends, family members, exes, old teachers, coaches, a few haters, I mean, everybody would be in attendance. So of course, for a young quarterback in just his second game, that's a lot of pressure, but from what I've seen from this kid, man, pressure only seems to make him better. With just 2 minutes left in the first quarter, Jacobs will break off a huge run up the middle of the Rams defense. Now, this will put the Raiders right outside the red zone and in perfect position to make a play, but unfortunately, King would make the rookie mistake of eyeing his receiver all the way down the field and ended up throwing his first NFL interception. Now, it's okay because it's the preseason and of course mistakes are allowed, but he's also got to keep in mind, man, there's always somebody in the shadows fighting for his job. Now, the next drive down the field, man, you could tell the Raiders offense wanted that interception back because they were playing extremely aggressive. This would be a good sign for a young quarterback though, because it showed he wasn't going to let that one mistake throw him off his game. Dropping back in the pocket and feeling the pressure from Aaron Donald, King would drop an absolute dot to his receiver in the back of the end zone. Just minutes after throwing his first NFL interception, Reggie would come back down the field and throw his first NFL touchdown. Now, this game would go on to end in a tie and the Raiders will be moving on to face the Dallas Cowboys in next week.
The Raiders offense would pick up right back where they left off the week before. playing fast, strong, and aggressive versus a pretty decent Cowboy defense.
Yeah, Michael, man, on the second play of the drive, Jacobs would break like 17 tackles and gain 55 yards. Now, I honestly think had this been the regular season or maybe even the mid-season and he was fully conditioned, man, he probably would have scored. But regardless, that's still a hell of a run by last year's leading rusher.
Dropping back in the pocket and seeing the one-on-one coverage, King was able to find his star receiver Davante Adams for a touchdown. Now, if the Raiders are able to make this connection on a consistent basis, opposing cornerbacks are in trouble.
Man, it sure is good to see Davante Adams back to his old ways, catching touchdowns and abusing the media standing on the sideline. But say, man, I don't think King saw what happened to Jaden Daniels when he tried to dive for more yards. Man, listen, if you're a quarterback watching this, just play it safe and slide to the ground. Anyways, the Raiders found themselves right back in the red zone, and it was the same exact results. Another touchdown pass for King and another touchdown reception for Adams. King would have himself another very solid performance, and the Raiders would go on to beat the Cowboys in their last preseason game. Man, bro, I feel like a proud dad. I mean, we really been following Reggie since his senior year of high school, so to see him play in his first NFL game is crazy. But say, next episode, we're gonna go over his first full season in the league, so make sure to have your popcorn ready. Also, we just hit 4,000 subscribers today, so thank you all so much for all your love and support. The new goal for the channel is 10K. Maybe then we can upgrade this bogus TV and maybe even get a completely new set. Anyways, with that being said, this has been yet another episode of Sports Central. Don't forget to smack that subscribe button and turn on those post notifications, and I'm on to the next one.